check real quick. 1 second.
Hey guys, good morning. I am on the other line with Dan here, just working through a little technical difficulty. Bear with me for just a minute. Mike's going to take over here for a moment, okay?
Okay, just like anything fun, it never always works out right? So I am still home at home sick, but we won't let that get in the way. So Dan was supposed to get on this morning, and unfortunately there's some small technical difficulties. So unfortunately you guys got to deal with me chatting for a little bit. So I would love to see your comments and everything. Mike, my flu is going pretty good. Yeah, I got Dan, I see the scammers. They're blowing us up today, so I'm gonna take care of them as soon as Dan gets on here and Tim takes over the show. I'm gonna get rid of Mr. M. Mujibori Shock, Mr. S.K. Alaman, and all those other guys that want to keep spamming here. So don't worry, I'll get to it. Let them just get the rest of the show up and running, kick me out of here, and I will get rid of those nasty spammers as quick as I can here. But anyway, so what do you guys want to talk about? So we've had some great product demonstrations, some great gear. There's been some new products unfolded for you guys. I hope you guys are liking the show so far. Tim and the guys have been putting on a heck of a show, and a lot of hard work went into getting this all ready for you guys and everything, and we hope you're loving it. So today is going to be another action-packed full day. So share the show, get everybody out here. Congratulations to everybody that won a prize yesterday. I mean, we had some amazing prizes, and they're really only going to get better now, you know. So we're really thankful that all of you showed up to support us, and really most importantly, support these manufacturers. We all know the crazy times that are going on and everything right now, and you know, so it's cool that they took the time to come hang out, give away some free stuff, and support the dive community and everything. So and that all is thankful, and they do it because of you guys and for you guys showing up. So hopefully you guys will stick around all day. We're sorry for the technical difficulties. Not sure what's going on Dan's end. We didn't want to burn out Tim's voice, making him chat all weekend, all day again today. So he's got to try to fix everything with Dan. So here I am. The WSX 45, Thomas, I'm not sure when that'll be around. Yeah, Michael Barnes, the hog, man, they're coming this afternoon. That's going to be good. Thomas, I'll look into the WSX 45 and get back to you. Thanks, Richard. I will start to feel better hopefully very soon. I'm on the mend now. But dive season is coming up. I hope you guys all have some cool trips you're ready to do. Again, really sorry that you're stuck listening to me and looking at me sitting on my couch. But here I will show you what I usually have going on here right now at home. There is what should be the Time to Dive show. It's just on my computer right now. I got a projector in my basement, so that's what I was watching it on, as well as doing all the technical stuff that I could do at home from the back end. So it's been pretty interesting and fun. So who thinks they're going to win a prize today? You know, maybe heck, you know what? Screw it. Let's give away some stuff right now. I mean, I own the company. That's the cool part about my job, right? So who wants to win something? We don't have a randomizer, so we're going to have to get creative here. Oh, Tyler, the emails, you know, give us till Monday, just because they're really heavily doing stuff with the show. We've got to coordinate with the manufacturers. So Monday, Tuesday, we'll get back to you guys on what you won, if you won, and figure out what sizes or colors or anything that you need, and then get that ordered and sent out straight from the manufacturer to you. So just give us a couple days on that. We'll get right to it. But anyway, I want to give away some more free stuff. Tyler, let's win something. So yeah, everybody, me. I want to win. All right. So, all right, what can we give away? Wow, there's a lot of you out there. I love it. All right, so free stuff. Okay. How can I give it away though? I don't have a randomizer wheel. Mark, are you out there? Okay, so the first person to Okay, so let's give the prize first. Okay, we're going to give away one of our flashlights, the 1K shorty. Okay, so the person who's going to get a 1K shorty is the first person to respond who was the third speaker yesterday at the show. Whoever the first one is to respond in the comments, not the second, not the third, not the fourth, not the fifth. First person will get a free dive light and go. And there's a little bit of a delay here, I think. So I'm going to be thinking about the next one. Ooh. Patty it was. Allison Bradley. Was it Patty? I don't know. I got to check. Yeah, it was Patty. Man, you guys, look at you guys blowing it up. All right, we got to do this again. This is cool. Okay, so it definitely was not Excess Scuba. They were later. And Aquila and Chris Fuller broke the show. He was definitely in the afternoon. All right, so let's get another one. All right, let's go with, we're going to give away an illusion regulator now. Sorry, I'm just making this stuff up, but we do have it and I will ship it. So an illusion regulator. You guys ready? All right. So if you know what year Dive Right in Scuba started, the first person to post it will get a Driz Dive Gear illusion regulator set. And go. This could be a tough one. Who knows? Dun, 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 dun. 1992, no. Oh! 2006 it is. 2006 it is. Kevin Blaylock, you have 206. Did you miss a zero? Because you would have been the wiener. I don't know. We'll have to reach out to you and Gail. You know what? I'm going to give both of you one. You two champions. You both get a free illusion regulator. Tim, you better get this feed going. We're not going to have any dive gear at the shop here soon. 1987. I was 7 years old. But you know what? I actually started diving when I was 10, and I am 42 now. So 32 years. Hey, that's a long time. Huh. Ooh. But anyway, all right. So now we're going to give away. Listen. I've been sick with the flu, steroids, Tamiflu. I must not be feeling right. So this is bad. We're going to give away a SEAC neoprene dry suit. Yeah, you guys heard me right. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I am going to do it. Yeah, this is you guys better spend money with us this weekend because I'm going to give away everything right now, all of it. All right, so a SEAC neoprene warm dry suit. I mean, guys, this is, and we're going to keep going. We're going to give stuff away every couple minutes till Tim comes out with something. So we got to come up with a really good question here. So, all right, so I got to get a good one for you guys because you guys are way too smart. All of you out there, way too smart. Can't even keep up with all your comments. I'm trying here. All right, so I'm thinking. So at our Orland Park location, who is the newest? Okay, actually, no, I got it. At our Orland Park location, who is working today? How do you find that answer? Might have to do a little bring on the phone. Oh my gosh, they're going to hate me. It's so worth giving away a free dry suit. All right, nobody. They're totally working today, Ted. What do you mean? That's only one person, Patrick. Who all is working today? I want to know everybody that's working at that store right now. You're right, Candy. It's not me. Who's picking up that phone to find out who is there at that store right now? It's not Chris. Chris had to actually stay home today. So it's not Chris. It's definitely not me. You're right, Shane. Tim, nope, Tim is at our Plainfield location. We don't have an Andy, Dwayne. Ryan and Chris, you guys are guessing, but how's nobody pick up the phone? Ooh. Lots of guesses, lots of guesses. Michael says the guy that deserves a pay raise. Well, it is Friday. They need to get their money. Bill is at the other store there, Raymond. Tyler says he's on the phone right now. Is he bringing it home? Oh, Nicole says it's busy. The phone lines are probably blowing up. They probably have no idea what to do right now. Jen got a voicemail. Hey, guys, I'm really sorry. If you're getting voicemail or busy signal, this is part of the game. I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody answered. They just can't answer all of the brings going on right now. Kim and Tim, nope, wrong store, Steven. Rob says he just talked to Ryan. So who did Ryan say was working? Oh, he put him on hold. Who's it going to be? The suspense is killing me. This is killing me. Who is it? Nobody so far. Ryan is there. Well, who else? Is it just Ryan? Yeah, Ryan's getting blown up with phone calls. All 30,000 phone calls going to Ryan right now. I hope you guys are laughing like I am. You know, this is the fun of doing things live and just on the cuff. And look, I'll be honest, I wasn't planning on getting on here with you guys today. I'm sitting at home sick, and here we are together giving away free stuff. Woo! Poor Ryan. I think it is just Ryan. So, well, it can't be Josh or Ryan. Josh is at a different store. I need to put you on hold. Oh, my gosh. Shane, I can't give you the number. We're giving away a Drysuit. You got to work for it. Oh, too funny. Raymond, I agree. You should just do it in person. Just head on over to the store. Go bug Ryan. All right, Don. I do believe you did say it first, but I got so many comments and questions. I can't say I got to take your word for it. If you are the first one in the comments to say it, you're good. But we gotta verify that here, guys. So, Tim's here to yell at me now for all the stuff I'm giving away.
How's it going, guys? We great
or what?
So Dan has had a little bit of technical difficulties, but here's the really cool thing. So the guys
giving away
over
more
there,
free stuff.
They've got a great studio set up for this presentation. All their guys are there to do it. So they're going to go ahead and pre-record. They're going to record it right now for us. I'm going to go ahead and play it at the end of the show so nobody misses out on what they have to talk about. But just to give you a little bit of a sneak peek, so what they came here to talk about was their new Dan Enhanced membership. So we got 8 minutes left of this segment. I'll play that little video for you guys, and then we'll be able to see that.
You don't want to give away 8 more minutes of free stuff? We've been having so much fun together, haven't we, guys? This has been great. All right, but hold on.
Sounds like
I got to give away one more thing. One more thing.
All right.
Is that all right? All right, so here it is on this one. And Tim is going to hate me. Hate me. Look, he already is like, oh, what's it going to be? He's going to hate me. So we are going to give away a signed Patty Side Mount Diver book. Signed by Tim Lindsay. Tim Lindsay will sign every picture of himself in that book for the next winner. Guys, this is a treat, a prize. It has never been done before. And we love all of you guys. And look at Tim. He's so happy right now.
I'd rather give away a Drysuit. Let's go.
But it's okay, Tim. Just one. This will be a one of one, never to be done again. All right, but Tim, so now you get to pick the question here. I know it's not easy. Ask Ryan. Ryan hates life right now from the last question.
All right, so for this, since we're doing a side mount question, what is the BCD what is the side mount BCD that was shown in yesterday's show?
Who's it gonna be?
I see Ted. It's the first one I saw. Ted.
Katana 2.
Ted G. That's what I'm seeing on my side here.
Ted is who I have showing up first. Woo!
All right, Ted G.
You guys pay some good attention. I love it. All right, guys. Well, I am going to bow out of here and be on the back end for the rest of the show unless something pops up again. Hopefully there is no technical difficulties for the store because I can't afford to give away too much more free stuff to you guys. We've got a lot for you. It's another great show. Thank you guys for hanging out with me during the technical difficulties. Tim, I'm going to put back in your capable hands. Mark, make sure you get all those prizes I just gave away tallied and ready for people. Hey, we love you guys. Open your wallet, spend some money. We got to send Tim a new Sharpie so he can sign that book for good old Ted. Love you guys. We'll see you later. Have a great one. Enjoy the show.
All right, guys. So as I was saying earlier, Dan is going to be doing a presentation for us. I'm going to show just a quick snippet of what they have coming out here for us. Okay.
For decades, divers and adventure travelers have relied on the proven benefits of Dan membership to be safer and better prepared. Now, we're taking it to a whole new level with Dan Enhanced Membership. Higher coverage limits, additional benefits, all designed to meet the needs of today's dive and travel enthusiasts. Dan Enhanced Membership offers up to $500,000 in emergency medical transportation and travel assistance benefits to cover the costs of diving and non-diving injuries. New global security evacuation coverage and new search and rescue coverage are included for your safety. But that's not all. Dan Enhanced Membership provides repatriation for additional care by charter service, transportation to rejoin your tour, and medical transportation home. Return of vehicle coverage, along with all other benefits currently included in Dan Regular Membership. And if you need time to get well before you return home, you'll have up to $5,000 in expenses for a friend, family member, or traveling companion to visit you while you recover. Plus, with Dan Enhanced Membership, you'll receive a print subscription to Alert Diver magazine, along with access to the digital editions. Take it to another level with a new enhanced membership from Dan. Join, renew, or upgrade your membership today at dan.org.
All right, guys. So Dan does such a great job for the dive industry. I know, and as professionals, if you're in that role, you also know they really cover us on the liability side as well, and they can cover your camera gear, your rebreathers, all that kind of stuff. So they're a great resource. And every once in a while, technical difficulties happen. I do appreciate Mike for helping out during that little segment, and as I was chatting with those guys. So thank you. We'll certainly get you out all your freebies and all that stuff that he was giving away in the meantime. So welcome to the Time to Dive show. We weren't even really able to do our entrance. I apologize. So second annual show, few hiccups along the way, a lot of giveaways yesterday. We gave away the $1,000 raffle at the end of the night. It was kind of cool. One of the local guys here. So that's awesome to see. But anybody is able to enter in for those raffles. You're going to see links in the comments. So just click on the link. Each one of these is its own individual form. You just pop in your name and email so I know who to email next week when we start sending stuff out. Everybody that has entered in, we tell you all up for the day. We're going to do a $1,000 giveaway at the end of today. And then we're also going to give away that trip from St. Croix. I hear they may even be calling in and being on the video feed too, showing us what it's looking like down there. So that's awesome. So we got a full day of presentations. We got Sealife, Bear, Zeagle, all coming up here in the next hour and a half. So I'm really excited. Matt Mulryan with Sealife is going to be here in just a moment. We're getting him queued up, and he's going to be telling us all about Sealife cameras and Sealife products.
Did you just turn me on, Tim?
I just turned you on. How you doing, Matt?
Good, thank you. I just realized I forgot to do something here. So
No problem. Take your time.
okay. All right. Hello, everybody. We are going to look at some of the exciting products that Sealife has to offer. Really appreciate you coming out to the Dive Right In Scuba. Oh, did I freeze up?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. Dive Right In Scuba Time to Dive virtual trade show. Really miss doing these in person for everybody, so you can get a chance to get the product in your hands and feel them and actually get an idea as to what we're looking at here. Sealife is probably the leader in underwater camera and lighting systems out on the market today. We've got a lot of really cool features and benefits. Unfortunately, a lot of our products rely on microchips. And of course, there's a worldwide shortage of microchips. So once again, we appreciate your patience and understanding as we all go through this global catastrophe together. But wanted to go over a couple of the different items that we do have here available with us. For the last several years, we have been talking about our RM 4K action camera. It sounds like it is getting closer and closer to being delivered. So for those of you who have seen this in the past, it's coming up close. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is going to be our version of a GoPro style camera. We call them action cameras. And so this little guy, I'm going to see if I can get close enough here so you can see this. This little guy is a housed unit. There's a camera that goes inside the housing. It will be depth rated to 130 feet with the housing. Some of the really cool things about Sealife is that instead of putting red filters on the outside of our cameras, we actually put firmware inside that will compensate for the loss of reds, oranges, and yellows, the hot colors of the spectrum. Everything gets absorbed by the water. So all you end up with is blue and green pictures. So either put a red filter on the outside of it or do something called a manual white balance. And most point and shoot cameras don't offer you that opportunity. So we built the systems in here so that you can either adjust for depth based on 0 to 25 feet, which would be a snorkeling depth, or we could go 25 feet down to about 50 feet, which would be the dive depth. So that is going to recompensate the reds, oranges, and yellows and give you a more true color as to what you're actually seeing when you're underwater. The camera itself is mounted inside here. We use a thumb screw to open this up. And this is the inner camera. Very, very small, very powerful. It is a 14 megapixel camera and can shoot 4K video at 30 frames per second, or we can shoot 1080p video at 120 frames per second. So if you want to do any type of slow motion or anything like that, you can do that as well. There's a little spot in here for a moisture muncher. When the batteries are discharging, they get very, very hot. If there's any humid air inside this housing, it's going to create a spot of fog right in the middle of your lens and ruin all your pictures. So you put a moisture muncher in here, lock it into place. This is a silicone O-ring. And so we don't use any silicone grease on here. It can actually become a dirt attractant at that point. So just make sure that you've got this nice and clean. There's no sand, no dried salt, chlorine. I've got 3 Siberian Huskies, 2 of them on the floor right here with me now. A piece of dog hair across this O-ring at depth would be enough to flood this camera. So make sure this is nice and clean. When you go to close this, we're just going to pinch it and then engage the thumb screw until it stops. It's a small enough thumb screw that you really can't over tighten it because you can't get a good grip with your thumb and finger. So now we're ready to go diving to 130 feet. Operation on this is really very easy. This is your shutter button over on the right. The left button is the power button. So we turn that on and we operate a 2-inch diagonal screen. very high color pictures. It is going to go right into photography. So all I have to do is push the shutter button and I take a picture. If I want to go into video, I'm going to tap the power button once, and now I'm in the video mode. Start and stop video with the shutter button. If I tap the power button again, I'm going to go into our settings. And these are going to be controlled with these buttons on the side of the camera. So if I go, let's see what I'm doing here backwards. If I go down to photo play, for instance, I can activate that with the shutter button. And now I can go up and down with these buttons on the side to change all of the different settings within the camera. So it's a really easy camera system to navigate through. I was trying to figure out where I'm get the best view here for you. If we go back into the other button, we go back again, and we go right back into the photography mode. So very, very easy to use. The camera by itself is going to retail for $349. We do also offer it an option with a light source for it. So we can either do ambient lights with the color filters built into the camera, or we can add artificial lights to it. This is a 2000 lumen light. It would come with the micro tray, the hard grip, and the light. And this entire system is going to be $599. So if you're looking for a very affordable system, very easy to work, this is a great opportunity for you. When we're talking about the lights, we try and keep the beam pattern as big as you possibly can so that you've got most of your field of vision illuminated with the lights. And so we have what's called a chips on board array. This little yellow dot in the middle of the light head is your light source. So as we fire this up, that's going to project 120 degree lumen or 120 degree beam that's going to cover pretty much what the camera can see. The camera itself has a 140 degree wide angle lens built into it. So there might be a little bit of a porthole effect or anything else, but this light is going to provide you with really good light. I'm going to see how well this works in my office. I don't know if you can see that really well or not, but you can see the light beam. This is a full 2000 lumens. The color on these little lights on the side here indicate the battery charge. So this is fully charged. It will burn up to an hour at 2000 lumens. If I tap the power button one more time, I go down to 1000 lumens for up to 2 hours. Tap it again, I can go to 750 hours, or 750 lumens for up to 4 hours. If I turn this off, push and hold, and then push and hold while the light is turned off, I'm going to get a signal flasher. If I tap the button again, I'm going to get SOS. So there's a really lot of cool features built into this little itty bitty light system to help keep you dive safe and provide you with plenty of light for all of your photography. Some of the other features we have built in here, this little silver button on the back, and this is going to be available on all Sealife lights. A very important safety feature. If the battery compartment on a light ever floods, the batteries are going to off gas and pressure is going to build up in here. If you don't have some type of an overpressure valve, which is what this is, there's a good opportunity that housing is going to explode and cause damage to you or your other people, anything else like that. So all of our lights do have an overpressure valve built into them. One of the things with underwater photography, if you ever see it looks like it's snowing underwater, what you have is a case of what's called backscatter. And if I'm trying to take your picture, the light is going to bounce out to my subject and come back to its source. In the meantime, all of these little particulates in front of you, the camera and your subject, are going to be like little mirrors. And that light's going to go out, bounce right back into the camera. So what we're going to do is engage the quick release buttons. Anytime you see these little red buttons, it's a quick release. Push that in, and the light head pops right off. And then we put a flex arm on here. If you get nothing else from this presentation, these are the meat of the coconut. This is what's really going to make you be a much better photographer, because you can help to eliminate the backscatter. So now I've got the light away from the camera. It's going to go out to its subject, bounce back to its source, but it doesn't illuminate these particulates. So you've just helped to reduce or eliminate backscatter with the use of a flex arm. So these are very, very nice to have. Great product, relatively inexpensive, but it will make your photographer much better. So this is the RM4K. As we say, we're hoping to take delivery on this in the next coming weeks. So, okay, the next one we're going to be looking at is called our Micro 3.0. And this is a very unique camera in that there are no doors, no O-rings, no way to flood this camera. Everything is encased within the housing. The only way to flood it is by breaking it. All of the contact points are on these little gold-plated contacts on the bottom. To charge this and to download pictures, we're going to take a standard USB cable with the transfer knob on it. We're going to push this into the bottom, plug it in. Now we can charge the camera, or we can download the images, or we can download the images through a Wi-Fi connection as well. You do need to keep this red plug dry. Don't get it wet at all. It's not waterproof. And when you're done diving, just take a Q-tip with some isopropyl alcohol and clean off these contact points. Make really sure there's no debris, anything else on there. There is enough voltage going through the camera that can flood when it's charging, and then it will destroy the conductivity of this. Don't use a pencil eraser also, because these are a very fine layer of gold, and a pencil eraser can erase the gold layer and eliminate your contact points as well. So maintenance is very easy. At the end of your dive, rinse it off in cold water, turn it off, just work all the buttons, clean it all up, let it air dry, you're going to be fine. Now to operate this camera, we're going to push and hold the bottom button. Sorry, I'm trying to do this backwards here. And we're going to open up a 2.4-inch screen. Yeah, it's very, very simple, 4-button operation. If you want to take a picture, push the shutter button. If you want to start video, you just push the video button on the upper right or upper right-hand corner. While video's playing, you can take a still picture by pushing the shutter button as well. So it's really easy. Instead of pulling pictures out of a video with your post-photo editing or anything else, this camera will allow you to do video and photography at the same time. A cool feature we have with this also, to get your camera set up, we're just going to go to the menu button. The very first thing you're going to see is an easy setup button. Again, anytime something's highlighted with the orange, we're going to be able to move that up and down. So we're into camera settings, system settings, and we're going to go back to the easy setup. If it's highlighted with the orange bar, we're going to activate that with the shutter button. So we're going to go easy setup, push the button. Oop, I think I locked up here. Tim, am I still alive? Or?
I'm still seeing you loud and clear.
Oh, okay, my frame froze up here, so I don't know where I am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So technical difficulties strike again. Does it show underwater or land icon?
I see the dive, snorkel, external light.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the dive. I'm going to activate that with the dive button, or the shutter button. And now it's going to say, it's going to be back into the photography mode. You really can't see it too well in this bright of a room, but if you looked at it, you would see that the screen is actually turned red. So that's going to be all of the color correction being put in by the filter or by the firmware in the camera. If I take a video, start the video button, all of my video is going to be color corrected for me as well. So it's going to be really, really easy to use. We can go back into different settings. This, sorry. The camera itself is extremely easy to use, depth rated to 200 feet. It is a 16 megapixel camera. We'll do 4K video at 30 frames per second. Very substantial camera. It does have a very nice CMOS sensor in it. So you're going to get amazing pictures, easy to use, very affordable also. This camera is going to be retailing for $599. Once again, we can match it up to a video light. And this is going to be the video light we would match this one up to, is the 3000 lumen spot floodlight. This is messing me up with the screen here. So what we would do with this one, again, we've got the large chip-on board array. So you're going to get a real nice color out of this. It has what's called a CRI, which is a color rendering index of 80%. So if you took the sun underwater, this light would give you 80% of what the sun is actually providing for you as well. With this one, it's got some cool features to it, though. So we're going to fire this up. We're going to have 3,000 lumens for up to an hour, 1,500 lumens for 2 hours, 750 for up to 4 hours, or we have a new setting in here too that is going to allow the light to brighten and dim as you get closer to your subject. So it's going to be a full automatic setting for you. All you have to do is put it in this setting, swim up to your subject, the light will apply the proper amount of light for you, take your picture. Never been easier. For those of you who like night dives, we also have red filters built into it. So these filters are not going to affect your night vision, just like the old days with us old guys working in dark rooms. We always worked under red lights because it didn't affect the film. And so this is going to do the same thing. It's not going to ruin your night dive night vision. It's not going to scare off the creatures when you're underwater also. So you can use this as a spotting light as you come up closer to your subjects, hit the white light, now you can take your pictures. You don't want to be taking pictures with the red light engaged to it. It's going to overcompensate. You're going to have too much red. Again, overpressure valve. With all of these lights also inside the battery compartment, we do use a 18650 battery pack. There are two of them. They have to be put together. You can't just use two 18650 batteries because they have to draw power at the same rate. But inside the housing, there is no electronics. There are just two gold-plated contacts at the bottom of it. If this light does flood, you're going to take the battery pack out. It's going to be shot. You always travel with multiple battery packs. Clean this out very, very well. Take a Q-tip, isopropyl alcohol, clean off the contact points, make sure it's completely dry, drop a new battery pack in. There are two O-rings under this cap. This is just going to unscrew. The two O-rings do need to be lubricated, and we provide you with the silicone for it as well. Lubricate the O-rings, put a battery in, put the cap back on, and you're ready to go diving. So a flooded light does not ruin the light anymore, which is really, really a nice feature. Okay, now on to the granddaddy of the show here. It's getting more and more difficult to find a manufacturer to make cameras. Almost 3.5 billion pictures a day are taken on your phones. Most of them are selfies or pictures of people's food. And so we're going to lock into that, and we're going to try setting up a new idea here. And we're using this called the Sport Diver housing. This is going to take all iPhones from a 7 up to the 13 super duper max cameras or phones that they've got, and it will take most Androids now too. Apples are very easy to write apps for because they all use the same operating systems. With Androids, it's difficult because we've got so many different manufacturers, so many different sizes of phones, everything else with it. But to see if the Sport Diver will work with your Android phone, all you have to do is go on to our website, www.sealife-cameras.com. Go to the Sport Diver app, and there's a complete list of all of the phones that will fit with this. So it's a really cool feature. I had planned on doing this before, so I'm going to show you what the inside of the housing is going to look like. So first off, you have a series of little rubber tabs. I'm trying to figure out how to get these out without blocking your view here. But these little rubber tabs will be pulled out depending on the size of your phone. Then you put the other phone or the other tabs back in here when you find out which size tab you use. Now, one of the things that happened, if you use too small of a tab and there's some dead space up on the top here, you're going to get a little circle in your pictures. So make sure you use the right tabs with these. This bowstring is very tense, very solid, and it's going to lock your phone into the housing so it doesn't slide around. We do have a spot, once again, for a little moisture muncher. These are tubes of desiccant, and you put them in here. It's going to help absorb moisture, keep your lens from freezing or from fogging up. We also operate the Sport Diver on 2 AAA batteries. Make sure that these are not lithium batteries. You already have a lithium battery in your phone. It's discharging, getting very, very warm. So just use alkaline, regular batteries. You can use rechargeables in there is okay as well. These batteries are going to have a continuous use, a life of about 50 hours. You're going to get a lot of use out of a pair of AAA batteries. On the bottom side, the bottom right-hand corner, is a little gold-plated contact point. And what this is going to do is it's going to detect any type of moisture coming into the housing. So if you're diving along and all of a sudden you hear a beep, 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 and you look up in the screen and it's going to say leak detected, get to the surface. It means you've either lost air pressure in here or else there's moisture coming into the bottom of the camera. So you've got two ways to detect any type of a leak. So you're going to be very, very safe by putting your phone. I know a lot of people are saying, I'm not going to put my phone in this housing. Now, guys, this is extremely well designed. If there's a leak in there, unless it's catastrophic, by the time the water starts reaching up here where it's going to touch the bottom of your phone, you're probably going to have enough time to get to the surface, get this dried out so that nothing happens with it. You can always buy an insurance policy against water damage for your phones as well. So some pretty cool stuff. So what I'm going to do now, I've got the housing turned on and I've opened the Sport Diver app. It's a free app in the Apple App Store or in Google Play. Just download that onto your phone. It'll go through a whole list of different things to turn off. You want to call out or turn off your airplane mode. You want to turn off do not disturb. There's a couple other settings that will walk you through there just to make sure that you have everything turned off so that your phone's not going to go to sleep. If it does while it's inside the housing, you're not going to be able to wake it up. So what we're going to do is close this housing. It has a cam lock system on it, locks firmly into place. Now we're going to play a little video arcade game. And Tim, I can't tell, is that, can you see the little game there? The little arch?
I can.
I'm sorry?
I can, yep.
Okay. All right, so first off, we're going to remove this cap. It does have an O-ring underneath the cap, so make sure that that is lubricated because of the twisting motion. You have to make sure it's in there. It has a yellow valve in here also, and we'll show you what that's for in a few. But in the meantime, we're going to put the pressure suction on here, and we're going to form a vacuum seal. Oops, I went too far. Bear with me a second. This is going to be good. You're going to see what the audible and hear the audible and see what the visual alarm sounds like. So we're going to open this up. Unfortunately, the only way to turn that off is to turn off the camera or turn off the housing. Now we're going to try again. I'm going to suck the air out of here. Okay. Now the camera or the housing itself is going to go through a 3-minute and 30-second countdown. So this becomes the longest countdown period of my life while I'm trying to find things to talk about while it's doing this. But this will also run the diagnostics throughout the entire course of the dive. So if the pressure starts to drop, you're going to get the visual alarm. If it starts to leak water in there, it's going to hit that sensor. You're going to get the audible and visual alarm. Now, a couple very important things to remember with this valve up on top. Because the unit is pressurized, when you release that pressure, it's going to suck air inside the housing. If you have water on your fingers, or if you have water in this, if there's any water around here, it's going to suck that water right inside the housing. And it comes right over the electronics for both the housing and the phone. So when you're drying off your first stage, would crack your valve and blow some air on your first stage to clean that off. I would also do that with this housing as well, just to make sure there's no water, no possibility of getting that done, sucking water inside there. As opposed to the Sealife cameras, because of the different apps and the different operating systems within the phones, we can't make an app for the color correction to it. So we do provide you with a one color snap-on screen that's just going to fit right up on top of the housing. This is going to help you to introduce the reds, oranges, and yellows. Now, one thing to remember about this is the housing is not doing anything for you. It is an interface between your phone and the housing that allows you to work it. So basically, it's whatever your phone can do while you're outside, it's outside of the housing, you can do while it's inside as well. Right now, I'm using an iPhone 7 on here. It only has one lens to it, but if you have the newer cameras that have a telephoto or a panoramic or a close-up macro lens or anything like that, when you go to change the settings on here, it's going to allow you to access everything within your phone. My phone will allow me to change the Kelvin temperature. So as opposed to using the red filter, I can change the temperature of the camera to compensate for the different colors that we're losing at depth. We have an exposure value. I can change how big the aperture is, how big the eye opens back up, so how much light is being allowed back into the phone. Just some really cool features that this is allowing you to do. Most people are taking pictures with their phones. I've got two beautiful film Minolta systems sitting up in the top of my closet. My sons will have to figure out what to do because I can't bring myself to get rid of them, but I'll never touch them again. As is happening with my Canon DSLR. Everywhere I go, I take out my phone and start taking pictures. So this is the wave of the future, guys, and this is going to really help you take good pictures and keep your phone safe as well. We're getting close. We're down to 37 seconds. Some of the other features we have on here is this is going to show me both the battery charge of the housing and of the phone. We do have the capability in the photography mode of doing up to a 10 times digital zoom. When you're underwater, a digital zoom doesn't do you any type of good. You're just zooming in on a certain part of the sensor, and you're interpreting an interpretation. Underwater photography, zoom with your fins, not your fingertips. Get as close to your subjects as you possibly can. Effective range of most artificial lights is fingertips and fin tips. You should be able to reach out and touch your subject with your fingers, or at most extend your leg, and the tip of the fins is going to be the effective range for most lights. So now we're good to go. We've got a good seal. We take this off. Make sure you put this cap back on. If it does happen to bump that little yellow release valve, your camera is going to flood underwater and it's not going to be pretty. Okay, now if I want to take a picture, all I have to do is push the shutter lever. It takes a picture just immediately as fast as your camera can take it. Whatever capability of the phone you can do it while it's inside this housing. If I hit the mode button up on top, this little blue bar over on the left-hand side has now gone to the video camera. Start and stop video, push the shutter button, the shutter lever, push it again to stop. If I go into mode once again, now I'm into all of the different capabilities of the housing or of my camera. So if I went like this and said, okay, if I had multiple lenses, I would be able to go up and down with these arrows and select which button or which lens I wanted to use during the dive. Again, we can just go, we can change, get over here and see what it says. Change the focus, we can change white balance, exposure. If your phone allows you to shoot JPEG and RAW, we can do that as well. Video resolution, all sorts of different things. If we go back into mode, no, we're running out of time here, Tim, sorry. Now we can go up and down and see what type of pictures have been taken. And guys, as we start getting older and need longer arms to be able to see what we're looking at, this is a viewfinder. That is so nice to be able to see exactly what you've got, as opposed to even the 2.4 inch on the Micro 3.0. Man, I'll tell you what, this is a beautiful thing to be able to use. So that's kind of the basic rundown of the sport diver. Again, if you're an Android user, go out and check, make sure you've got the right material for it, or the right application, everything else for it. Just going to show you one more quick thing, and this is our newest 3000 lumen light. Again, this is going to be a spot floodlight. I saw a comment in there, do we have anything with a spotlight in it? Yes, we do. So now we have a 3000 lumen chip on board with downplays down to 1500, 750. We'll fire this up. 3000, 1500, 750. Push the button again, and now we've got a 15-degree, 1500 lumen spotlight. If we tap this again, down to 750, we tap it again, and we've got the red filter for night dives. So if you're looking for an awesome, awesome, awesome light, this is dual purpose, very powerful, reasonably priced, available at Dive Right in Scuba. Okay, any other questions, Tim? I know we ran late here, so.
It's okay. Yeah, so I've been taking notes on all the questions, so we're going to get through a few of them here. On the Micro 3.0, how does the red filter work?
All you have to do is in that easy setup mode. Unfortunately, my camera stopped, so I wasn't able to see it. We would go into easy setup. You'd hit the activate the shutter button. Then you would say, are you diving at greater than 25 feet or snorkeling at less than 25 feet? Hit the shutter button. The camera reintroduces the color correction for you automatically.
Yep. Excellent. And RM4K, does it have zoom?
No. None of these have any type of a optical zoom, a digital zoom. Once again, you don't want to use. You just want to get yourself as close as possible.
Zoom with your fins, right?
Zoom with your fins, not your finger.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're just about wrapped up here with Sealife. There's a few more questions we didn't get to. Message us, email us, call us. We'll be able to help you out with it. I'll be getting back and helping you out with some questions here as well. We're giving away Sealife. We've got the 900 Lumen LED light. Anybody can certainly use an extra light lying around. So let's go ahead and see who's winning this one.
Yeah, that is an awesome light. I ran out of time to show you the light in operation. It has 3 different power settings. It has a flash and a SOS mode. Awesome light.
All right, David. We'll be reaching out to you. Give us a little bit of time on this, guys. We'll be getting them out to you next week. Matt, thank you so much for the presentation on Sealife. We love your cameras. We love your lights, all your trays and everything else. So innovative, and greatly appreciate your time today to show us it.
Thank you, Tim, and thank Dive Right In for putting this on. Awesome as always. You've done a great job.
Thanks so much, Matt. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
All right, guys, welcome to the Dive Right In show, the virtual dive show, I'm sorry. We got a whole lineup today. Next, we have Scott with Bear. And I'm getting him pulled up right now. What's going on, Scott?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect.
Good. Hey, so thanks for letting me join you at the event, Time to Dive, sponsored by Dive Right in Scuba. Today, we're going to do things a little bit more fun, as you can tell by my dress. Bear's celebrating its 50th anniversary. So back in the 70s, as you can tell from my outfit, we are going to take a look back at the 50s, the history of Bear, and also some new products that I have with me to show you the 50th anniversary products for Bear. So without further ado, I just need to figure out how to do the slideshow. Can you help me out there, Tim?
Absolutely. So I
Screen
don't see
on
your...
the left.
There it is.
And we got that, and we're good to go here. Okay, everybody see the slideshow presentation? I took off my sunglasses so I can see a little bit better. So Bear's 50th. All right. So Bear's 50th anniversary is happening this year, and we have a long history of producing wetsuits and dry suits. And what I wanted to do is show you some of the history of Bear and also the products like I mentioned before. So the first thing that I have queued up is a video that will show you a little bit about the factory in Malta that produces our dry suits, also some fun action shots of the products, and then last but not least, a little look back into the past, a retro look of the products as well.
Guys, sorry there's no sound here.
Sorry that there wasn't any sound. You can still hear me though, right, Tim?
We sure can.
Okay, sorry about that, no sound. There was some funky music to go along with the retro look. But the first thing we did when we were looking at the Bear 50th anniversary is we wanted to look and decide what we wanted to do in terms of logos on the products. So the next images are going to show you some retro logos that we actually used in the past. And then we brought them back. So we have the Bear logo, yellow, orange, and red you're going to see on the products. And then we also have a celebration of Bear being 50 years deep in diving. So those are the logos that you're going to see. The color scheme is yellow, orange, and red. We used those a lot in the past in the early 70s and 80s.
Scott, I'm sorry, real quick, buddy. For some reason, the presentation disappeared on us. Can you try closing that out and re-sharing it?
I can.
All right, let's get that up here. All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, so just to look back in our past, our founders, Jeremy Fitzgibbons and Jim Cartwright, formed the company back in 1972, and they called it Fitzwright Manufacturing, taking parts of their names to form the company, Fitzgibbons and Cartwright, calling it Fitzwright. You can see a little badge that was embroidered and put on suits back in those days. And it was really important to them to build the high quality wetsuits because they were formed in the Pacific Northwest. They were up in Vancouver, British Columbia. And a little bit later, I think in 1978, they decided to change the name to Bear as it's going forward ever since then. So Bear was produced by Fitzwright, but the Bear brand name then became synonymous with quality wetsuits and dry suits in the marketplace. So a little retro look of the past. This is a plant in Cloverdale, British Columbia. It's circa 1970s. You can see the older cars there, the Maverick and the Vega, that were popular back in that time. And then also the people that produced these products. Small group of people, the factory, the workers, and they did a great job and then grew from there. And then this next slide is our first suit that we produced in terms of a dry suit, the SDS. You can see it has an Oro inflator instead of the current dry suit valves like we use now. We used to call it 1/4 inch back in those days instead of 7mm. And then the dry suit boots were actually handmade in the factory in Cloverdale. So things were a little bit different back then. We've progressed and we're putting out quality suits still to this day. So some images of the products in the past, and then we're going to get into the new products next. Some more fun images. You can see the center one, some platform flip-flops. You can actually see in the headband for the gal in the middle, she's got the Bear logo, and the guy's got it on his hip next to his right hand. You can see the prevalence of the orange, yellow, red in the older suits. And also the next images will kind of show you some more products if this will click through. There we go. So we're celebrating 50 years, 1972 to 2022. Take a look and remember that one on the far right. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is Bear being a Canadian company. We wanted to bring back the use of the maple leaf. And we put our marketing team and our design team together to put their heads together to come out with a little concept on the Bear logo using the maple leaf. So those are some of the early concept designs. And this one here is the final version. So you can see the Bear word mark with the A cut out with the maple leaf. And then you can see the little icon itself with the A cut out for the maple leaf. So you're going to see this logo on products for the 50th anniversary styles. Another thing that's important for us is the Bear production facility in Europe, Bear Sports Europe. It's in Malta, and Malta is a small little chain of islands off the coast of Sicily in the Mediterranean. But what's important about that I want to bring to your attention is the Malta facility became part of the Bear family in 1997, which is exactly 25 years ago as well. So 25 years for Malta becoming part of Bear, 50 years for the history of Bear. So in Malta, again, that's where we produce all our dry suits. So the production of dry suits, the distributing facility for the rest of the world except for North America, Bear sales, supply chain, finance, manufacturing, and engineering all work out of that 2,500 square meter facility. So let's get into the products now. So the first product that we're offering for the 50th anniversary is the 50th anniversary X-Mission Evolution. And as you know, most dry suits out there in the world are black, right? Black. Some of them are red, some of them are blue. So we wanted to do something a little bit different. So we created this suit using a military green upper and also an anthracite lower. And then when we're done, I'll show you the actual suits when the presentation's over. Our launch is going to be in this quarter, so orders can be taken at Dive Right In Scuba right now to order the new 50th anniversary suits. They're identical to the current models. There's really no difference other than the color, and then these special touches. So on the right sleeve is the badge that commemorates the Bear 50 years deep and the logo. It's used on all our 50th anniversary suits. And as we talked about a couple previous slides, the use of the Canadian flag, the maple leaf logo, honoring our Canadian roots. So that's a little woven label that's on the left sleeve right below the exhaust valve. So that's really what's different besides the color from the current X-Mission. And as you know, the X-Mission is a 395 gram per meter squared, top of the line suit, tri-laminate. You can put on your custom neck seals, either neoprene or latex, or you can put on cuff rings and add silicone seals to it. Your choice of boots, sizes, and styles. Anything that you want to do for this regular suit can be done for the X-Mission suit. Also can do made-to-measure suits if you need a custom fit as well. So the hang tag, which brings back the history again, it's a limited edition X-Mission Evolution. We use the color striping, the yellow, orange, red in the hang tag. The QR code is going to go to the landing page, the old image from the older suit from the 70s, and then, of course, the Bear logo, born in Canada information. So along with that, we have a little swag that goes with it. So you can see I'm holding my Bear 50th anniversary koozie right here that's filled with a Labatt's beer. So that comes with this, with the product when you buy it, as well as a little knit cap, because who doesn't need a dry suit and want to wear a knit cap after you get done diving to keep your head warm? So those two little swag pieces come with the dry suit when you buy a 50th anniversary suit. Keep paying attention, because we might be giving away part of these giveaways later today. So the next product is our 50th anniversary 3-2 full suit. You remember the gal with the platform sandals and flip-flops and the bear headband. We wanted to bring back our inspiration, looking back into the 70s, and bring back a new product that was very similar to it but different, using new quality materials and technology. So this is the 3-2 50th anniversary full suits for men's and ladies. So we call these, and they're patterned after the current Rebel and the Elates. So we've kind of changed up the name, and we're calling the men's the Revelation and the women's the Elation. So they're 3-2 full suits, back zip. Of course, you can see the navy and red color, the retro stripes, the embroidered badge. Some of the call outs for the suits is the stripes on the left showing the lady stripes, the Canadian flag above the knee pad, 50 years deep, the embroidered badge on the chest, and then the men's on the right has the stripes on the left sleeve. Again, the hang tag is very similar to the X-Mission, limited edition, 3-2 Revelation Elation. All the features, the QR code, the old image, and then Bear made in Canada, born in Canada. And then the swag for this product is the Bear 50th anniversary hat, which I'm holding in my hand. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm holding it in my hand. And also the same koozie that you're going to get one ball cap and one koozie with the purchase of the 3-2 Revelation Relation. One thing that I wanted to point out is Bear, we feel that we want to be stewards of the world, the earth. So we're doing a bag change. We have tens of thousands of wetsuits that go through our facility every year, and they're all poly bags. So we want to get rid of the poly bags, and we want to move into a more sustainable product. So what we've done is we've changed it to a recyclable, compostable bag. It has a little bit of message for the environment, our brands. So you're going to see this as new products come in to the warehouse and go into Dive Right In Scuba. They're going to have these new bags, which will be easily to compost as opposed to throwing them into the garbage in the landfill. So that's a good thing for the environment. And then the last new product for 50th anniversary is our rash guard. Our rash guard is a long sleeve rash guard with thumb holes. It's, again, the navy blue coloring. It also has an extended neck for added sun protection. It has a board short connector at the bottom of the waist. And it also has, like I said, the retro stripes, the navy red coloring, and the graphics that we talked about with the bear, and the 50th anniversary logos. One of the nice things about this product is it's probably the most important feature is the microban antimicrobial treatment that avoids the smell when you're wearing a rash guard. You can actually wear it during a dive trip for over 7 days, and it's not going to start to smell and stink of it because of the antimicrobial treatment in the product. You can see the flag in the back. It's made out of recycled polyester, 6-ounce fabric, and it has a 50+ UV rating. And it also has quick dry fabric, so it's going to dry quickly when you're on the surface. You're not going to be standing around in a damp, clingy rash guard. And it's a loose fit. It's not a tight fit. So some details, the thumb holes, the UPF on the sleeve. Again, the 50 years logo. You can see the navy with the red as part of the 50-year anniversary campaign. And the launch will be Q3 of 2022. Last important thing about the product is the packaging. So instead of a poly bag, we're putting in a recycled cardboard to reduce plastic from the environment. We're also making it retail friendly, so it's easy to display. And then it gives all the customers that buy it a memorable unboxing experience. So that is the 50th anniversary rash guard. And then the last thing I wanted to show you was the 50th anniversary. Remember the QR codes on the hang tags. This is all the 50th anniversary products. So details from the past, and also it will go into the limited retro edition products and a place to order the retro swag if you like. So that's the presentation. Let me unshare so I can get back to you guys all being able to see me with my fancy outfit here. All right. So let's just unhide. My mouse is like almost dying here. Tim, are you able to unhide that screen, or is it all about me?
Let's see. It's having me do it for you. I'm going to do it this way instead. All right.
So just wanted to show you in the Bear koozie with the Labatt's beer in it. You don't get the beer when you get the koozie. The hat that goes in both of those go with the Drysuit. And then also the koozie, and then the 50th anniversary ball cap that goes with the 3-2 Revelation Elation. And then here's the packaging for the 3-2, or sorry, the 5mm, sorry, the 50th anniversary rash guard. So here's the suit, the Drysuit. You can see the logo. You can see the nice green coloring on it. The lower is anthracite gray. It's not black. And also the maple leaf as well. And then the men's full suit, the embroidered badge, the red coloring, the stripes, and also the maple leaf here above the knee pad. So these will be available in July. The ladies version as well. The retro stripes on the right sleeve, the embroidered badge, also the maple leaf at the same position. Navy and red color. And then the 50th anniversary rash guard. So bear, 50 years deep logo on it as well. And then the maple leaf on the back of the presentation. So is there any questions that I could answer for you? Is there any questions that came up?
Just a lot of people liking the retro look.
Me or the products?
Both. Let's see. Someone was asking about the rash guards, but I think we answered their question on that one. Scrolling through here. Does the wetsuit come in a 7 mil?
No, we wanted to make it a global product, and we know that everybody uses 3.2s for their different places that they travel to. So we only did a 3.2 for this version. 50th anniversary. Sorry about that.
No worries.
But we have plenty of other style 7mm suits and 8.7s.
Do you know off the top of your head the cost on the new rash guards?
New rash guards are $89.95.
Excellent. Perfect. So maybe we should walk them through a little bit about how when you're ordering your Bear dry suit, kind of the different options there. So we do have made to measure. We've got, blank suits that are held here in Salt Lake, and, then we can do made to order.
Okay. So we created what we call the dry suit builder that Dive Right In has access to. And the dry suit builder basically allows a customer to sit side by side with the knowledgeable and expert store staff at Dive Right In Scuba. And you can choose your suit depending on what type of diving application you want. You can do a trilaminate suit, you can do a neoprene suit, you can do a compressed neoprene suit as well. So once you determine and the staff member measures you chest, waist, hips, height, weight, we can determine whether or not you can fit into a stock suit. And if your measurements are not such that you can fit into a stock suit, they can do the complete measurements for the torso lengths and girths and everything to put you in a made-to-measure suit. So once that's determined, either a stock suit or a made-to-measure suit, and all the measurements are put in if it is indeed a made-to-measure suit, then the next step is to choose all the components and the configurations of the suit. So, for example, the X-Mission, it comes with the HD boots, which are a little bit nicer boot. They have a strap on it, and they're a little bit thinner in width to be able to slide inside, thin foot pockets a little bit more. Or we have the HD boot. That's the tech boot. Sorry if I called it the HD, but that's the tech boot. And then we have the HD boot, which is a little bit bulkier, but also a little bit more durable. Or the last option is you can do just 4mm neoprene socks and then wear the over boot, the Force One boots over top of it. So you can choose your boots. You can choose your size of boots. You have a neck measurement, so you'll be able to determine whether or not you want a neoprene neck seal or a latex neck seal. Or you can put in a neck ring, the Cytec forced neck ring or the quick neck. And with the neck rings, you can also change out from latex seals to silicone seals. The same thing with the wrists. You can put on latex, neoprene wrists, or if you want to do cuff rings so you can change seals in the field, same thing with the neck, you can also put in silicone. We can't glue silicone to the dry suit itself. It has to be installed via a ring. For the X-Mission, for example, has 2 pockets, so you don't really need extra pockets on it. But some of the other suits that do not, you can add pockets to the suit. You can add P-valves, you can add relief zippers. So there's a whole plethora of different options that you can put on the suit. And you can sit there with the knowledgeable staff from Dive Right In Scuba, go through it, add what you want to do to the suit. You know exactly what the cost will be for the suit as you're working with that staff member. You can add hoods, undergarments, base layer, mid layers to the product line, and then you'll be able to place your order for your suits. And then what we do is we have blanks if it's a stock suit, which is a suit that does not have the seals or the boots attached to it. and we pull a large, for example, Century Tech, which is a compressed neoprene suit, off the rack. We grab all the components necessary to build the suit, and our dedicated team in Salt Lake City adds the seals, the cuff rings, the boots, packages up the suit, tests it obviously before to make sure that there's no leaks, and then we ship it to Dive Right In Scuba, and then you can go in there to pick up your suit, try it, make sure everything works for you properly, and then go dive dry. So that's kind of the how it works in terms of the product. So it makes it very easy for everybody. There's no guessing. It gives you all the options in terms of what you want to do in terms of a dry suit. And then we also have a couple off the rack suits that the Aquatrek, which is a tri-laminate suit, where it's basically a neo neck, latex wrists, the tech boots, and you can order it, and we usually ship it within 2 days. So you can get a suit for immediate gratification if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one of our favorite things about the Bear line is you really cover every diver. So, you know, the Aquatrek being, hey, it's hot here in July in Chicago and the water's cold. You know, it's a nice breathable suit, makes it comfortable. We've got our heavy duty Bear D6, which is a huge favorite, you know, of ours with pool divers and commercial divers and guys that just want to stay a little bit warmer. And then we've got what really all of us want is the X Mission, you know, nice, flexible, but, you know, really heavy duty for our local wreck diving. So you guys have it all, which is awesome.
We do. We have a good variety. I saw a question about made to measure for undergarments. No, we don't do made to measure for undergarments, but we do have shorts and tall sizes to try to, on the full suits, to be able, both men's and ladies, to be able to configure to the best of the ability. The other option is to take it to a tailor and have it taken in if you buy it too big. So, but we don't do made to measure undergarments. And I saw another question, lead time on X missions. So MTMs are about 8 weeks, and then transit time from Malta, which is taking us about 2.5 weeks right now for made to measure. And then stock suits are the same time, just because we are in the midst of the season and we have a lot of orders in the queue. So it's about 8 to 9 weeks for all the stock suits. We have a lot of stock suits going through the process right now through the production facility here in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I mean, in guys realize that's kind of where we're at in the this time of year. You know, everybody's going to be a little bit of a wait. So if you're looking at getting your suit for when it gets cold again, you know, I'd recommend start working on your order. You know, any one of us here at the shop can help narrow down the best choice a suit for you out of the Bear line. And something that's really kind of cool is we're offering our platinum warranty for anybody that buys a suit from now until Sunday. So that really just takes that maintenance portion of it right out of the equation for you. Just got to send it to us and we'll take care of the work that needs to be done, and you know, gives you a little bit more carefree ownership there.
Boogie nights, right? Looking at boogie nights. Well, when I was looking for this suit, I had 3 choices. I had a white one, which was Saturday Night Fever. I had this plaid one, and then there was like a pumpkin orange one, so I chose this one. You can get anything on Amazon.com, I guess, right? So
yeah. All right, so if you got any last minute questions, go ahead and pop them up here for Scott and I.
What kind of lining? So it's a polyester lining inside the tri-laminate suits, and then in the inside of the neoprene suits, it's a nylon lining.
Excellent. All right. Well, I say we do a little giveaway. How's that sound?
So how about we give away hat and a koozie?
All right. Sounds great. Everybody can use one of those. All right, Rich. Great
Good job, Rich. Hey, let's do it again. We got time?
Sure. Let me get it back up here. Guys, thanks for everybody that's been watching across all the different feeds here. All right, Cody. Nice job.
Cody, hat and a koozie coming up. Tim, one more?
Let's do it. All right, Ella.
Ella, hat and koozie. Hey, I got one more minute, it looks like, so I'm going to take my time. How about a rash guard? How about a 50th anniversary rash guard for the last one? These won't ship until July, just so you know, but nice rash guard for your next trip. Mark St. John with the 50th anniversary rash guard. Let us know your size. All right, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to take some of your Friday morning time. I appreciate it. Hope you have the rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Scott, thanks so much for coming on the holiday. We appreciate you guys and everybody at Bear. Keep up the great work. Great products coming. We're all very excited. For everybody that's watching, now's the time to go ahead and order that new 50th anniversary wetsuit or 50th anniversary dry suit, and let's make it happen. Scott, thanks so much.
All right. Take care, you guys.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. We have a full rest of the day here of presentations, giveaways, all leading up to the $1,000 raffle tonight, and then also our dive trip to St. Croix. So keep watching, keep throwing your name in on those links. Again, we'll post them if you want the presentation. You just click on it, throw in your info, and you end up on the wheel. All right, so our next presentation I'm really excited for. We've got Zach Hollis with Zeagle. And we're going to learn all about what Zeagle has to offer. Hey.
Tim, how you doing?
Great. How's things today?
Good. It's kind of hard to follow Scott in that suit, man. It's pretty impressive.
I know. No mutton chops this time, though.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him now about 5 times in that suit. It's getting to be almost a part of him at this point, so it's pretty impressive.
It's coming into work on Monday with it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, Zach, I'm going to get you queued up. Give me just a moment, and I'll have your presentation ready as well, okay?
Okay, thank you, Tim.
All right. Bear with me here, guys. All right. Slideshow.
It's a nice Good Friday here. It's almost noon.
I know. All right, it is up on the screen. Take it away.
Okay, so as most of our dealers know, not as many consumers know, I'm going to go through the custom program today for you guys. So Zeagle Custom, it's really the basis and the DNA of what our brand offers. I'll go through the brand history in just a moment here. A video coming up here in a second. But this gives you an idea of what Zeagle Custom Z is all about. So let's get started. Can you go to the next slide there, Tim? Not sure if any sound is coming through on your side. Yeah, no sound coming through, but this is just showing you the ins and outs of our production facility in Salt Lake City, Utah. Producing everything from U.S. military products down to the average consumer that wants the fully customized Xena, Stiletto, Ranger LTD. Everything's hand built, one off, one by one in our Salt Lake City, Utah facility. What it's explaining to you here is that the custom program offers consumers to go live on the website or through your dealer, like dive right in, build your favorite model, custom BCD, choose your color. There's up to 7 panels to choose from. They could be every color, every option. I think we have 12 stock colors to choose from. And again, the use of heavy duty, ballistic nylon, everything is very top notch when it comes to the facility in Salt Lake City that builds these, as I said, one-off, custom built to your liking. I think you're going through the video here. The lead time that we're offering on these custom built BCs is roughly 4 weeks. So I suggest, go through the build yourselves today. If you have any questions, you contact Dive right in. They'll make sure to get the order to us or answer any questions you guys have. And the orders usually turn around very quickly.
Yeah, sorry about the sound issue there, guys. Of course, it's blaring in my ears, so I apologize.
Yeah, no problem there. Not a problem.
Hold on. Stop it. Let's try it again. Okay. Take it away, Zach.
You would have heard my voice in that video, actually, so I think you just got pretty much what I was talking about in the video. So a little brand history and how we got into custom products. So Zeagle was founded 40 years ago. Actually 42 years ago at this point. The founder, Dennis Bullen, he actually started his career off in the skydiving industry. And what led him into diving was he worked for a company called Eagle Systems, which was a skydiving company. He loved the sport, but he really also loved the sport of diving. And what he did was he transformed the sport of diving through the use of things like the ripcord system, which we're going to go through in a second here, and other features found in skydiving, and then transformed Eagle systems into Zeagle systems, which is a pretty cool story there. So how we got into custom, personal fit allows the consumer or the retailer to choose the panel they would like to have in their BC, and that's all based on size of the diver. So the diver will measure their body size, waist, torso measurements, and that allows the consumer or the retailer to build that BC to the diver's liking. And at the end of the day, it really is about having the absolute best fit, best experience underwater. A lot of patents that talk about things like the ripcord weight.
Oh, we just lost Nick, or Zach, rather. Hang on 1 second, guys, as he gets back in here. Let me give him a quick invite. Oh, he's coming back in here. All right.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm pulling this back up here in just a minute.
Yeah, I want to go through some of the questions here. I don't know if now's the time to do some of those answering questions, but I guess at the end we can do that. There's a lot of questions about our wing bladder setups as well as other products. So we can finish the presentation and then go through those Q&As.
Sounds great. Getting it pulled right back up now.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, personal fit is really what led Zeagle into doing custom BCDs. Everything is handmade in our facility, as I mentioned, but personal fit really is saying measure the diver, measure your body size, and at the end of the day, that gives you the best possible experience underwater with the best fitting BC possible. A lot of the products that I'm going to talk about today really are the recreational, commercial, professional, and military products. And everyone from the average professional weekend diver out to full military. We do a lot of U.S. military products. U.S. Navy, our Ranger is U.S. Navy approved. We have SAR, search and rescue, BCs designed for helicopter egress or helicopter search and rescue. So the brand almost has it all from A to Z. So some of the benefits that I like to talk about with the custom program, obviously you're able to fully personalize your gear. So you have a dive club, or you're a family of 4, family of 5 that wants all Zeagle BCs. You can custom tailor and custom color those BCs to any color combination you would like. We also have a new embroidered area for a patch where you can remove patches and add your own personal patch if you'd like. So again, it's fully personalized. It just really aids in giving you the best overall experience possible. We say that custom built for the best diving experience. That's what Zeagle's all about. I think you have one more bullet coming up here in a second. Yeah, so obviously perfect fit through custom sizing. So I'll walk you through how the website works in a second, but again, custom tailored, measure your body size, get the best diving experience at the end of the day. So how the custom BC builder works, you're going to see the page in a second. It's about 4 bullets here that we go through. So the BCs we offer, it's a Ranger LTD, the Zenith, the Zenith is our best selling BC. It's also a women's BC, and the Stiletto. Next up is choosing your color option, and then inputting your custom measurements, so measuring your body size. And the 4th item here is taking that order into, of course, dive right in to get that BC ordered and have us work on it and get it to your door. And for those that don't know the brand, the Ranger is the staple, kind of the DNA of the brand, as well as the Zenith. Those are the 2 longest selling and best selling BCs we offer. Getting into some of the features, I can highlight the Ranger is an outer bag inner bladder design. So it's the most lift that we offer within our brand. It's 44 pounds of lift. These are all ripcord weight release integrated BCs. For those that don't know, it's a single-handed operation to release your weights with either your left or your right hand. Getting into the Zenith Stiletto, those BCs are a bagless or outer bag, no outer bag, or it's hard to really explain here. The outer bag is a TPU welded bladder, so there's no outer bag to protect it, but it's a very durable 420 denier material. Again, the Zenith is our best selling and one of the best selling women's BCs on the market today. Let's keep it going here. Yeah, so here's a look at how the builder looks. If you log on yourselves today, you go through how to build the BC. You have the 4 options to choose from. And next up, you choose your colors. So in the case of the Zenith, you have, I think, 4 different options to choose from. The front panel, which is a neoprene zip-up, very comfortable front panel for the female diver. You have a color option for that front panel, as well as your shoulders, and as well as the vest assembly. And then finally, the last step here, whether you do it at home or do it in your dealer, you measure your body size. So it all really is in inches, and those inch measurements transfer into what we call a size in our production facility here in Utah, Salt Lake City. So what you're looking at here is a Ranger BC. I built this on the builder this last week, put the image here. This is taking 7 panels that are offered for the Ranger. Of course, someone can build a multicolored BC, whatever their dive club or their favorite color combinations are. We don't really recommend that. But in this case, it's an aqua BC. The majority of the BCs that we sell are generally a solid color throughout, or a lot of black and different colors to choose from. So yeah, this is one of the best selling color combos that we offer in this aqua. It's very nice. We also have different types of camo colors, an ocean camo, a military camo, a lot of things that we offer through the builder. So finally, one of the things I mentioned earlier about the military products that we build in Salt Lake City, but we also build to Berry compliance, which means everything is cut and sewn in the USA, and it's also made from U.S. textiles. And what that offers to the U.S. military, like the Navy or the Army, they're able to comply and procure products that are designed, built for the military in the USA. And we offer a U.S. military version of the Ranger, which is basically if a consumer wanted to go to Dive Right In and buy the same BC that our U.S. Navy purchases and uses, they can do that. And it's in our price list. It's on the website. And it's something that we don't really talk about too much, but I think is a very interesting topic to bring up today, considering the custom builder program. So finally, with Zeagle, we offer our custom program, and then one of the things that I think is important to further personalize your purchase and your product and your BC is the add-ons. So we have our everything from backplate, weight release systems, and even a backplate ripcord system, all the way through SMBs and pony bottles, and our razor regulator systems, which they zip mount onto the BC, which is very unique to Zeagle. And everything else for the search and rescue public safety teams like the shears, line cutters. Pretty much the sky's the limit when it comes to the offering. So again, check the Dive Right In website, check the Zeagle website, build your BC, choose your add-ons, and get that absolute best product we offer. Okay, so I think that summarizes the builder. And I think getting into some of the Q&A at this point, or any questions you have, Tim, for me.
Perfect. Yeah. Let me, all these guys have been patiently waiting for a link, so I'm going to send that to them here in just a second.
Got it.
Yeah, if nobody's gone on to the Zeagle builder and played with the color combinations, I tell everybody here that's watching, please go do it. It's a lot of fun. Mark and I had a ton of fun playing with the builder when we were building the website page for it. You really can get creative.
Yeah, you can. I think it's a website it's just like building your favorite car, shoes. I mean, I read some statistics about the fact that the custom products industry over the last 10 years is up 70%. I think a lot of it has to do with e-commerce, but it's driving us to be very unique within the industry and the products that we offer, and we're doubling down on that with a new builder coming up here in about a year. So we're excited for that as well.
All right, so just getting through the questions up from during the presentation here. A lot of people giving a lot of love for the Ranger, the Stiletto. All right, here we go from Thomas. Do you offer a side mount harness with a wing?
Yeah, good question. So Zeagle has many options for backplate harnesses, everything from a standard harness with backplate up to we call it the deluxe harness with padding. We have several wing options. We have our 30-pound donut. We have our new 40-pound donut, which is very similar, kind of the industry standard. There's everything from those two products up to a 65 and even an 85-pound lift bladder. We don't do anything with side mount currently. That's not really our niche in our marketplace. We have other brands within the Hewish Outdoors family of brands that do that. I won't say any last names like Hollis, but we definitely do that. But Zeagle's not really in that market space as much as the professional diver that requires just tried and true backplate systems.
Absolutely. All right, let's see here. Any chance of you offering the strap off the monoscope as an aftermarket add-on?
So if you're talking about the elastic strap, yes, we do. Yes, we do. If you wouldn't mind sending me his information, I can make sure to get him the link to where to purchase that, where it's at.
Sounds great. Yeah, Tommy, shoot us a message on that one. We'll get you hooked up with a strap. You gotta love that. So when I think of Ranger or Zeagles, I think of Bryn's comment here. Love my 20-year-old Ranger.
Oh yeah, I could talk all day about walking through our service department here and at Hewish Outdoors, and it's impressive as to see the BCs that were built probably at the very beginning when Zeagle was located in Florida in Zephyr Hills. I mean, you're talking about 25 plus years old. I mean, they look worn, but there's not any fraying happening. They're still holding themselves together, and they come in for just a general service and they get back in the field. So it's really impressive to see that.
All right, just getting back through the comments here. Here we go from Brad. Does the builder take an account for skin, 3 mil, 5 mil, 7 mil, and Drysuit when being worn? So I think he's referring to the personal fit.
Okay. Yeah, we provide information about taking into account a thicker wetsuit and adding some size in there. I think it's important to read through the builder, read the instructions, obviously take into account the wetsuit you're wearing, and add a little bit of space for definitely wearing a 7 mil wetsuit or a dry suit, and sizing up from the sizing that your body is measuring. And there's instructions on how to do that. I think it's another inch or two in the size chart.
Cool. Can you order custom front panels and shoulders for the Xena on their own, or can you only customize the BCD as a complete unit?
Yeah, good question. So in our price list, this is something we have offered, not very well known, but we do offer a custom option for panels only. So say someone wants shoulders for the Xena. I just saw one being built this week in the color purple. We offer that as well as the front panels. So we have our stock front panels, which are in stock in a variety of colors for the Xena. But we also do a lot of other colors that are custom built here in the factory. So I think in terms of retail price, I would say check with Dive Right In. They have the price for those panels. It's probably half the price of a fully custom BC, but again, it's a 4-week lead time, and we usually focus on getting those things done faster than 4 weeks as well.
Sean's asking, what kind of mask options does Zeagle offer?
Yeah, good question. And I wish it was more a wider offering. At this point, we offer the scope mono and the scope dual. And the mono is a traditional frameless mask, single lens, low volume. Our scope dual is a dual lens, a little bit more of a field of view, a little bit wider. Wish I had one to show you guys here, but yeah, right now it's 2 masks that we offer at this point for 2 different types of diving. Down the road, we plan on offering our prescription lenses for the scope dual, so it's probably coming out in about a year from now.
Yeah, and if you jump on the website when you're all done watching the presentation and everything, guys, we have the new colors that Zeagle's offering with mask, snorkel, fins, all of that. So you guys did a pretty cool color scheme this year.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm happy with the camos, especially the olive green that came out. It's pretty nice.
Pretty cool. All right, so Derek's asking from YouTube, any plans to develop backplate and wing at Zeagle?
Yeah, I mean, I can just reiterate what we talked about a second ago, and the fact that Zeagle has a line of technical products. We have several harness systems from our standard to deluxe. We have back pads, back plates, aluminum and stainless. We have probably 5 or 6 different wing options, anything from 30-pound, 40, just speaking from the top of my head here, up to I think we have a 55 and a 65-pound, either horseshoe or donut, as well as an 85-pound lift wing. So it's a lot to offer, and I think take the time to look through the website or Dive Right In's website for further information. Or feel free to give me a call. I'll answer your questions after this.
So, Dan, we got to just throw it up here. Dan from Key Largo, who's a better diver, Zach or Nick?
It's a pretty clear and obvious answer to that. Okay, Dan. I'm obviously the better diver, better looking diver. I'll put that up there as well.
Nice. All right, guys. So we got one other one from Freddie here. I'd like to get a Ranger, but I'm a 200-pound guy. What do you recommend?
I would recommend to measure your torso and your waist measurements. The first thing I would do, and then go to the builder. Even the product page on our website shows you, based on your dimensions, what your waist and your torso measurement would be. I'm close about 185, 190. I wear a large, but they're very adjustable. So even the stock Ranger off the shelf could fit a very wide variety of sizes. But if you want that custom BC, go and build your BC and see what the builder tells you to do.
Yeah, and I mean, from my experience here with the fire department here in the Midwest, there's not a lot of guys my size. So most of the guys are, a little bit on the bigger side, and we haven't had any issues fitting guys into Rangers and LTDs. So I think you're going to find with that personal fit, you're really able to customize it. Kind of a nice thing too. You can change out panels, if you outgrow it or thin down or whatever. So you don't have to buy a new BC for it.
Right.
Kevin, how is the covert line going? I love mine. I hope it's selling well.
Yeah, Kevin, I wish we had the covert within our builder, their custom program. The covert's a very popular BC. I personally love it. I have a present waiting for my wife, actually, for a covert as well. They're great. They're great travel BCs, super lightweight, good lift. The onboard weight capacity is reasonable. So I think for all types of diving, the covert is a great BC, and it does sell well. In terms of popular BCs within Zeagle, obviously the classic line is a little bit higher in terms of unit sales than the covert, but it's a very specific BC. If you do warm water diving, I would not look past the covert. It's awesome.
Yeah, and Carl's mentioning when we were talking about sizing here, so Carl's wearing a Ranger 3X at 300. So
okay, yeah, that's. Yeah, we don't promote it very often, but we do build everything up to a 5 and 6X Ranger in the custom builders. So anyone that wants to get into diving that needs that custom fit, we do it.
Make it happen.
Yep.
All right, guys, any last minute questions? Anything for the Zeagle brand here? Yep. Kevin's just saying he uses the covert on trips, uses the Ranger at home. So I would agree.
Yeah, that's a great combo. I love seeing the fans of Zeagle. It's always great to see. Thank you.
So any news on Regulators? Is it still just the F8 for this year, or got something in the hopper?
We do have something in the hopper. I can't talk about it now, but I'm a Regulator guy. Honestly, I love new designs, developments, and we have something very exciting. But for now, the F8 is, and I've almost been told not to talk about it too much, but really there's a lot of our high-end sister company Atomic technology that's built into the F8. You have a lot of the seat-saving orifice and the different types of plating that you can find in the F8. You'll also find those features in very high-priced products. So in terms of breathability versus value and price, the F8 is a great product. Obviously, if you're into not spending an arm and a leg for a Regulator, you can. The Envoy is also a great product. I mean, it's not environmentally sealed, but it does the job. It's a great breather for a great price.
We got one last question here. Going to Long Beach next month?
Yes, sir. Zeagle will be there. All the Hewish brands will be there, and I was summoned to actually go and attend and do a very special unveiling actually at that show. So I'll be there.
Awesome. So for all the Zeagle fans, check it out if you're in the Long Beach area. All right. So just a good question here. So not everybody's familiar with the association with Zeagle and Atomic and the different brands. So does Zeagle own Atomic?
Zeagle doesn't own Atomic. Atomic's within the umbrella of the Hewish Outdoors family of brands. Yeah, so we're affiliated, but not owned by each other. We like to compete, but we're all, as Mike Hewish, the CEO and the owner of Hewish, would say, we have the best brands in dive. You have Hollis for technical, Atomic for its niche in the high end market, Zeagle for our customers, and other brands like Bear you just saw with Scott. So,
awesome.
It's best brands in dive.
All right, so let's go ahead and let's give something away here. What are we giving away today? Why don't we do one of the new Zeagle masks?
I was going to say, start with the scope, and we'll go from there.
Sounds great.
All right.
Congratulations. we'll be reaching out to you after the show and get you out your new mask.
Yeah, let's do, if you have a couple minutes, let's do one more. I'm not sure if in terms of color, we have a decent amount of stock of our new olive green scope, so we might want to just switch to that one.
Cool.
All right, April. Congrats.
All right, guys. Well, thanks so much, Zach, for taking the time off on your day off, coming out and showing the Zeagle brand. Guys, if anybody's interested in picking up a new custom Zeagle, call us. We have it on the website, the links to the builder and everything. Check it out. Play with it. Really kind of cool to be able to customize your own gear here, and it's all made in the U.S., which we can't ask for anything better than that.
Awesome. Yeah, one final point for the guys that are talking a lot about tech. Next year, the new builder I mentioned, it'll have our tech products, wings, harnesses, backplates in that builder to look at and to pick and choose and build your products. So stay tuned. More exciting stuff to come out of Zeagle.
Sounds great. Thanks so much and have a great night.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Tim.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. You're watching the Time to Dive virtual dive show here, hosted from Dive Right In Scuba. Got a bunch of people watching the show. We've got a lot more brands to get through and show you all their new product. As you know, every half hour we're doing a raffle. You'll see the link pop up in the chat box. Just click on the link, enter in your info. You're entered in for that raffle, along with the $1,000 raffle giveaway at the end of the day and the trip to St. Croix. So very cool. Next, I'm very excited. We've got one of our real good friends here from Atomic, Mike Combs. Mike, how you doing?
Wow, there I am. I'm doing good, Tim. I'm doing good. Hey, welcome to all the viewers. I hope there's a big crowd out there. The Hollises always bring in a big crowd, especially the women. They're legends in our business. But it's great to be here today and I have an opportunity to talk about Atomic Aquatics with you.
Excellent, Mike. Well, I'm going to get you queued up here, and I'll have your videos ready here shortly, okay?
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So while Tim's getting a few videos ready for us to watch, I thought I'd start the presentation today with a little bit of background and a tale about, how Atomic Aquatics came to be. So let's, all get in the Wayback Machine and go back to the 1990s, the crazy 1990s. And two guys, Dean Garoffa, and Doug Toth, were working at another diving company. And as a matter of fact, I was working at that same diving company during that time. I was in the sales side, and those guys were on the engineering side. And, we're really launching every cool, new, and innovative development in scuba regulators. That the company really benefited greatly from Dean and Doug's affiliation with them. That said, those guys had big dreams, and they wanted to actually take things to a completely different level in regulator design. Going into exotic metals like titanium is not only a quantum leap in performance, but it's also a quantum leap in cost. And so when they presented that to the company they were at the time, there was a lot of pushback, obviously, with big companies. Bean counters are involved. And so that was a big no. I think it was during that time that Doug and Dean decided if they were going to be able to achieve what they wanted to, they needed to break out and start their own company. And that's really where our story begins. It's 1995, and this is a kind of a cool little tidbit too. Those guys decided they were kind of start their own diving company, and Dean was out walking and was listening to a great U2 jam called The Wanderer, and heard the lyric, "I went out walking under an atomic sky." And that's the story I heard. That's where the name Atomic Aquatics came from. It's a cool little tale. And so Dean and Doug then cranked up their company with really the first titanium regulator in the diving industry. And this regulator was called the T1. I've got the latest version of the regulator. It's called the T3. See, with Atomic, we're an engineering-driven company. So instead of calling our regulators, the Excelsior, the Supremo, whatever, they're going to base it on an alphanumeric designation, tying in the material that the regulator is made of. So this one starts with T. We know T would be titanium, and followed by the number or series of the regulator. And it started with the T1, evolved into the T2, and now our current version, the Atomic T3. One of the things before I get into it, I always like to cut back to an early story that I had back in the 90s, going to the Atomic booth after the guys had started the company. I stopped in, and I'm standing by, and Dean was talking to just customer after customer. Their booth was small back then. That was before they were part of Hewish Outdoors. Dean told me a story about a guy coming in, and he was looking at a T3 or T1, and the customer told him, he picked up the first stage and held it in his hand. He goes, "Feels like a gun." And I always love that story, because if you look at the quality and fit and finish of our regulators, it fits and finishes like a handgun. That's the highest praise I can give. Most diving regulators look like versions of each other. At Atomic, there's no limitations. When we design a regulator, cost is not really in the equation. They're going to build the best version of that regulator in the materials that they want to build. And that's what's going to be the criteria. Design the best, build the best. When you look at our regulators, the main thing that starts out as far as similarities between them is there's a first and a second stage. The first stage has 2 high pressure ports, 5 low pressure ports, a yoke or DIN connection where it attaches to the tank. And the second stage is lightweight, ergonomic, and has an adjustment knob where the user can adjust the lever height in the second stage to control airflow. And that's the only real similarity between our regulators, and with all due respect to everybody else's regulators. You see, we like to say that before Atomic Aquatics, there was no best in scuba diving, and there is now. Here's what we think makes our regulator designs proprietary and unique, and these features are all across our product line. So the first thing that I want to talk about, and Tim, if you'd please punch in the video of our patented comfort swivel.
Yep, give me just a moment here.
You got it, man. Beautiful, thank you. So, let's see if that loads here.
It's playing on my side.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm not seeing it, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead and describe it then. So the comfort swivel allows a full 30-degree rotational movement without binding or kinking. Right? There's a pair of self-lubricating bushings inside a lightweight housing, in this case titanium, providing a maintenance-free seal without binding, even when under pressure. A lot of people are like, wow, so look at this, the angle that this moves. I don't know about some of you people that are looking in today, but a lot of folks complain about jaw fatigue after dives. I don't know. I'm mature. I think I'm very relaxed when I'm down there, but I'm constantly kind of flexing my jaw with my regulator. This second stage moves in every position, 30 degrees, up, down, left, right, completely eliminates jaw fatigue, and does all those things without any limitation of flow to the second stage. It's an absolute exclusive to Atomic Aquatics. And one of the things sometimes people ask me while I'm showing this feature is people are like, hey, Mike, what about MyFlex hoses? Can I use MyFlex hoses with this regulator? And I will just tell you this. MyFlex is a great development for second stages that have a static fixer to the second stage of the regulator to the first stage with absolutely no swiveling capability. It gives the hose more flexibility. But if Dean and Doug would have thought that a MyFlex hose would increase the performance of this regulator, we'd have it on the regulator. We use rubber hoses, the best quality rubber, and the performance of the regulators are absolutely unparalleled. This regulator, we always like to say, it breathes like you do. If you're a regulator connoisseur, you like to sip a regulator nice and easy and slow. You're that relaxed underwater, you'll never breathe a smoother regulator than the Atomic second stage. Tim, could you please bring up the second video on the seat-saving orifice? And if I don't see it, I'll just go ahead and speak to it. I know that the viewers will be able to see it.
All right, it's playing for you with the volume off.
Thanks, brother. All right, so with this
seat-saving dynamic
feature,
orifice, the seat and orifice
make
contact only when the regulator is pressurized.
Make contact
when not
only
in use,
when the regulator
the
is
orifice
pressurized.
automatically
So only
retracts
during
away from
gas
the
on.
seat to prevent
When not
damage
in
during
use, the
storage.
orifice retracts and prevents
This
damage
exclusive
during
atomic
storage.
design
And this
prolongs the life of
maintains
the
the
low-pressure
crisp
poppet seat
factory-like
and
tuning
maintains the
between
crisp,
services.
like new factory tuning
So,
of the second stage
again,
between
that's
servicing.
absolutely an Atomic exclusive. That's one of the reasons why when you look at our service intervals that are published on our titanium regulator, the T3, the recommended service interval is 3 years, 300 dives, which is absolutely incredible. How can we do that without the regulator coming out of adjustment? It's primarily that feature. The fact that there's no pressure from the orifice on the low pressure seat into the second stage of the regulator keeps the regulator absolutely performing perfectly. It's an exclusive of ours and something we're very, very proud of in the performance of what we've got. Tim, the other third, really the third and proprietary feature that I wanted to discuss about our regulators, if you could bring up the video on our AFC, the automatic flow
pressure-sensitive diaphragm. The
Yeah,
airflow
so
inside the automatically reposition the Venturi effect.
it's running for you.
All right, brother, thank you. So with this feature, right, connected to a pressure-sensitive diaphragm, there's an airfoil inside the mouthpiece, and it automatically repositions to regulate the Venturi effect of the regulator at the surface. You get stable flow. And then at depth, it's optimized for breathing comfort. So there's no dials to turn or buttons to push. The flow control is the reason that our regulators breathe naturally at any depth. So you guys may have seen this before, right? People come up from the dive and they surface off the back of the boat, and you know, the one buddy's talking to the other buddy, man, did you see that whale shark? And they pull their regulator out of their mouth and it goes in the water. What happens? But not with an atomic regulator. Because of the automatic flow control, you don't have to click a Venturi switch. Our regulator is stable at the surface and gives you maximum flow at depth. So you're going to be smooth in any situation. The other thing, too, that I really want to speak to, which I touched on earlier, is the fact that our regulators, you know, I'll take the, I was using this, but I'll take the Pepsi challenge with anybody else, okay? With all due respect to all the other diving companies out there, nothing breathes as naturally as our regulator. It doesn't matter the demand that you put on the regulator. The regulator is going to continuously deliver air that you need when you need it. So again, I mentioned this before, I'm a sipper, right? I'm a really, really light breather unless I'm not. And if I really have to pull on the regulator, I've never found myself wanting for gas or found the regulator to be surgy under any circumstances. So I've talked a lot about our titanium regulator. The other regulators in our family, the designations, as I mentioned, are all about the material that the regulator is made of. So the next one down in our family of regulators is the ST1 regulator. So that's a stainless stainless steel version of the atomic design. It's milled, precision CNC machined from a absolute block of 3/16 stainless steel and crafted into what actually becomes a regulator that is practically impervious to salt water or corrosion. The titanium regulator is impervious to salt water and corrosion. The stainless steel regulator incrementally behind and slightly heavier from a standpoint of overall material durability, but the performance is exactly the same. The next regulator I'd talk about would be our B2 design. All the 3 proprietary features I mentioned previously are all featured in our B2 and ST1 regulators as well. What's the difference? B. B stands for brass, right? So we go titanium, stainless steel, brass. It's a softer material, a little more economical in price. Definitely the industry standard. Most of the regulators that we see out there are all primarily made of brass, and is an absolute workhorse. And the biggest selling regulator I have, with my dealers, is our B2 regulator. The 3 regulators I mentioned are all compatible with nitrox up to 40% out of the box. I also want to talk about another regulator that we've got, and it's called the M1. What does M stand for? That stands for Monel. So that's the material that our engineers determined was going to be the most compatible with increased percentages of oxygen in the breathing mixture. This regulator out of the box is certified for 80% oxygen compatibility. Now, I do know there are people that are out there diving, guys I know out in the Great Lakes that are using M1 regulators and use these regulators on their hang tanks with oxygen percentages higher than 80%, but our company recommends only up to 80% usage in the regulator. Furthermore, the regulator has not a comfort swivel on the second stage, but has a heat sink. This heat sink takes the ambient temperature of the water, which is going to be higher, even at Great Lakes temperatures, higher than the temperature of the gas coming through the hose, and draws from the temperature of the water, heating the gas and further ensuring performance of the second stage. We have divers that are using these regulators. I will go ahead and say I've dove my M1s in the Great Lakes. I have over 600 dives on my M1s, and I've had the regulators down to 200 feet. I've never had a reliability issue with the regulators. They've always performed flawlessly. Of course, our M1, as well as the other regulators I've mentioned, are all available in either yoke or ding configurations. And this is absolutely a standard in technical diving performance. I've got guys that are cave divers diving rebreathers, and this is the air delivery system on the rebreathers as well. So really, really a flawless reputation in scuba for the M1. We've also got regulators that are plated in brass, or they're brass regulators plated in zirconium. So we've got 2 versions, a Z2 and a Z3. The 3 features I mentioned before are all available on the Z3 regulator. The Z2 does not feature the comfort swivel on it. What is zirconium? It's another exotic plating process, less expensive to do, and that's why it actually reflects in the price. This is the one time on regulators I'm going to get into the price, because I really, really think it's a significant advantage of Atomic Aquatics over any other brand. We talked about why engineering-wise and performance-wise we believe we're the best in diving. What about value? Well, if we've got the most expensive regulator out there, our T3 regulator, which is, it's almost $2,000 for a T3 regulator. And we've got another regulator in our Z2 regulator, which I will tell you breathes exactly the same. You're going to get the same performance from our $1,970 regulator that you get from our $549 regulator. So I'm just going to got to emphasize that. My least expensive regulator breathes just as well at depth as my most expensive regulator. So to me, not only do we have superior engineering, we also have superior value. Nobody can claim that their base level model performs just like their premium model. I think that's a huge, huge piece. I have gotten the question before when I go into that with customers, when I'm at various dealer events or even out on a dive site talking to fellow divers, and they come back at me and say, man, so you're telling me the $550 one breathes as well as the one that's almost $2,000? Why are you buying the $2,000 one? The answer I always give is because that customer can, right? They want the very best. It's lighter, and it does have a longer service interval. It's the most durable material that a regulator is made out of in the world today. So for that guy or woman who wants the premium in materials and performance, it's the titanium regulator. For the person who's looking for a regulator that'll breathe every well as good as the titanium regulator at a fraction of the cost, it's the zirconium or brass regulator. Really, really proud of our diving regulators and everything that our engineering group develops for the future. I know I've already gotten a couple of pings from my friends today. They knew I was going to be speaking to you folks, and they said, well, what's going on that's new? What do you guys got that's new? You know, you're always talking about how innovative and great your products are. What's the next thing? I will tell you. I'm just going to give you a teaser right now. I'm not going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you this. We're coming out with a brand new regulator this year. And it's something that I had the opportunity to be part of the test dive team on in 2021. I did diving with that regulator and my good friend Seamus Callahan, our Southern California representative. We tested the regulator in SoCal last October. I'm absolutely stoked about this next generation titanium regulator. Oh, I said too much. I can't wait till it comes out, but it's not here yet. So that's all you're going to get from me. We'll talk about it. That'll be another show, Tim. You and I will do another one, and we'll talk about that new regulator when it comes out.
Sounds great.
Tim, I'm going to segue into talking about our exclusive Atomic BC2 buoyancy compensator. Is that okay, or do you want to handle any regulator questions right now? We keep that to the end?
Yeah, we can keep it till the end.
All right. Let's go into the BC2. Tim, I think you have a photo of the BC2 we can launch. You and I were kind of chatting earlier, and unfortunately, one of the things we discovered when we were looking is that the BC is black and flat, just like all the other BCs that are out there on the market. Not easy to see, but you know what? The black color, that's where all the similarities end. This is like no other buoyancy compensator that's on the market today. And so we'll keep that photo of the product up there so you can look at it. And then I'm going to speak to the individual features that make this product truly one of a kind. Now, the first thing starts with design. You know, when we came out with our original Atomic BC1, the jacket style buoyancy compensator, remember I mentioned that company I came from back in the 90s. You know, we all sort of grew up diving jacket style buoyancy compensators. We knew we had a hit because we started out with a design that, again, like our regulators, was completely uncompromising in materials and innovation. First, the material that we used on our BC1 and BC2, as I'm referring to the BC2, just remember all of it relates to the BC1 as well, the jacket style version. This is, of course, a back inflate buoyancy compensator, so it's the second generation of Atomic BCs. We start out with the materials that the BC is made of. These materials are absolutely exclusive to Atomic Aquatics. It took the better part of 10 years for the Atomic engineers to come up with a material that met their high standards. This material, most BCs, we know, they're made of Cordura, and Cordura works very, very well. It's certainly the industry standard, but not the Atomic BCs. This material is a double polyurethane coated textile. And when it comes into contact with water, the water beads off this surface like the hood of a wax sports car. There's absolutely no water soaking into the material. It weighs essentially, unless there's water inside the jacket, the same after the dive as it does before the dive. This material is not only durable, it is difficult from a manufacturing standpoint to work with because it's extremely abrasion resistant and resistant to UV. So it's an extremely arduous process for them to seam this buoyancy compensator together. The quality of materials doesn't end with the textile we make it out of, though that's just the first step. Look at the D-rings. Most BCs, no matter what line you look at, they're going to tout the materials that the D-rings are made of. Oh, not plastic. We're using stainless steel, but not the Atomic BC. This is powder-coated titanium. You're seeing this reoccurring theme with Atomic. No expense is spared to make the very, very best. This is absolutely corrosion resistant. All of the fittings on the buoyancy compensator, whether it's on the cam band or the exhaust valve, is all 3/16 CNC machined stainless steel. Nothing stamped metal on this buoyancy compensator. Furthermore, let's look at the design. One of the things we look at, a lot of BCs feature right-handed exhaust valves, not just a RE valve off of the left-hand side, but a pull cord that you can activate to dump air from this right side as well. This is completely channeled. It's a linear design, very, very easy for you to access. You're not searching for a ball on the end of a string. It fits in your hand. It fits the right way. When we move on to a couple other things that I think make the BC2 and BC1 completely proprietary and unique of the diving industry, the first one that I want to talk about quickly is the weight integration. So when we look at most weight integration, and you've been to a lot of different dive centers, we do have the Zeagle buoyancy compensators, of course, and they use a ripcord system as well as conventional weight integration. The Atomic BC really takes it to another level. It's a design within itself. Nothing works like this quick release system that we've got on our buoyancy compensator. Up to 10 pounds of weight through size large, 12 pounds of weight on each pocket for the extra large design. You can see on the back side of the pocket, it's a very curved design, and it fits ergonomically with a channel that's built into the buoyancy compensator itself. Watch this. I mean, you can't do this with any other BC. That's in, and it's in. When you go to pull it out, it's spring-loaded, and if that design looks familiar to you, it should. It comes from our proprietary fin design from Atomic Aquatics. So that's a proven buckle fixture that works very, very smooth and easy on the Atomic buoyancy compensators. Also, watch this. A lot of weight integrated back inflate buoyancy compensators, when you inflate them, the bladders get quite large. You're full of mass, but not this one. Watch this silicone restrictor here on the side. Okay, that's completely inflated, and look how close that's riding to my body. That's because of the way that the bladder shape is designed, as well as these retainers, which are silicone, not elasticized straps, as are available on most buoyancy compensators. Tim, how are we doing on time?
We got just a few minutes, so.
All right. I got to show the tank band. You got to let me show the tank band. It's the thing I'm most proud of. So any of you guys that know me know that in the wintertime, I spend doing my job, of course. Mike Hewish is out there working hard for you. But when I'm not out there working hard for you, I am snowboarding. So one of the things that I love is when they looked at the tank band that was out there, all the tank bands, look at everybody's BCs, they kind of all look the same. And that design does work, right? It's webbing through an injection molded buckle design. And you pull it tight and you cinch it down. Sometimes when it gets wet, it stretches. Sometimes when you dive in turbid water or sand. It's got Velcro on it, right? Because that's how we're going to attach it. Stuff sticks to the Velcro. It works, but it's not the best in class. Watch this. So this design, I mentioned snowboarding. This design came from the ski industry. So difficult for you to see here. You're going to have to go to your Atomic dealer, Dive Right In Scuba, to see one. But what you're going to see is a design that's actually based on a ratchet, and it comes directly from the ski and snowboard industry. So these are the same guys who come up with binding designs for Burton. This involves no Velcro whatsoever. We're just going to slip this on this bottle and watch how easy this ratcheting design works. We go to pull this down. You can hear it clicking. I close it. Look at the tolerances here on the urethane band. And I have to say, I have over 300 dives on my buoyancy compensator. I've never come out of the water with this band disengaged. It always holds. This is on there. That's it. So one more time. You saw how easy that worked. You just pull it tight. I feel like I'm putting on my snowboard bindings, Tim.
It looks like it.
It works the same way. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm going to head off this question because it's going to come up. Somebody's going to go, can I just buy the band? The answer is no. You got to buy the buoyancy compensator. And again, some people shy away from the price of a buoyancy compensator. I don't. I think it's worth absolutely every penny. The user does have an option when they buy our BC of either going with an AI inflator, which is a soft touch inflator, or our combination power inflator regulator. And check this out. This is how easy it is to rinse out the inside of this BC.
All right, guys. So
put water in it and drain it, and it rinses perfectly. And you can just put it back together in seconds. There's no tie wraps involved or screwdriver. This is beautifully, beautifully designed. By the way, that came from Zeagle. We talked about back and forth. We're all owned by Hewish Outdoors. That was a Zeagle design that we added to our BC. All right, Tim,
okay.
What do we got?
All right, we're going to do a quick raffle here. We're giving away one of the Atomic SV2 snorkels.
Oh, the best snorkel.
All right, congratulations, Mela. We will reach out to you here and figure out what color you want, get your address, and send it out to you. We're also going to be giving away a quick book here from the Tales of Scuba Steve. He was nice enough to throw in a few books for kids. Let's go ahead and give away one of his books real quick. All right, Cody Pedlo. Awesome, Cody. We'll get that out to you. And Mike, thank you so much for the presentation on Atomic.
Buddy,
everybody,
I was really pulling for my best friend, Mark Melrose. I want to give him a shout out. I was hoping he was going to win the Scuba Steve book, but maybe I'll just have to get him a copy. My dive buddy, Mark Melrose, just know you're tuning in.
Awesome. Thanks so much for all your time today, Mike. We appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
Guys, thanks for tuning into the Time to Dive show. Next up, we have Chris. Chris, I'm getting you queued up right now, buddy. Coming live from headquarters.
Hey, Tim, how are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
Good. So I was wondering when the diving industry was going to come up with that strap for your tank. So glad to hear that someone did. And they didn't reinvent the wheel. They went to another industry, which is smart. It's something that we could do a better job at doing. But thanks for having me. I'm here to speak about professional levels of diving. So I know that the audience is a little bit mixed. We have a lot of divers, but we also probably have some dive professionals. So what I want to talk a little bit about is if you're interested in becoming a dive professional, what that looks like, what's the path to get there, what are some of the different levels, what are the differences between them, and if you're already an instructor, but you want to know a little bit more about our agency, you want to hear about what are some of the benefits of teaching with an SDI or a TDI program, I can talk about what it takes to do a crossover as well. So Tim, ready to get started?
Let's do it.
Perfect. And we do have prizes too. Our prize is any 3 of the online codes for professional levels, which would be a dive master course or an assistant instructor course or the instructor course, whichever one you qualify for. So if you're a dive master and you want to become an instructor, we would obviously offer you the instructor program if you qualify. And we'll throw in the instructor pro kit, which I've got one right here. We'll throw in the online course, and we'll throw in the registration fee, and then everything else you'll have to work out with your dive center. But we'll cover the things from our end. So, and Tim, if I start speaking too fast, I just tend to get a little excited. I know I only have 30 minutes. Just say, hey, slow down.
No problem at all.
All right. So let's talk about the different levels that we have for a professional. The way to get into it is as a dive master. And a dive master is it's very simple. I was a dive master for a very long time, 10 years in Galapagos, actually. My favorite part about being a dive master was doing the dive reefings and taking certified divers underwater and just showing them all the really, really cool things. As a dive master, you can also assist instructors, provided that it is within your realm. In other words, if it's an open water class and you have experience with open water, obviously you should. But if it's a trimix class, you'd obviously need to get to those levels. You can also supervise and conduct dives for certified divers, which is what I said was my favorite part about it. And plan and execute emergency procedures, which are appropriate for whatever environment that you might be in, where it requires a dive master. And it's part of assisting the whole instructor program. So a lot of really cool things can be done as a dive master. And it's the first step. You do have to be 18 years old. You do have to be certified as at least an advanced adventure diver or equivalent. And you're going to hear me say equivalent often. What I mean by that is equivalent with another organization. So if they have a different term, whether it's advanced diver, it's whatever their equivalent is. A lot of these organizations, our competitors, those courses can simply be, intertwined because they all fall under the guidelines of the RSTC, which is the Recreational Scuba Training Council. They set the standard. So all courses are pretty much the same. It's the tools that you have and all the other things, which I'll talk about later. So you have to be certified rescue diver, and then you have to provide proof of a CPR course. And if you meet those prerequisites, you can take a dive master class. And there are 2 ways to do a dive master class. You could do it straight through, which I think takes roughly about 2 weeks. Or what a lot of people do is they'll find like some kind of an internship and they work alongside with a dive center. And this is really valuable because you're actually learning from people that have been in the industry for a while. So you're getting to know a little bit about the business of diving. You're getting to know a little bit about, the challenging aspects of keeping your rental gear up to date, but also the hard work that's associated with it, right? Schlepping the tanks back and forth, making sure that the divers, if you're working on a charter boat, have all their stuff, getting the pools ready. So it really gives you an inside look of what it takes to create an open water diver from the beginning all the way to the end, and not just the fun part, which is the class itself. So that's what a dive master is. That's what a dive master does. And like I said, if you can get away and find a place where you can go ahead and just guide, because it's what you're doing best. You're diving and you're showing, people your passion, and you're showing them all the cool stuff that destination has, if you have that ability to do that. Obviously, Chicago is different from where I'm at, Florida, but it's a really cool summer gig too, and it's loads of great experience if you want to go ahead and grow professionally in the diving industry. What I have seen in places like Chicago, for example, people just really enjoy working with our dive center, and they say, I want to be a part of this community. How can I help? And usually what they'll do is they'll sign up for the dive master class so they can help in the pools, and sometimes they get to go on trips. So there's a lot of two-way streets with the relationship that you have with the dive center that's putting you through that program. So the next level after that is the assistant instructor. The assistant instructor is a program that's designed for two people. I would put them in two different categories. One of those is for people that want to become an open water instructor, but they might not have the confidence or the know-how on how to put together a presentation, how to stand up and speak in front of people. So the AI program really gets into the nitty gritty of these. This is how you do the presentations. You know, this is, you know, a little bit of a public speaking aspect of it. So by the time you go to the open water instructor program, you're a rock star. You have pretty much covered a lot of the things that you'll see at the open water instructor program when it comes to the presentations, the organizational side of it. So it's really, really beneficial for those people that say, you know, I want to make sure that I've got all the tools covered. It's not a requirement to become an instructor, but there are a lot of people that take that extra step because they know that it will help them accomplish their end goal, which is becoming an open water instructor. Then there's another category of people that might have a passion for something that could be photography, or it could be underwater or archaeology, or I think there's like 13 specialties that assistant instructors can teach. And they have absolutely no desire to show someone how to dive, but they do want to share with them their expertise where they feel that they're an expert subject matter expert, which could be photography. So they become an assistant instructor. They don't necessarily worry about teaching open water students. What they do is they simply focus on photography. That's what they like. That's their passion. They're really, really good at it. And that's it. That's where they want to be as far as a professional.
Well, let's see what happened here. Sorry, guys. Getting Chris right back in right now. Technical difficulties. It happens.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was just talking, and then I saw you saying, "Oh, we lost Chris." I was like, "I'm right here." Anyway, that's okay.
No worries.
That's right. Where did I leave off? Open water instructor program?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So to become an open water instructor, or as I was saying, I've been an instructor with different organizations, so I know the differences between them. And it is important that you pick the organization that works well for you. And it's more important for the instructor than it is for the student, because at the end of the day, you are teaching scuba. So your students don't care what letters you have associated with your name, but it's what does it do for you? You know, do you get the support and great customer service? Do you have competitive prices that allow you to make money, make profit margins when you're teaching these programs? Does your organization give you flexibility so that when you're teaching a program, you can actually make decisions based on weather, based on how well your students learn or how well they don't? Does your organization force you to affiliate with a dive center, or do you want to be an independent? So these are all questions that you need to ask. But what makes a really great open water course is not the agency, it's the instructor. And all the organizations have really, really amazing instructors, just like all of them have some people that might want to retire a little early. But keep that in mind when you want to become an instructor. You are going to provide a service, and your students are going to walk out of that class with a license that allows them to dive anywhere around the world. So the organization's not really for them, it's for you. What does it take to become an instructor? All the prerequisites that I mentioned to be a dive master, but you also have to be a certified diver for at least 6 months. You have to show that you've done at least 100 log dives, especially in different environments. And I use examples like if you're in the Northeast, you should show that you are competent diving in the Northeast, which is not the same as diving in the Caymans. And then you must be certified as an SDI dive master, assistant instructor, or equivalent. So again, if it's a dive con with SSI or dive master with PADI, those would be acceptable equivalents. But it's a really fun gig. I think the best part of being an open water instructor is being able to show people this underwater world that only 3% of people have been exposed to. And back when I became an instructor, I did it because I had this passion. And my passion was not just the underwater world itself, but showing people and teaching them what vehicle they needed to see all the really great things that I was seeing, that I was able to see. So once I became a dive master and I was guiding people, I said, okay, this is really great, but now I want to be able to take people that have absolutely no idea how to dive, and I want to be the person that shows them how to dive. And it's a really, really great moment when you see their eyes light up and it's like, oh my God, I'm currently in an environment where I'm not supposed to be in, and I'm doing this. This is really great. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of other benefits as an instructor, working with people that have disabilities, working with people that might have PSD. So there's a lot of other really great things that you can do as far as not just showing someone that wants to dive the world, but also helping people where this actually works as therapy for them. And there are a lot of organizations that do some really, really great stuff. You don't need to be an instructor to help them. You could probably ask Mike and Tim what does who's Dive Right In associated with, but there's some really great things that you can do. But going back to being an instructor, those are all really, really fulfilling things, but it doesn't stop there, right? Once you become an open instructor, then you can also focus on what your passions are. Are they wrecks? Are they diving with mixed gas? Are they cave and caverns? So you can look at some of the other organizations that are part of SDI. So for example, SDI, which stands for Scuba Diving International, we focus primarily on what we call sport level diving or recreational diving. And that is your open waters, your advanced, your deep is limited to 130 feet. Your mixed gas is usually 32% of nitrox, et cetera, et cetera. But if you want to start pushing your limits a little bit, then you can look at TDI, Technical Diving International. That is our sister organization, and that is the technical branch. And now we're talking about really cool rebreathers where you're diving with absolutely no bubbles. You're talking about diving to much deeper depths. You can see some of these really great historic wrecks that are down there, or caverns and caves, which is just a completely different world in itself. It's just it's amazing. And if you ever get a chance to go to South Florida or Central Florida, I should say, or the cenotes in Mexico, see if you can do either a snorkel or a intro to cavern dive with a guide. And it's just crazy how different that is from what we expect diving to be, which is really cool reefs, colorful fish, et cetera, if you're in Florida. But there's other avenues that you can take too as an instructor. So that's SDI, and then you have TDI. Then we have an organization called ERDI, which is Emergency Response Diving International. And this focuses primarily on public safety diving. So Chicago Police, Chicago Fire, as an example, all of the members on their dive team are ERDI divers. So it's for public safety, and you go on these different kinds of missions where you're taking bodies out of the water, evidence recovery, and as an instructor, you get to teach these programs. So it's not just what you can do at the diver level. It's you now get to teach something more than just open water. So you're expanding your horizons as an instructor. We also have PFI, which is Performance Free Diving International. So if you sometimes just want to ditch the gear and ditch the tank, you just want to take a deep breath and go down and shoot some fish, or just look at really beautiful reefs, you could become an instructor with PFI as well. And then last but not least, our last organization is what we call First Response Training, and that focuses on CPR, childcare, AED. So all of those things, once you become an SDI instructor, you can take those paths. It's like an oak tree, which just branches off into all these different areas. So it's not just limited to showing people how to dive. It's showing divers a whole different array of topics and subjects. We really just have that one level of instructor. We don't have like elite instructor or master instructor. We just have an instructor. So you could be an instructor with us that can also teach advanced trimix on a rebreather in a cave. You're still an instructor. We don't have all these different crazy ratings. But after that, we have what's called a course director. So if you want to pursue your career and now you don't want to just instruct divers how to become, non-divers how to become divers, and divers how to grow as divers. Now we're looking at how do you teach people to actually become instructors. So the course director rating is someone that can actually teach the open water instructor course program. And that's really amazing too. And you find who the rock stars are, who are the really great dive masters, the people that are on a boat. They've got amazing skills, incredible buoyancy, but they're also able to just spot, issues before they even happen. Like when you're sitting on a boat and you see someone and you can just, hey, let me just take a look at your tank. Okay, let me adjust this here. They're just, they're naturals. And the next logical step for them is to bring them up to become an instructor. Well, as a course director, you are able to do that. And then finally, we have the highest rating within our organization, which is called an instructor trainer. And the instructor trainer is essentially an examiner. And when someone is going through the open water instructor course, you have the course director that does that portion. And then the instructor trainer is the person that actually comes in and does the evaluation. And they sign them off and they say, this person is ready to become an instructor. And I believe to become a course director, you need to have certified at least 150 students. And to become a instructor trainer, you need to have certified at least 200 students. So that is essentially the different levels, professional levels that we have with SDI and the different things that you can do. And if I'm not mistaken, you can take a lot of these professional level courses at Dive Right In as well. And if you take the instructor course, it comes with this really, really cool dry bag. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here, like your slates that you're going to use. There's a spare open water kit so that you are familiar with the materials that you're going to be teaching in, student record folders, a hat, mask strap, all that really, really, really fun stuff. So that is the path to becoming a professional. And I'm going to go from dive master, assistant instructor, and then you've got your instructors, and then you've got your professional level courses. Did you lose me again, or are we still here? We good?
No, you're good. Yeah, I've got a bunch of questions. So if you,
I'm almost done. I just want to talk about if you are already an instructor with another organization and you want to know more about SDI, you can contact us here at headquarters, or you can ask at Dive Right In. They have an instructor trainer that can actually conduct crossovers. But what is involved in a crossover? It's essentially if you're an active instructor with another organization, you're active in a good standing, it's going through an online course, and then you have a face-to-face with an instructor trainer or a member of our staff where we basically give you the ability to ask us questions. It gives you closure. I'm really interested in this. Can you tell me more about how this works? Tell me about what do you mean by flexibility in teaching a program? What are some of the other benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So it's easy. We don't make you get back in the water and take the instructor program again because you're already an instructor that is recognized by an RSTC agency, and that's what we're looking for. So that's it for the presentation, and let's get some questions going here.
All right, sounds good. So I'm going to start from the bottom, guys. So if you have questions from earlier on, I'll get to them here. All right, so my local shop is a NAUI. Is it equivalent to these? So we were referring to SDI and TDI there.
That's a really great question. Yes, NAUI is a part of the RSTC as well. So if you've become, if you have a rescue program with NAUI and you want to become an SDI dive master, it would be the equivalent. Now, in some cases, their wording might be a little bit different. Like, for example, SSI, they call their dive master DiveCon or something like the control specialist. So in some cases, they might be a little bit different as far as the terminology goes, but the order of progression are essentially the same with all the organizations. Good question.
All right. So if I become an SSI instructor, I can teach with TDI, or can a TDI instructor teach SDI? So what's the relationship between all of them?
Great question. So the moment that if you want to teach, and I was an SSI instructor too at one point, and I taught SDI and I taught TDI as well, because if you join our organization and you join any of those other agencies that I mentioned, like TDI or PFI or ERDI, you don't have to all of a sudden say, well, I want to apply for SDI now. You are automatically enrolled as an SDI open water instructor. So if you're a PADI instructor or a now instructor and SSI instructor, you want to teach our tech program, which is a really, really solid tech program, you can do that. The SDI ratings will be included. Whether you choose to use that or not is strictly up to you, but you will have those, all the equivalents that we have will get crossed over. So to answer your question is yes. So that is a really good question. When you become a dive master, you are a professional and have a liability issue and need insurance. That is correct, but not everywhere. So always check local law. So for example, if you go to other countries, they might not require it. Here in the United States, you are required to have insurance. And as a matter of fact, the training agencies check to make sure that you have that liability insurance. And that's one of the benefits of affiliating with a dive center. In many cases, they have an umbrella policy and they'll bring you in.
I'm going through them all, and there's so many comments. I love SDI. Glad I crossed over. Yeah, it's over and over again here. So, guys, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in now.
Or we can jump to the raffle and see who wins the pro level course.
Let's do it. Get it pulled up right now.
But thank you all for the comments. It's really nice to hear. Like I said back when I was talking about, you have to find what organization works for you as a dive professional. Those are some of the things that we really pride ourselves on, and that's customer service. You know, I was an instructor with PADI, with SSI, and with SDI, and I really needed support when something happened, and I wanted to make sure that when I picked up the phone, someone was there to answer. So I looked for the customer service part, and because I had those issues as a professional, now that I'm on the other side of the table, we just instill it. It's our philosophy. Take care of the customer. It's not about how much you're going to charge them. It's about just get them taken care of. So it's one of the cool things. But it's also the innovative side. I liked working with this organization because we were the first to use dive computers in open water programs and say tables are a thing of the past. We're the first to create the e-learning program. Nobody had that program. We created the e-learning program in 2000. I think the next agency, theirs came out like 7 years later because everyone thought you had to stand in front of a classroom and that's how you had to teach. We're like, no, you know, we're falling behind the curve. So those two things were really great. We were the first to have a solo diver program. People think, oh, solo diving, you know, why would you do that? Well, because people are going to do it, okay? And it's not maybe on purpose sometimes, but sometimes you travel and the dive buddy that they give you is not the one that you want to dive with. You might not speak the same language. You've never seen their gear configuration. You have different levels of expertise. So, you know, it's all those forward-thinking things that we did with this organization that made me say these are the guys that I want to represent. I've been with the company for about 16 years now. And we have a chat feature. So if you ever go on our website and you have questions, just go, you know, chat away. You can ask on how to become a professional. You can say, where's my seat card? You can say, hi. But it's really cool. It's part of customer service, right? All right. Sorry, Tim. I know you're ready to do the spin the wheel thing, and I just...
No, you're fine. Actually, that's when you mentioned customer service, I went straight to the chat in my mind because you guys have helped us so much with whether it's something as small as, hey, I can't find a card, or hey, yeah. I'm looking at taking a class. Even as a professional, we're all looking to grow. You have all the answers. Your team is awesome. So we appreciate it.
It's really good because that chat feature isn't just there for the professionals, right? It's also there for the students. So if you're a student taking a class and you can't figure out why red is the first color of the spectrum to disappear, guess what? I've got some assistance. So essentially the dive center has another staff member helping them, you know, guide them to find the answers. It's really cool. It's really cool.
So what you're saying is, if you're taking the open water class and you're having issues, chat, is that it?
Yeah, that's okay. What it's there for. That's what it's there for. And it's really cool because you're logged in when you're taking a class, we can actually see what store you're affiliated with. So we can send the instructor the chat, and then the instructor can say, hey, look, I saw that you had issues with this. Is there something that was that clarified for you? Do you need me to talk about it? They can reinforce the issue that student was having.
That's awesome. All right, guys, we've all been waiting. Let's go ahead and see who's getting the. Is it a professional level cold? Or
professional level course.
All right.
Professional level course, yes, whichever one they want.
Yeah, we got an instructor class coming up here.
Chris Miller.
Excellent.
All right. So, Chris, if you're a rescue diver, we will award you the Divemaster kit. If you want to become an assistant instructor because you are a Divemaster, then we could do that. If you're looking to be an instructor, like I said, we will provide you with the materials, with the e-learning course, and we will provide you with the registration fee, which I think is like $170, something like that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Chris. So if anybody else has more questions and things, Chris, since there was so much chat here, do you want to do a little breakout room? So if anybody has questions on crossing over, becoming an instructor, anything like that, we'll send that over to you guys here once we get up and running on the next presentation. Awesome. Chris, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you guys a little later.
My pleasure.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. We are about halfway through here. We've got quite a few more presentations every half hour. New presenter coming up and showing off what they have for this year. We'll, of course, have our little raffle links every half hour, giving away a little raffle. End of the day, we're doing that big $1,000 shopping spree along with our dive trip to St. Croix. So our next presentation, I'm really excited for it. I think everybody here, what are we up to? 250 people watching live right now are going to have a really great time learning all about what Mike has from Stream to Sea. Mike, how are we doing?
Hello, Tim. Doing well, thanks. How are you?
Excellent. Thanks for joining us on this holiday. And again, thanks for everybody that's watching on the holiday as well. Mike, what are we going to be learning today?
We are going to talk about body care products. We're going to talk about what they do to the ocean and what they do to the human body. And I think it's going to be a little bit shocking for some folks, and that's probably just good. Trigger warning, I guess. Isn't that the appropriate terminology? So yeah, we're ready.
It sure is. All right, I'm going to get you queued up here and get everybody the link that wants to go chat with Chris. So get you put up right now.
Excellent. Thank you. And I think you were going to put up my
your presentation. Yeah, yep. Give me a second here.
Just making sure I'm on the same page because I can fake it without it, but it's just not going to be as pretty. Then you have to look at me, and that's I have a face for radio, man. It's not a good thing.
No problem. Give me a moment as it gets pulled up here.
Wow, I'm seeing everybody starting to post. I'm using your conditioner. It's the best stuff ever. I love your defog. We'll get into all that. Love that fan club. Thank you all.
Sorry, guys. My computer is locking up on me. Okay, here we go.
I'm glad it's your fault because I would have had bigger trouble than you. I can guarantee you. I think we tried this like 4 or 5 times throughout the week to make sure that we could get a PowerPoint up there.
Come on.
Yeah, Kevin's self-deprecating humor is just kind of fun for me. Somebody for everybody. Don't self-deprecate. I love it.
Got the wheel going.
Oh, well, that's good.
Okay, I think we're up.
Oh, not the raffle wheel. That's not the fun. It's the stalling
wheel. No, it's
it's
the thinking wheel.
Yeah. Oh, well.
All right, I think it's good here.
George had a question already while we're waiting. Why can we buy it in a larger container for both home use and to refill our travel bottles? I'm not sure what you're referring to. You can buy almost every product we have up to a gallon. Not the sunscreen, but everything else comes in 32 ounces or a gallon.
All right, here we go.
So Sue asked one. Thank you. Okay, we've got our screen up there. That's terrific. Sue asked, how long will it last? While we still haven't jumped into this, all of the Stream to Sea products actually last for 3 years, and that's because it's not chemicals. So the chemical ones break down after a year and actually get much more toxic and a lot less SPF protection. So here's our first slide. Go ahead and go to the next one because we're already burning time there. Autumn Blum is our cosmetic chemist. She's an amazing technical diver, rebreather diver, obviously. She started this company based on, after selling her last company, Organic South, she went diving in Palau and watched about 40 people get dumped off of a boat and the rainbow slick that it created. So what she ended up doing was making a shampoo. The first product she made was a shampoo. It was Whole Foods certified. It was eco certified. It was organic, beautiful product. Whole Foods wanted to put it in all their stores. But Autumn is an amazing morals over money person. She didn't know if any of those certifications actually protected the ocean like she designed it for. So she sent it off to Eckerd College, said, please don't, harvest anything. If you have stuff already grown in the labs, like some coral larvae and different things, please test this product and see if it actually works. They put 2 drops into the aquarium, and by lunch, everything had died. So those certifications, organic, eco-certified, none of them mean anything for the aquatic environment. You can change to the next one, Tim. There I am. I do almost every sport. I do dive. I do a lot of sports on top of the water. I was raised in Hawaii. I would say that I don't do many of the sports well, but I really enjoy myself. One of my favorite quotes was from Duke Kahanamoku, the person who really founded surfing or made it very popular around the world. He said the best surfer is the one who's having the most fun. So let's keep going, Tim. It's really important that everybody understands that there is no designation for the term reef safe. It doesn't matter. People put it on all sorts of things, and there is no regulation. There is no law. People are surprised by that. They're surprised by dermatologist recommended just means you have to have a friend who's a dermatologist or you're willing to pay somebody. There's no regulation for what that means either, right? It just means that, yeah, some dermatologist recommended it. The term biodegradable actually means that it will break down in sewage sludge. It doesn't mean anything in a body care product other than it will break down in sewage sludge in 30 days. So a lot of these things that we see that say biodegradable, we use them in freshwater and saltwater, and it may never break down in freshwater or saltwater, and it may be toxic the whole time. So it's really important to understand that Stream to Sea is the only mineral sunscreen and body care line on the planet that has been tested and proven not to harm humans, freshwater fish, saltwater fish, C. elegans, and coral larvae. I love the fact that a C. elegans is actually 94% of human DNA. Most people think we're so cool, but we're only 6% different than this, little nudibranch. So kind of cool. Next one, Tim. I was in Key West when they had a city council meeting, and the city council members asked a scientist from one of the big chemical companies, have you seen any studies that show any of these things are not safe? And he said, oh, I've seen 2 or 3, and they're not very conclusive. The next person that got up was a 9-year-old girl that listed all of her dive certifications and all of her trainings and all of her science work, and then said, sir, I don't mean any disrespect, but while you were sitting here, I just Googled one of the chemicals and came up with 360 studies myself. She is still, to this day, the only sponsored person we have. She's now about 15. So we jumped a couple of them, and that's perfect. Good timing. Oh, one in between. There you go. There's actually a study out of France that showed that more than 80% of all the personal care products in the world contain either estrogen or endocrine disrupting chemicals. So they're in shampoos, lotions, moisturizers, makeup, anything, perfume. It's amazing how many things actually have these chemicals in them. You can go to the next one, because that one's pretty impactful. That's 5 months apart, taken by 2 different photographers that we know. And today, I think you can still go back to that spot, and there is about a pile of rubble. So this was only 5 months apart and in a very populated dive area. So we know that there's a bunch of the chemicals there. We know we're not the only thing that's causing problems in the ocean, right? But it's interesting how many of them are connected. So there's a gal named Dr. Swan who studies the pollution of plastic in the ocean and actually in the human body. She has two dates, actually two events that happen on the same date. She says in 2050, right? That sounds like it's forever. 2050 is way out there. It's actually only 28 years from now. She says, based on the fact that we have all of these petroleum-based chemicals, which she says about half the time when she's doing a podcast or an article, she says it's all the same chemicals that are in your body care products as well. So understand, within a couple of minutes of putting it on, it's in your system and it changes your hormones. So she said, based on these petroleum-based chemicals in both our body care and what we're drinking and eating and all of that sort of stuff, she says the year 2050, based on the fact that 60% of our fertility has gone down in the last 25 years, and it's scheduled to go down between 5 and 10% every year from here on out. By the year 2050, she says we will be functionally extinct as a human population because we won't have enough hormones to be able to reproduce. The same year, she says 2.4 billion people will starve because the waterways will not be able to support them. That's pretty dramatic and scary. And the reason that I bring this up, beautiful timing on the next slide, is because body care products are actually something that I'm more concerned about than the sunscreen. Yes, sunscreen's awful. 14,000 tons of it a year get into the water, according to NOAA. But not everybody uses sunscreen. I know we think they're crazy because they don't want to be in the water. But there's people in places that are very far from the ocean, and we hope they shower, right? So all the same chemicals are in there, and it's just unfortunate that most of them won't show up on the label, so people don't know. Within 30 minutes of application of any of these things, they're detecting overloads of estrogen, overloads of endocrine disruptors. FDA has even acknowledged that it's higher than is safe for humans, but they're going to wait and figure out what the manufacturer is going to do to fix the problem. So you may have heard of octocrylene. It turns out octocrylene, it was the chemical that they banned oxybenzone and octinoxate, so they replaced them with avobenzone and octocrylene. I don't think you have to be a chemist to go oxybenzone, avobenzone. Sounds pretty familiar, right? But octocrylene, if you put it in a tube, put it on a shelf, within a couple months, it degrades into the original benzophenone that's a really harsh carcinogen that's been banned in the US for over 2 decades. So to me, I'm more concerned about these sort of things getting out into the waterways than I am just the sunscreen. The difference is that a sunscreen is an over-the-counter drug. So all of those chemicals will be on the label. In a shampoo or a makeup, it's not an over-the-counter drug. So you can hide most of these chemicals under the term fragrance or under something else. Go ahead, Tim. There's our 14,000 tons we talked about. What's interesting is a lot of people think in the ocean, dilution is the solution, right? 62 parts per trillion, or 1 drop of oxybenzone in 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools is enough to kill coral larvae. So avobenzone, is it 1 drop? No, it's actually 2. And avobenzone has this really cool distinction that it is also an obesinogen. So it tells your body to store fat. And then the fact that it also mimics estrogen is an endocrine disruptor. Most bodies store toxins in your subcutaneous fat layer, and then it doesn't want to let it go because it doesn't want you to be exposed to it. So if you think about how cool avobenzone is, it tells your body to store fat and stay fat. So at one point, I actually had an ad for our lip balms that said, does my lip balm make me look fat? It wasn't that popular. I thought it was hilarious, but didn't go that far. Go ahead, Tim. So who knew it was the allergen of the year in 2014? Who knew that it was toxic to sperm development, a testosterone blocker, right? They're finding it in semen, placenta, breast milk. I just saw a study that said in 2020, it's just over 99% of Americans have oxybenzone, not avobenzone, oxybenzone in their body at all times. Go ahead, Tim. Some people don't know what the endocrine system is, so I always like to show this. It's pretty darn important. And part of the reason that I started working with Stream to Sea over 5 years ago is because my thyroid stopped working about 20 years ago. It was not in my genetic makeup. It shouldn't have happened. I went to one of the founders of the functional medicine movement, actually in Canada, who spent a month trying to determine why my thyroid stopped working. He came up with, you're part Hawaiian, but you got sturdy bones and wide feet instead of cool, dark skin. You were the first generation of Hawaiians in your family that knew how to swim. So you were in the water constantly. You put on sunscreen up to 7 times a day, and you showered every time afterwards. And he came up with the environmental toxin that killed your thyroid was your body care products. So you see BPA perfumes, fertilizers, UV filters. It turns out they're all petrochemicals, right? And many of them are exactly the same. What most people don't know is that oxybenzone and avobenzone were actually patented by Monsanto in 1954. It was an herbicide. It still is an herbicide. It was designed to stop the sun from allowing the plant to go through photosynthesis. It was never approved for use on humans. The FDA still has not given it. It's generally regarded as safe and effective. And that's really mostly what the FDA does, is it either gives it a stamp of it's generally regarded as safe and effective, or it doesn't give it any sort of stamp. Go ahead, Tim. It's amazing how many diseases are being associated with all of these chemicals. If you think about it, there's so many estrogen positive diseases out there. I mean, endometriosis, I've had lots of friends suffer with this. The one at the bottom, Hirschsprung's disease, is actually when a baby is born without a colon. So within a couple of days of birth, they actually have to have major reconstructive surgery. Very sad to see, all these sort of things, but it's going to come out a lot more. There's actually a study in Sweden that shows that if you have these chemicals in your system and you go to conceive of a child, both parents have so much estrogen in their system that it's hard to conceive of a male child. The child is 30% more likely to get Parkinson's or Alzheimer's in their lifetime. And if you do conceive of that male child, it's about 30% of the time that they will have a micropenis. And that is something that Dr. Swan discusses as well. Most people are not interested in me talking about that. They're very uncomfortable with it, as I was when I first started this. But I talked to an intern that worked with NOAA and NASA that said, Mike, if we're going to save the planet by talking about people's junk and their genitalia and it's uncomfortable, picture this. The National Hockey League had the cup as a mandatory part of the uniform 100 years before the helmet. Yeah. Go ahead to the next one. So does estrogen matter? Yeah. So this is what I talked about in one of the little Facebook posts that we did. If you add a bunch of estrogen to the water, you get more female fish. If you add more androgen, you get more male fish. So what happens in places like Hanama Bay, where we talked about 62 parts per trillion kills coral larvae? Hanama Bay, prior to COVID, I don't know, I think they've got some regulations on it now, but prior to COVID was sitting at 29,800 parts per trillion. There were moray eels, parrotfish, wrasse that all have, they all start out female, and then the largest female converts to male to breed. If you have too much estrogen in the water, they can't convert. So the last time I was there talking to a marine biologist, they actually had a parrotfish that for 3 years had been trying to transition between female and male and could only get about halfway. They had nicknamed it Pat. And I love Hanama Bay too. I just saw somebody say that I was in Hanama Bay every week for 7 years. My uncle was a researcher for University of Hawaii, so absolutely love it. It's nothing now like it was when I was 7 or 8 years old. Lots of these sort of pictures where you've got, 96-hour exposure. It doesn't seem to matter how much time or which chemicals, they all end up looking about the same. You've got a nice healthy coral on the left and a bleached one on the right. If it's an herbicide, how shocking that it kills the algae off, right? The skeletal system of coral is its endocrine system. And so when you add endocrine disruptors, that's the problems that you start to see. Go ahead, Tim. So there's Maui. right? We didn't do the research. Dr. Craig Downs from Hereticus Labs did the research, but he's gone to a number of different places and he's looking for those parts per trillion. So remember, 62 parts per trillion kills coral larvae. You can see up on the left-hand side, the first one, 4,252 parts per trillion. That's probably like the Ka'anapali area, and then Honolulu Bay up at the top. You can see the road to Hana. Not that many people do it. If they do it, they turn around real quick because that's that curvy, crazy road. And not that many people actually get in the water over there. So it's 0 parts per trillion, mostly native Hawaiians that live out on that far end. Go ahead, Jim. Now here's one that's closer to home. We're talking about the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is Trunk Bay, 62 parts per trillion. Anybody see the math problem here? We're now talking about parts per billion. Okay, this is a really scary area to me. It's a beautiful beach, and they are trying to make changes. They banned oxybenzone, octinoxate, and octocrylene. So they are getting to the point where it's more mineral sunscreens, and we tend to do very well on St. John's. But last time I was there, I wouldn't get in the water there because I'm a 53-year-old male that's trying to keep all of his parts operational and where they're supposed to be. So I went swimming about 4 bays over. We swam around that island that you see way in the distance. There was no coral. There were very few reef fish. Sure, we saw a turtle, but it was mostly rocks. About 4 days later, we went to the other side of the island. We voided our rental Jeep warranty and went to a place where there was nobody. And you know what? It was like Hanauma Bay 50 years ago. It was beautiful. Tons of different types of coral, lots of color, hundreds of fish. Go ahead, Tim. This is Florida, right? So now we're closer to home. The one that scares me there is pabas. Pabas have been banned for almost 2 decades, but they obviously bioaccumulate because they're still in Bahia Honda in the Florida Keys. Go ahead. This one, like I said, we have tons of these sort of things. The one in the middle was actually a coral researcher that had volunteered but said, I need a hypoallergenic sunscreen, and this one's prescription, so I have to use it. It was what, divers in the Keys call a sporty day. I would call it a barf cruise on the way out. But she didn't want her tank to hit the brain coral, so she just lightly touched it with her hand to push off. The next week when they came back, there was her hand bleached into it. At about the 1.5-year mark, all the way around the edges were bleached. And by about the 2 to 2.5-year mark, the whole coral head had bleached and died from that 1 second application. Go ahead, Tim. That's what happens when you expose little babies, right? We've got organs exploding or an aneurysm. We've got a YouTube channel that you can look at that shows what happens when you put it directly into an aquarium. And, oh, it's horrendous. Let's go. I need James Earl Jones voice for this, right? Sunscreen, footprints of death. I didn't call it that, but because it is an herbicide, this is an aerosol. When you spray it on grass with your feet there, the next day you come back and you can tell where you were standing because everything else died. Go ahead. It also goes 450 square meters from wherever you sprayed it. And you look at that, normally in Maui, it's got some pretty good wind, but there was no chop out there that day. So it's pretty impressive that they got it to go that far. Next slide. The bummer about that is about a half a mile away from that McKenna State Beach is a marine bird preserve. It's half a mile away from where humans are, and all of the eggs have sunscreen chemicals in them. Now, let's be realistic, right? I mean, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? So this would be a statistic that you go, really? It's all from that? No. I mean, look at the type of bird that's even in the picture. I'm sure they were eating crabs. They were eating, I think, the next slide. Go ahead, Tim, with the next one. Is it in turtle nests? I don't know, probably. They have rubbery eggs and about 25 grand, I can tell you specifically. But the next slide, Tim. It's in the muscle of all the fish, right? So these birds and whatever the turtles are eating, this is the fish that we're eating. These are the sunscreen chemicals that are in all of the muscles of fish. And they've actually done studies on different types of fish in different areas, but they all seem to be coming up with it. So there's our ingredients to avoid card. We have tons of these. Tim can get you more of these. We want you to have these. We want them to be in your pocket. There's actually a new chemical that a lot of the brands that say they're reef safe, which remember there's no designation for that, they're pretty clean, right? They're minerals, but a lot of them that are getting up into the SPF 50 are actually putting a chemical under the inactive ingredients. So look for it. It's kind of a scary one to me. It's butyl octosalicylate. Go ahead, try to spell that out, and I'm sure you'll memorize that, but we can get that later. Butyl octosalicylate. It actually is, if you look at acetylsalicylic acid, that's aspirin. So salicylate sounds pretty familiar in there. It actually is an aspirin, and it's being, or at least a similar chemical to aspirin, it's being banned in a lot of the health food stores and things like that in the UK. But in the United States, it's not even acknowledged as a sunscreen chemical. So that's why it's being listed underneath the inactive ingredients. So you really have to watch. There's a prosecutor in Sonoma County, California, that's suing people for fraudulent advertising. So I'll be curious to see if she's going after that. She's on her third brand of sunscreen that says that it's reef safe, and she's winning all of these cases. So it'll be very interesting. And remember, this ingredients to avoid card, all of those chemicals can be hidden under the term fragrance. So it's not going to be in your shampoo or anything like that. You won't find it. The only thing that card is going to be good for is your sunscreens, because by law, they don't have to put them on the label. So make sure you read your labels, understand what they are. Anything that's a chemical to me is questionable. Next slide. Same thing. Look at that. Avobenzone homosalate, avobenzone, obesinogen, endocrine disruptor, octocrylene's a carcinogen, homosalate's the drug that pulls it underneath your skin and into your bloodstream really fast. Go ahead. A lot of people don't understand this, and it's really important. The difference between an SPF 30 and an SPF 100 is less than 2%. Why do we keep hearing that it has to be an SPF 50 or an SPF 100? Most of the people talking about that are the melanoma foundations. And what I always want to know is who's funding them, right? So what I have found is a number of the ones that I looked into, it was pharmaceutical companies or chemical companies or body care companies that are paying for the message of the melanoma foundations. And an SPF 50 in a chemical or a mineral should be, pretty good. And amazingly enough, we are coming out with a really safe zinc, the first one of its kind, and we'll get into that in just a second. But it starts out as an SPF 45, and as you add water, it actually goes to an SPF 51. So it's very cool, new product. Tim will be able to get that in the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. This is exposure to a sunscreen. This is that YouTube that I talked about. Stream to seas on the left, competitor sunscreen with the chemicals on the right. They don't stop swimming in the stream to sea group. Maybe one of them does every once in a while. That's normal. They can take a break. In the competitors, they stop swimming really quickly, and then they start again at 72 hours. So the EPA says, oh, it's not aquatic toxicity. They're recovering. Actually, at the 72-hour mark, their neurological system is shutting down. They're going into rigor mortis. They're banging into the side of the tank. And by 2 weeks, all of the fish in that tank will be dead. They stop eating, and they never start eating again. But that's not considered aquatic toxicity. I think we've got a couple more, so let's fly through them, Tim. Next one is the same thing, feeding behavior with shampoo. Stream to sea on the left, a normal competitor shampoo on the right. This is part of the reason that we needed to make a mask defog. I have seen tests for a dozen or so baby shampoos or mask defogs, and they were 100% kill rate in an aquarium. So this is a shampoo, and it's 100% kill rate in that aquarium. So we ended up making a mask defog because it's tested and proven and doesn't do any harm. Happens to work real well. I saw somebody say that in the comments. Go ahead, Tim. Important that everything settles at the correct rate and it doesn't get in the way of coral larvae. That's one of the benefits of stream to sea too, is it's been tested to make sure that it doesn't harm coral larvae from a toxin standpoint or from a settlement standpoint. Next. Tim, you can go ahead and there we go. I was talking about this zinc. Zinc is slightly water soluble, so even a non-nano zinc, it's much better than the chemicals. If your only choice is to use a non-nano zinc, do that. But if you can get a titanium dioxide that's a non-nano, or you get this new eco-safe zinc that we have. Since it's slightly water soluble, as it starts to break down, it changes the pH of the water. So we've seen all sorts of interesting studies where it causes birth defects in sea urchins. I actually had a zinc supplier tell me that it kills coral larvae because it changes the pH, or that the coral can't breed. So we're pretty excited to come out with one that's actually passed all of the aquatic toxicity tests. Next. Tim, you want to go to the next one? There we go. So why us? We are the only brand on the planet that's been tested and proven. We are one of 5 brands that passed the Protect Land and Sea certification. I think the next one also is about stuff like this. Go ahead, Tim. We can go to the next slide. We are either in post-consumer recycled plastic. We recycle all of our shipping stuff. So if somebody ships something to us, you could get a note that says, sorry, this box doesn't look real cool, but we recycled all of the stuff that somebody else sent us. We are a woman-owned business. We're veteran-operated. We're based in Florida in the USA, and we do absolutely everything we can to make sure that we are doing not only no harm, but a lot of good. All of the antioxidants and all the prebiotics and things like that that are in our products, it actually does wonderful things for you, the skin, your skin, and the environment. I think we might be at our last slide. Yeah, one of my favorites. I think one of our graphics people put that up there because I used to race Hobie cats, so they were probably picking up, and I'm just fine with that. We sell a wetsuit cleaning product. I saw that. We're actually working on a couple of things. In the meantime, the shampoo actually has all of the enzymes necessary to break down everything that's in a wetsuit, including enzymes to break down urea, because I know nobody pees in their wetsuit. But we're working on a wetsuit cleaner. We're working on a free dive lube. So there's a lot of new stuff that will be coming out.
Excellent. Mike, if you were reading the comments as you were chatting, everybody is going crazy about the presentation. It was awesome. Thank you so much. So, you know, in always ending the presentation fashion, let's go ahead and give something away here.
Cool.
All right, so we're going to do a little eco pack of all the different Stream to Sea products here. So.
Oh, nice. You got a Conscious Explorer kit there, probably. That's a little sample of everything.
All right, Chris.
I think it's rigged. Chris got the last one, man.
See, I thought I'd seen Chris's name. Well, we're giving away a book as well. It's from the Tales of Scuba Steve. He makes books for kids, illustration books, and all of his proceeds go to great things, just like Stream to Sea, where we're trying to benefit the ecosystem and everything. So let's give away one of those.
Nice.
All right, Tom.
Very cool.
Well,
if anybody needs to catch me, I'm Mike at streamtosea.com. Got to remember the 2 in the middle. I'm happy to continue the discussion whenever, however, because we need advocates. I don't really need customers. I need people that want to help save the planet with us. And that's really our goal.
Awesome. Well, Mike, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining us on the show. And we'll definitely be having you back here at Dive Right in Scuba to do a presentation for the staff and for our local customers and stuff. So we love everything.
Very cool. Look forward to it. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Guys, thanks for joining the show. We've got a few presentations left here. Matt Mulryan is going to be showing off Ocean Reef full face masks. My apologies.
Are you ready?
I'm almost ready for you, Matt. All right. You are on.
Hey, everybody. No. Oh. Sorry. So comfortable. I thought I had it on. Hey, everybody. This is Matt with Ocean Reef. And we're going to be going over the Ocean Reef underwater naturally concept of diving with full face masks. Full face masks were originally invented by Ocean Reef in 2012. Very sleek, very cool looking. They are an Italian company. When I think of Italian products, I think of Ferrari and Lamborghini, smooth, sexy, cool looking, everything else. We've added a new dimension to it when we get into the Neptune 3, and it is now designated as badass. We'll get into that in a little bit, but right now we're going to look at some of the snorkeling products first off. Quite a few of you may have heard about issues with concerns about CO2 buildup in masks. And through the design process that Ocean Reef has, there's no way for toxic levels of CO2 to build up in here. You can see first off, there's an oronasal pocket in here that blocks off the spent gas from going up into the visor and basically prohibits O2 buildup. You've got two different veins coming down from the snorkel, and there's no way for the fresh air and old air to mix to build up toxic levels. So it's really a cool design. Have a one-way valve down at the bottom for exhaust, and so you're just able to breathe naturally. One of the big things about this too is you don't have to breathe through your mouth. Most scuba divers I know can snore the bark off a tree because they're just so used to breathing through their mouth. And now you don't have to. You can just breathe naturally through the mask, through your nose. You do have an airspace in front of you. You're able to communicate. You can drink water if you have a Camelback style a water holder for you. When we talk about communications, it's very, very important to the folks at Ocean Reef also. And with our Aria lines, we do offer a snorky-talkie, and this is a walkie-talkie system. Primarily with these masks, they are for pretty much just for surface use because there's really no way to get to your nose to equalize. So these would be basically on the surface, but if you had somebody on the beach and they had a handheld system, you'd be able to communicate up to 500 feet away with other people. It is a push-to-talk communication system, so you'll just push the button in here, and you'd be able to communicate with the other divers in the water with you as well. So it's some really cool stuff. The field of vision on these masks is about 180 degrees. They fit very, very close to your face, so they're very low volume. And you've got tremendous peripheral vision. You can see things moving off and on beyond the distance. Great downward visibility. The snorkel still sticks up. There is a dry valve in the top of this, so you're not having water coming down into your mask, anything else. Any mask that does come in, or any water that does come into the mask, just purges naturally out the one-way valve at the bottom. So the air is going to come in, it's going to go into your visor area. When you have a fresh flow of air flowing through there, you don't need any type of defog. These masks are not going to fog up on you. That goes through one-way valves in the bottom. See if I can see this. The one-way valves in here, then it comes down into the mouth and then exhales through the bottom of it. So again, no CO2 buildup. Really sharp looking colors to it. Just a real nice, solid design. The QR that I'm holding here does have quick release straps. These are elastic straps also, so it's very easy to adjust this once, put the mask back on, and it's set specifically for your face each time. Excuse me. It is a polycarbonate lens. We do have a scratch resistant lining on the inside and the outside for it as well. Just some really cool stuff. Now the Snorky Talkies are going to have 4 different channels, and you can expect about a 3-hour operation time on them. And there's a battery level indicator on the top up here too. So you turn this on, you can do volume control, channel control, and then it also gives you an indication as to what your battery life is with this as well. We have 4 different styles of the masks. We do have the Aria QR, which is the quick release. The Aria Classic, that is still the elastic bands without the quick release. We have the Uno, that is a silicone strap. And all of these are using the same design, same airflow, everything else. So all of the masks are going to be identical in performance. And then we also have the Aria Junior, that is going to be an extra small mask for kids. So from extra small all the way up to large face adults, we're able to get you covered with this entire system. It's really cool stuff. 98% of the world can snorkel, 2% of the world dives. So let's do snorkel your way to scuba and get everybody diving. And we would include that or add to the Aria masks our duo fins. These are going to be little itty bitty snorkeling fins, but they still have a tremendous performance to them. There's a neoprene strap cover on the heel for extra comfort, full foot pocket, full adjustability, nice little vents to it, very flexible, nice side rails, nice little travel package. This is actually what we're going to be giving away without the snorky top. So don't get your hopes built up too much there. Nice thing about this too, the Pantones are just about identical. So it's not like you get some mask from one manufacturer, a snorkel from the other, and the colors are just off. These are just spot on. Some fun colors and great product line as well. Now, towards that end, we do the full face masks, integrated dive masks. And the way these are going to work, that didn't work out with against a black shirt, sorry about that, is the second stage is built into the mask. And so you don't have to worry about separate pieces of equipment, everything else with it. This entire system is the Neptune 3, and this is brand new. We just introduced this last spring in the middle of the pandemic, so it may not have really, you may not have seen it yet because we haven't been out showing it, but it is a really nice design mask. It's completely redesigned from the ground up. Some of our older masks, you would have to have an adjustment knob on the side. If you changed attitudes, adjustments, feet up, feet down, it would tend to free flow. So you'd have to make micro adjustments to the regulator quite often. With this new regulator, you don't have to worry about making those adjustments. The only thing the mask does have is a dive and pre-dive switch, just to keep the chance of free flow from going down on the surface. Make sure you don't get a free flow when you're on the surface with it as well. There's a 33% breathing increase, ease of breathing increase from our previous models. The volume itself is 10% smaller than our other masks also, so it's fitting closer to your face, easier to equalize. When we talk about equalizing with these masks also, it is a little bit different because there's no way to access your nose. So what we're going to do with this in the oronasal pocket, see if we can show you this. There's two little silicone knobs in here that are adjustable. They spin and they move up and down. We also have longer pegs, and what those are going to do is you will adjust those so that they're resting against the bottom of your nose. As you're descending and need to equalize, you can push the mask in, lift up, breathe against those pegs, and it's going to allow you to equalize your mask. It was really some very cool stuff. Okay. Again, the polycarbonate frame has got the, oops, giving away a secret there. The polycarbonate has got an anti-scratch lining on the outside of it. The entire system is very heavy duty, just solid state. Feels really good. When you put it on, you know you've got a serious piece of equipment on. Sorry, technical difficulty. Okay. Again, an advantage of a full face mask is there's no jaw fatigue. You don't have to hold on to a regulator, so you're not going to have that sore jaw when you get out, maybe a headache, everything else with it. Nose breathing, you can drink and talk just like you can with the Aria face masks also. Mask equalization, the flooding. The exhaust valve on this is at the bottom of the valve, or the bottom of the mask. It is non-directional. Some of our other masks have got directional veins in it that allows the bubbles to go out in different directions. This mask is just going to go through a filter and blow out in different directions. Oops, sorry. Okay. We are now cold water certified. We just received the CE certification for cold water. And so these masks are going to be completely adaptable for the cold water environment as we have here in the Midwest, over in Europe, other places like that as well. So take this out for right now. Okay. Let's see. We will also have a surface air valve, and this is going to allow us to open and close the mask. When you're first getting in the water, before you get out to your dive site or start to descend, if you put the mask on, you don't want to be breathing air off of your tank. So what you can do is just open the surface air valve And this allows you to breathe ambient air without draining your tank for it as well. The new design on this also, if you forget to close this, normally we would have water trickling in, everything else. The new design of the surface air valve restricts the water flow from coming back into the mask. So you're not going to have any leakage when that comes through. Again, the air is going to enter your inhale. The inhalation is going to come in. Oxygen or air will come in into the visor, keeping it nice and clean. You don't have to worry about any type of fogging. Again, there's two one-way valves that will bring the gas down into the second stage regulator area, and then exhalation right out the bottom. So again, very little chance of having any type of a CO2 in there at all. We are still going to continue on with the iron mask. We do have a mask for hazmat materials. It's called the iron. It is completely designed out of material that you can dive in pure gasoline with as well and not affect it. It's got special parts for it, metal regulator parts, everything else with it. But this mask is more towards, I don't want to say the recreational side of things, but it is not a public safety mask per se, but really, really nice. To put this on, you're going to loosen all of the straps, put your hand in the webbing, make sure it's put in the right position, pull this out, slip it on, pull it back over. To adjust the mask for a proper fit, you're going to pull the side strap first, then you're going to adjust the lower straps, then you're going to adjust the top. You don't want to have hairs, bunny hairs. You want to have as very small area as you can on the top straps. So make these adjustments, this adjustment, bottom, and then the top. Now, usually with the masks also, we have a two-handled dongle release. There would be little dongles down here, either elastic or plastic or a stainless steel. This one has a optional one-hand release. All you have to do is put your hand in here, pull up, lift, the entire mask comes off. It's really, really sweet. So this is our new Neptune 3. It is badass. When we look at underwater communications, this is going to make this mask, we just had a conversation about this, is this badass or badasser? So we think it's badasser by adding the Neptune 3 or the Mercury communication system to it as well. It's just going to mount into a port on the left-hand side of the mask. It's going to be a push-to-talk communication system. We are going to have two earphones on the side. These are done with rechargeable batteries. And when you're not using them, they fold down into the mask so it packs down into a very small, compact unit. Range on this is going to be about 800 feet. You can just push and talk. As soon as you get in the water, it's going to water activate. You can have as many divers as you need to on this one system. You'll push this in, get a beep, and then you can start to talk. You try not to talk over other people in the system with you, but it won't communicate when you have this pushed in. So 2 different channels for it, and then we have 3 different volume levels as well. So this is going to make a real nice underwater communication package. So far we've got badass and badasser, and unfortunately I'd been playing with this earlier today, but this is our new Vesper visor light, and it is going to mount in the top of the visor. You turn this on before you put it in the visor, and then you bear with me a second, sorry.
While you're doing this, Matt, so does this not require any surgery to the mask like the old visor light did?
No, this one can actually be put in by the consumer. And so once you have it in there, you're going to just swing by a little sensor up on front. You're going to have a 30 lumen, 15 degree secondary backup light for you. I don't know if you can see that against the wall, but that's really sweet. If you covered this up for about 5 seconds, now we're going to have an SOS feature to it as well. So now we're thinking we have badass, badasser, badasserist. That is just so cool to be able to have all of this in one setting. So this is the new Neptune 3. We're really excited for it. Sales are going very, very well for it. People are enjoying the ease of use, the low volume. This is going to come in 2 different sizes. The visors are all the same for all of our different IDMs, integrated dive masks. We make the difference with the skirts. And so there's going to be 2 sizes of skirts. We're either going to have a black extender or a white extender. And then you can choose either a first or a den or a yoke first stage with it as well. Now, the way the system is being done is we wanted everybody to, we wanted to make sure we make first stages, we make octos. We wanted this entire system to work as well as it possibly could together. And so right now it's only available as a complete package. So that's going to include the IDM. It will include a first stage, the octo, and a pressure gauge. One other thing is the regulator on here is completely integrated also. So with level 1 technical training, you can take this regulator off, replace it, swap it out, and then do your annual performance to it or your overhaul to it, whatever you need to do while it's off. But it's very, very easy to get to the first stage. Just take it off, make sure it all gets put back together, and you're all set to go dive. So we have the complete system here. And this is our first stage. That is the Ocean Reef design. It does have an environmental kit on the outside of it. It has 2 high pressure and 4 low pressure ports. So you can run your inflator hose, a Drysuit inflator hose. You could run a gauge. You could run a wireless transmitter, anything else you wanted to off of that also. It's the standard 140 PSI coming off there, so it's just a nice industry standard. Again, you can get this available in either yoke or in den configurations. We also have our Ocean Reef Octopus with the extended yellow hose to it as well. It is a mechanical second stage, so you don't have any free flow issues with that if it's trailing behind you or anything like that, but we do have this available. One of the things that really makes it nice is the quick release hoses with it as well. If you're in some type of an emergency situation, you run out of air, low air condition, low air. If your buddy comes up, you could pull this off of his octo and just hook this back up to your IDM and continue breathing. Or you could ditch your full mask and then go to a traditional scuba. You'd have your octopus down here. You could bring that up, start breathing on it as well. Now we do also have a lollipop pressure gauge, just to be able to keep track of everything when you're underwater. So it's really some good stuff. Now, when we talk about doing a ditch system with the IDM, of course, you're going to be losing your mask and nose pocket. So we do provide you with this set also a bump system. And this is a backup mask and snorkel. So inside this little pack, it can either go into your BC pocket, it could tie off with the carabiners, any clips you wanted to as well. We have a frameless mask with an elastic strap. So you just put this on, you put your octo in your mouth, get this into your, get it out of the pack, put your mask on, and then we have the inflatable or the there we go. Then we have the roll-upping snorkel for it as well. So everything is going to be self-contained. It's going to come in a really nice, sexy Italian bag. So you can put your IDM up on top. You can put your bump system on there. Tons and tons of carabiners. Side pockets. The system is also going to include a screwdriver for putting on your comms unit. It's going to have the adjustable pegs for your equalization, just everything you're going to need. We've had a lot of people just asking if this bag is available separately. At this point, we are selling everything just as a complete system. So this is going to be retailing at about $2,200 for everything I've just showed you. That's pretty good stuff. Let's see. Now, I should be forgetting something, but I don't think I have. The Mercury communication system is going to have rechargeable and replaceable batteries, so you can charge that with a USB cable. Ours is going to last about 30 hours. 2 channels, water activated, 3 volumes, push to talk button. Depth rating on the Vesper is going to be 180 feet, and the sensor activation with the SOS system to it. So some really cool stuff in here as well. So this is kind of the Reader's Digest version of Ocean Reef. There's a lot of other things that we could talk about, just trying to get this done in a half an hour. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, sounds great. While we're waiting for those questions to roll in, so you guys are producing the regulators at your facility then,
design
or
and manufacture?
Awesome, great, yeah. And in terms of communication, so you talked about the Mercury. You guys also have a hardwire system as well.
2 different hardwired systems. Just a single system. We have another one you could actually be communicating with 2 different divers with as well. You just dip the transducer into the water and you can communicate with people. The wireless system is just so much nicer for difficult topography and trying to get the sonar waves to go through different things and everything. Wireless is just wireless is a good way to go with this as well, and it reduces your chance of entanglement.
All right, so we got a question here from Shane. We'll go ahead and throw it up here. If I wanted to use the Neptune 3 to talk to the boat, what receiver does the boat need to have to communicate with me?
The frequencies that are being used with these are pretty consistent, so there are different systems that can communicate together. Of course, we'd prefer you buying the Ocean Reef just so you complete the circuit and everything else, but there are different systems that are available and to work, especially with the 2 different channels available. Specifically, I don't know which ones.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see here. Can the release toggle strap be retrofitted to the Neptune space masks?
Yeah, it just looks like a Phillips screwdriver going onto the side of it. So, yes, this should be able to fit.
Awesome. And we got a question. So if we've got an older Ocean Reef, is anything compatible with the new Neptune 3?
The communication system is going to be the same. The communication port is the same threads, everything else. The only thing that would not be compatible would be the Vesper. Oh, by the way, that was serial number 6. So you guys are getting a sneak preview of what the Vesper actually looks like. So that's some pretty cool stuff. It fell out again. Where did it go? So yes, that would be the only thing. The older light would work when all of our masks. The Neptune 3 does need a specific new.
Okay, so the regulators aren't cross-compatible, or the extender frame or anything like that.
Yeah, for the most part, everything is just completely redesigned. It's a much smoother breathing mask, lower volume. One of the things that it does have is there's probably 4 times the amount of surface area inside an IDM as there is to just the second stage of a regular system. And so some people say, oh, it's difficult to breathe. Well, not really, because you have to move a lot of air when you start breathing on it to get it to start flowing. But once you get used to it, it's not really a lag time, but it's just you start breathing it, and then it starts to go for you. But it's a really nice way to do this. Ease of breathing, the communication aspect of it, field of vision, everything else, just phenomenal. Had I known about this, I would have spent many dives out on Lake Michigan, much warmer face than I used to with the full system.
I hear you. All right, so we got one more question here this one's from YouTube. What about prescription lens capability?
Yes, as a matter of fact, thank you. What we do is we do offer a series of diopters, and they're from a -1 to a -4, left and right, depending on what you need. And then we have a very small plastic glass frame, actually, that will go under the mask. You can use it on your snorkeling mask, or you could use it on your IDM as well. Just choose what prescription you need for it, order out the frame, drop the lenses in there, and you're all set to go.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you, Matt, so much for the great presentation. I say we do a quick little raffle giveaway. Let's get that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are going to do the QR and a pair of duo fins.
Perfect. All right, Tom Weber. Congratulations, Tom.
Need to check one thing real quick. I just had a...
Yeah. Guys, thanks so much for watching the show here. We appreciate all of our presenters coming out here on the holiday, and thank you all for watching on your holiday weekend as well. As you know, every half hour we're doing a little raffle giveaway. Tonight we're going to be doing the grand prize trip to St. Croix, also another $1,000 shopping spree. Got something else for us, Matt?
If I may, real quick here, Tim, I told my boss I didn't want any heckling, but he did provide some important feedback for me. The Vesper will fit in all of our old masks. The old visor will not, or the old lights will not fit in the Neptune 3. So I stand corrected. Thank you, John.
Yeah, no, awesome. I mean, that's what we're all about, right? It's hard being live on the camera, and if any of us make a little oops here, we're always gonna be the first ones to say we can get you the answer. Let's confirm it. So thanks so much, Matt.
Well, thanks for your understanding, and thank Dive Right In Scuba for putting this on. It's awesome.
Thanks so much, Matt.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
All right, guys, the next presentation is all about dry suits and dry suit undergarments. Coming all the way from sunny California, we got DUI. Jay, how we doing today?
Good, Tim. How are you?
Excellent.
All right. So today I thought we'd do a little bit, go over some insulation. I know I'm always talking about dry suits and keeping us warm, but the one thing we don't really talk about a whole lot is insulation. We're always talking about our dry suits. So I kind of brought, I got a little bit of a PowerPoint, but I also brought a whole bunch of samples here in case the PowerPoint goes down or we have some equipment issues or this or that. So kind of wanted to bring up a backup plan. But basically, I kind of wanted to talk about some new things that are going on here with DUI. And one of the things that we've done for the past couple of years is really kind of looked at how to bump up our insulation, bump up our dive wear. We've kind of been looking at it for the last couple of years, and for really the last year, they got really serious and started looking at different types of materials, sourcing different materials, speccing it out, trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work. And they actually were able to find somebody overseas that does high-end fleece and specializes in high-end fleece for Columbia and a lot of the other outdoor sporting stores. And products. As a result, we were able to come out with I think the term is Jersey Lenore, which is kind of like a sheen. And if you can see it, they're kind of a sharkskin gray suit. So whereas traditionally they were black, now we've kind of gone to what I'm going to call a sharkskin gray with accent stitching. I'll go over it a little bit more as soon as I pull up the PowerPoint. But this is an area where we really kind of felt like we needed to kind of bump it up a little bit and come out with a really nice high-end undergarments. So they've come out, they're on the ship. I've gotten confirmation they are actually on the boat, and we expect them in probably within the next week to 2 weeks, hopefully, assuming that we can get them off the boat and get them down to San Diego in the warehouse so we can start selling them. So what I'd like to do right now is switch over to the PowerPoint. By the way, if anybody's got any questions, Tim, or feel free to jump in. That way I'm not talking to a PowerPoint.
No problem.
It's a little awkward for me, but we'll try to go through it. And I know, we're talking about insulation. So really kind of the meat and potatoes is really being able to try it on and feel it. And I get that we can't do that, but I think you'll at least get an idea of the quality that and the time that we've actually put into this. So I'm going to try to go ahead and share my screen now. And we did this yesterday, so there it is. We're working so far. All right, are we up?
Give me just a moment to locate it here. Here she is.
All I'm seeing is my PowerPoint and nothing else.
All right, I got it up for you, Jay.
Okay, cool. So basically what we're going to do is just kind of go through the products. A lot of this is kind of new and improved Duotherm. So there are going to be a lot of characteristics and features that are similar, but keep in mind, really a lot of this has to do with the quality. And one of the things that we've kind of put into the quality was what's called active wicking technology. So unlike cotton, this wicking technology absorbs very little water, whereas cotton tends to absorb 7% of its weight, and polyester 4%. This is designed with a wicking layer material built into the fleece to help get moisture off of you, kind of push away from the body.
I'm sorry, buddy. We're only seeing the on the left has all the thumbnails, and then there's the main screen, so we're not seeing it progress through the presentation.
All right, let's try this again.
And while Jay's hunting that down, we had a question. What would you recommend for a 3-hour dive in 39 degrees? Jay, I'm thinking XM450.
XM450, heck yeah. That's a long dive in very cold water. So without question, I would definitely look at the XM450. And everybody's thermal properties tends to be a little bit different. So you might want to think about adding a vest, especially over the duration of your dive. If you're really going to be underwater that long, depending on when you get how much you get cold or how quickly you get cold, that would depend on whether you might even want to layer a vest on top of that for your core.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, can you see it now?
So on the left-hand side, click the screen button.
Yeah, share screen.
There it is.
Window. Now do you see it?
I see the same kind of like general PowerPoint, not the actual show itself. Okay. So now I see slide 2.
Okay. So it says active wicking technology on it, correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So sorry about that, everybody. So again, this is active wicking technology. You're going to see this term quite often through this presentation as I talk about the different undergarments and so forth. And like I said before, you don't really want to dive with cotton. You need something that's going to get that moisture off, especially diving, here in San Diego and especially in Chicago and the Northwest. We get those warm, humid days, and you tend to be out of the water. You tend to sweat. I mean, 80 degrees. Then you jump into the Great Lakes, and the water is a lot colder. You can get some condensation. So the Duotherm dive wear is also constructed with an all-weight fleece, which is accent stitching. It repels water from accidental water and moisture contact. So as you can see from this diagram, not only do we have the wicking technology where it's pulling moisture off of you, but it's also kind of reflecting and deflecting any type of condensation that you might get from the outside. So the idea is really to kind of keep you warmer and keep that moisture away from your body to keep you warm. Now, you still need to wear a base layer. DUI has Echo wear. We have our Echo line. I tend to use like an Under Armour t-shirt. This is one of those things where everybody's thermal properties are a little bit differently, and depending on how much bulk you want underneath your dry suit when diving would really kind of determine that. And everybody's got their own personal threshold and preference on how they like to do it. But having this new type of fleece is really supposed to help keep that moisture off your body and kind of push it away from any condensation, which is actually going to keep you warmer. It's also extremely soft. Right here, what you're looking for is what you're looking at is the Duotherm 150. Tim, you see the 150, right?
I don't. I'm just seeing this slide 2.
Okay, so every time we stop here, stop sharing, and let's get escape. And I will try this one more time, and then I'm just going to go to Plan B.
Sounds good.
You there?
It's coming up here. Okay. Can you click presentation mode or like start presentation. Maybe that'll click it into it.
Oh, I see. It says app will be live is sharing a window.
Okay.
So I hide that. I can. Do you at least see the screen now?
I still just now I see slide 3. Try just clicking to slide 4 real quick. We'll see if it works, and if it doesn't, then we'll do plan B.
I might just do it this way. Can you see dive?
Yeah.
What is going on here? All right, let's do this.
Okay. I'm seeing 2 of the same there, Jay.
All right, remove. And
let's give it a shot.
I'm just going to video.
Okay. No worries.
So the 150, again, is designed for, warmer temperatures, anywhere from, 65 degrees and up, just kind of like our normal Duotherm. It's 280 grams. It is pill resistant. And again, it does have the active wicking technology. The 150 is right here. I'll just go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to try to play around with it. So actually, I'm just going to get this closer to get it closer to the camera. So this is our Duotherm 150. It does come with the 150 etched on the cuff. So we do that to kind of help identify it, but it also kind of just adds like a nice little accent to it. So the 150 is a jumpsuit. It does come with 2 pockets. They are not zipper pockets. Okay, so they're just straight up regular pockets. And all of our jumpsuits actually come with a 2-way zipper. One thing that we did in regarding to the 2-way zipper, as you can see, that the reason we did that is when we first originally came out with a product or came out with a sample, we thought we were going to add, for lack of a better word, 2 slits in the legs for P valves, and decided that was kind of didn't look the greatest. It kind of wasn't finished, and it looked like something where if you accidentally brushed up on something on the side of a boat, that it would actually tear. So we kind of got away with that, and we wanted to stick with a 2-way zipper. I don't personally dive with a P valve, but I know a lot of people do, and they tend to loop it up around the belly button and then on the way out. So we kind of used the 2-way zipper as that way you could zip it up a little bit and utilize a P valve if you chose to. So that's the 150 on both jumpsuits. The next one I'm going to pull out is the 300. So this is the Duotherm 300. Again, sharkskin gray. We do have a zipper pocket right here. So can you see that okay with the zipper?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we sure do.
Cool. So this is a sharkskin gray 300. You can actually see some of the accent stitching right up close. I'm getting as close to the camera as I possibly can. It does have a collar extension up on the top to help keep your neck a little warmer. So it doesn't actually get cut off here. It comes up the neck to keep your neck a little warmer. All of our jumpsuits do come with elastic to put your thumbs in there. That way you can keep it from sliding up. When you put your zip seals on or your arms through the sleeves tends to bunch up into the forearm and the arm area. These are going to help. Thumb loops are going to help keep that down on your wrist and kind of keep that in place. The Duotherm 300 also comes with a 2-way zipper, so it comes zips up and zips down. And then the pockets are on the side are the zipper pockets. Unlike the 150, these are actually zipper pockets, so you can actually zip it up. So you've got a left and a right, and then you also have, not unlike our Duotherm 1, you can see we actually have thicker stirrups on this. So, and if you look on the inside, you can see where it's really bounded in there with the stitching. So this is our 300. And I'm doing my best to show it up here. And that's going to be our 300. So again, sharkskin gray. It's got a little bit of a sheen to it, as you can tell. It's got a very smooth. It won't pill, and it's a very soft, very warm, high-end fleece. Okay. We have this in a pullover as well. 300 and pants in a pullover. This is going to be the 300 pullover. Now, the one thing that you will notice differently about the difference about the pullover is the pockets. Whereas on the jumpsuits, you've got pockets on both sides. This is more like a sweatshirt pocket where I can literally put my hand straight through. So you still got pockets, hand warmer, but this is going to be our sweatshirt and pants combo. This is a 300 weight, designed for 45 to 65 degree water.
Hey Jay, while you're holding up the 300 there, what's the water temp that you guys would recommend the 300 series used for?
Anywhere from 45 to 65 degree water. So out here in San Diego, I wear the 300, and our temperature water here is somewhere between 52 and say 64 degrees at depth, and I'm very comfortable with it. Anything below 45 degrees, I would probably start looking at the 450.
Yep.
Okay. So the 300 also comes with the pants combo. So just very similar in, I don't want to say similar in style, but it is similar than the Duotherm 1. It's just a much higher grade fleece. It's a different color, better stitching, but it comes with a pullover and the pants. So it's kind of that same concept of having both. So if you wanted to, if you're on the boat and it's a warm day, you could take the sweatshirt off. It's a lot easier to do that versus the jumpsuit. Again, a lot of this comes down to personal preference. Some people just unzip the top part of the jumpsuit and they're okay. Out here in California, if it's an 80-degree day and you're sitting on that boat during surface interval, sometimes it's nice to be able to take that sweatshirt off and have like a nice Under Armour or a wicking t-shirt underneath it to kind of cool off so you don't get overheated on the boat. And that's also good prior to your dives. So there's pros and cons to having the pants and the sweatshirt versus the jumpsuit. If you ask me which one's better, really look at the weight and look at the warmth characteristics, because some of the other stuff is just kind of personal preference. So we also have the jumpsuit and the 300 for the women's. So as you can see, for lack of a better word, I think this is fuchsia, but it's kind of like a reddish pink on the shark skin gray with the DUI waves underneath it. This is very similar to the 300 in men's as far as all the characteristics and features. Still active wicking technology, still repels water very nicely, and it does have those wicking capabilities. The wicking capabilities as everything else that I've shown you. So that's a term that's just going to keep coming up, is because that's really something that's been kind of ingrained into the new insulation. And I don't know if you can see this on the camera or not, or how good it is, but you can kind of see it's got kind of a nicer sheen to it. So it's got a very soft, warm feel to it.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
So still have the thumb loops. So all the characteristics of the men's 300 and all the features are also in the women's. So you still have the stirrups, the two-way zipper. You've got the zipper pockets on either side, and then you have the stirrups and for the feet. So we also have this in socks as well, and we also have it in a vest. And this is actually the vest right here. And I am getting a total pile up here, so let's get this stuff out of the way. So, for example, if you were diving in really cold water and you're one of those people who get a little bit colder wearing the 300, but you weren't diving in anything, say below 40 degrees, you might want to throw a vest on top of the 300 to kind of help keep you a little bit warmer, give you a little bit more of a warmth characteristics, at least in the upper part of the core. Not to mention, it's a nice thing to throw on the top of the boat as well. If you're on the boat and you're a little cold, throw on the vest as well. So that's the new insulation that would come in. Again, we spent a lot of time speccing this out and really trying to find something that was, a much better, higher grade product than we really had. And it took a lot of time in the making, and we really tried to work at it. So are there any questions before I move on to a couple of the other products?
So we had a few questions asked on how much weight should I add for the 300 versus the 450?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's really one solid answer to that, except for doing a buoyancy check. But I would say you probably want to add maybe 4 pounds, give or take.
Yeah.
That's a very kind of
it's personalized too, depending on how big you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't imagine just switching installations from a 450 jumpsuit to a 300 that you would need to add a whole lot more weight. I would probably start off with just adding maybe 4 pounds, then jump it off and do a buoyancy check and to see how you feel.
Yeah. And I think that's pretty much all we got for questions thus far.
Okay. So one thing that's come up in the last couple of years as I switch gears a little bit is we always sell the zip dry gloves. We always had those yellow liners. I don't know, Tim, if you remember the yellow liners that come in the DUI zip gloves.
Oh, yeah.
We don't really actually sell those as replacements. And we've been kind of looking for a nice replacement after that where people can buy them, not only with the zip gloves as an upgrade, but you can also buy them a la carte. Okay, so you can also replace them. And right now we came up with the new dive wear gloves. These are a lot warmer than the ones we had prior, and you got a little bit more dexterity. So these are still the high pile fleece. It's a liner glove that you would put inside the zip gloves, and we are going to start carrying these again to where you can actually buy replacements. So, but it's definitely warmer. You've got a little bit of a grip here, so I don't know if you can see on the inside. I'm kind of using the light playing around with this. Do you see the lining?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, cool. So even when you're outside of it, that gives you a little bit of a grip before you don your dry suit for handling the gear on the boat. If you need to hold on to a railing for whatever reason, you're going to have a little bit of a grip there to give to get a better grip. And it's also going to give you the dexterity that you're looking for. So we're actually going to be carrying these, and these are coming in, and we'll have these as replacement liners as well. So those are the gloves. We're actually kind of excited about that because that's the one thing that, it comes up enough that we needed to come up with a separate set of liners, and we needed to replace the liners for the zip gloves since we didn't stop carrying the yellow ones. But these are much nicer. They will be available when you buy them as an upgrade. So if you're buying a suit and you want zip gloves and the liners, you can purchase this as a upgrade, but you can also purchase them a la carte and separate if you choose to. So if you already have a pair of zip gloves, you can actually call us in or go to, not call us in, I'm sorry, call you guys, Dive Right In, and you guys can get these in at any given time.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll definitely be bringing those in. We love those. Anything, I mean, the yellow liners are all right, but they're just big, they're poofy, they get in the way. So yeah. That's a nice thin glove. Are you guys?
These are much better.
Yeah. We got a question from Trevor. Are made to measure undergarments still available?
Yes, but not in the new fleece. The new made to measure will be in the old Duotherm. They're sourced in a different spot. We buy the material and then we send them out to someone who, I'm going to say semi-local, but they're located in the United States, and we can still do custom undergarments. However, it won't be in the new, as of right now, it's not in the new material in the fleece. These are all manufactured and built overseas.
Yeah, great. And this is a question, I believe, that is a little bit broader for just undergarments, but what fit is best, baggy or tight?
That is a loaded question. And honestly, I don't like baggy. This is a personal preference for myself, because when you're diving in a dry suit, you have to manage the air cell. And if you have more of a larger air cell or more material where you can get air pockets, I see that as a diving hazard. So really, you need to have enough maneuverability so you can get on a ladder. You need enough maneuverability that you can reach your valves. But you don't want an extra 2 or 3 inches if you don't need them in the legs. You don't need a huge upper body because that's much more of a harder air cell to manage when you're diving. So, one question that I get when people are asking me whether they can fit into a select suit or a signature suit custom, one of the things I look at is the floor to crotch, because if you're a larger size, say 2XL, and you got a 32 inseam, our 2XL comes with like a 36, 37 inseam. That's an extra 3 to 4 inches in the legs, and the only way to get that air out is through your exhaust valve. So you've got to get that air from your legs all the way up to your exhaust valve. And every time I see someone with a baggy suit and having that much more of an air cell to manage, I personally am not a fan of that. I would much rather have a suit that fits you well to perfectly enable to you to manage that air cell when you're diving.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we generally recommend for folks is if it's a base layer, tighter fit, but don't allow it to restrict your mobility. A mid-weight like a 150 or a 300, same thing. You want to be able to layer it and have it with your EXO, your base layer. And then your XM 450. I mean, you're dealing with a much baggier undergarment. Make sure you still have your full range of motion. There's nothing worse than being restricted in your undergarment, and then you get into a dry suit. Now you're really restricted. So, but great feedback there. Another question on the dry glove liners. I think this is going to be a huge product for you, Jay.
Okay, good.
Do you have them in stock?
They're on the boat.
On the boat, so coming in soon. And
confirmation they left the dock, and I know they're en route. Now, keep in mind, guys, we still got logistics, and we still got to get it into the ports in LA through Long Beach, and we've got to get it down here. I do have confirmation. I'm looking at the new jumpsuit because I need a new set of insulation myself. So I've been kind of chomping at the bit, and I actually kind of snagged this jacket. By the way, this was actually a demo. We're offering a new jacket for a promotional. This is windproof, waterproof, water repellent, but it's not water resistant. It's not something you would actually wear underneath the dry suit. But this is one of the samples that I just happen to be a large, so I kind of snagged it. I'm probably in a little bit of trouble, but oh well. So we've got some new promotional products, but all of that stuff, guys, is on. I've got confirmation it's on the way. We were hoping for a mid-April revival date. Now we're probably looking at the latter part of April, maybe the first part of May. But we got to get everything off the boat through Long Beach and down to us. So I know that's kind of I know it's not a definitive answer, but it is coming, I promise.
Awesome. And then thickness on the glove liners compared to the standard yellow ones.
Thinner.
Okay, a little bit thinner.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe not like, I'll pull these back up closer to the camera. Maybe not around here, the cuff part, but definitely like right in through here within the fingers. It's definitely a little bit thinner, but it's also got a smoother sheen to it. So if I get right up there on the camera, you can kind of see it doesn't pill. Yep. So it's got a nicer sheen to it, so it's going to slide in and out of those gloves a little bit easier. So, but I mean, as far as thickness, they are thinner, but I mean, I also haven't gone out there and actually measured the difference between the two. So it's probably minimal, but at the same time, they are thinner, and they do give you more dexterity, which is the important part.
Excellent. So anything new that we can expect in the dry suit category from you guys this year?
So that is an excellent question. So there's a couple of things that we are doing. One is, you're familiar with the Flex Extreme. It's a very popular suit with us. We're also now offering a ripstop material that's a little bit tougher than the polyester, but it's a ripstop nylon, which gives it a bit more of a sheen to it and a smoother look to it. So we are now offering the Flex Extreme for an upgrade in the high ripstop, high-end material. It's very similar. It actually is the same material on the Cortez, but I don't want to compare it to the Cortez because when you put it on the Flex, we actually seal the suit and glue it. It's a totally different suit, but the material is the same, and it's a ripstop. It's very tough. It is a tri-laminate, but we are now starting to offer that with the Flex. To give everybody a quick history on that, when we came out and we saw the material, we wanted to kind of put it together as a premium suit to begin with, just because of the nature and the quality of the material. We decided to build the Cortez and tape the suit versus seal it because we were looking for a price point between the Yukon 2 and the TLS 350. But the material is so good and it's such a high-grade material, we've decided to add it as an upgrade to the Flex line so people can now get that same ripstop material in the Flex suit and get it as a premium suit, fully customizable.
Awesome. Very cool.
The other thing we're doing is if you order a tech package, you will start to see this come through as part of the packages. A lot of times when you buy the packages, you get the neoprene hood, you get the bag, but we're also including a mat, which I actually have right here. So this is a changing mat. It does have grommets, so I guess if you wanted to drain water, hang it as a flag, I'm not sure. But can you guys all see this?
Yep.
So this will come with the tech package, and this will start to come, you know, with the dry suits, with the premium suits. So if you order a CF200 full tech package, you're going to start to skip the changing mats as well.
Awesome.
So you will start to see those. Those are also on their way. And then the other thing, and this is just kind of a very generic, general question, something we've been kind of kicking around here. I do not have any details. I don't have anything else, but this is more of kind of like a survey question for you guys. How do you like our dry suit bags? And would it make sense if we had a dry suit bag that include a wet area and a dry area for clothes and put it all into one? So it's a kind of a concept we're kicking out, because whenever someone orders a dry dye wear, a bag and dye wear for us, we send out 2 bags, one for the dry suit and one for the installation. Does it make sense to put it into one bag? Is that something you guys would be interested in? And that's a general question. I don't have anything in the pipeline yet, but that's something that I thought I'd throw out to you guys and your audience to see if that's something maybe we need to invest a little bit more time in.
Ton of comments rolling in. Yes, yes, yes. Compartments and more pockets. I'd buy that bag. The current bag is too small. And yes, with the new one, oh Lord, yes.
I couldn't tell if you were laughing at me for asking the question or if you were looking at the comments.
No, all the comments. So, yes. Yeah, I mean, and my personal experience is the same. You know, it just a little bit not wide enough. So when I got a bigger suit, a 2XL or something, and I'm trying to fit it in the small square, it'd be nice to have something a little bit bigger. But a lot of yeses still coming in here. So
good. No, I love the response. And I apologize for the PowerPoint not working. I'm not sure why they wasn't sharing and kept sticking at us, but you know, for whatever reason, it is what it is.
So we got 2 really cool things that we're doing with DUI for coming to the show and over the weekend here. So if anybody wants to pre-order their Duotherm 2s, you can do so using the coupon code DuothermShow, and that will be able to give you a discount. And once we get them in, as soon as DUI gets them in, you'll be the first ones showing off the new Duotherms. The other thing that's pretty cool is we got a little raffle going on. Jay, what are we raffling away today?
The Smart Reel 400 foot.
All right.
Retails for $150.
All right, Andrew. Congratulations. We'll be reaching out to you and getting that all squared away for you. Let's see. Okay. All right, Jay. Well, we appreciate you filling us all in on the new undergarments that are coming, the new glove liners that everybody's very interested in, and hopefully we see a new bag coming our way sometime soon too.
Yeah, we're still in the beginning stages of that, but it is something with everything that's going on that we're kicking out. And I'm one of those persons too, where I look at the small bag and you got to fold it twice, and I just we're seriously looking at it. But like I said, we don't have anything in the works, but we'll get there.
Awesome. And if anybody's on the fence about buying a DUI and you need a little reason more to push you over, until Sunday here at the shop, Drysuit Scuba, we are offering our free platinum warranty. So it covers your suit head to toe. So feel free to give any of the guys here a call, and they'll be able to help you out and get you suited up with a new DUI. Jay, thanks so much for taking the time today on the holiday and over the weekend and things to come in and show off everything. We appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you again, and thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, we are rolling right along into our 3 o'clock time slot at the virtual Time to Dive show. We have Big Blue Dive Lights coming up next. All right, Sean.
All right,
buddy.
Hey, everybody. I appreciate allowing me to give you a little bit of opportunity to talk about some Big Blue lights for you. We have quite a bit of some newer stuff. We either went to brand new or we've upgraded it. So there's a couple things. But I want to start off, everybody, we'll start off with some of the packs that we come out with. You guys have seen in the packs in the past, we had the 1200 and we still have, so this is the 1300 now. And they still come in a wide, a narrow beam. They are still fully rechargeable. You can also get in the 200, so your backup light will be a 250 or a 450. So the kits are phenomenal. They have the 1300 is a rechargeable light, comes with that. The battery, lanyard, there's a little tube of thing of silicone inside there for yourself. Reason why? Clean. Once you clean, you lube up the O-rings again. And the 250 is double A's. Same with the 450. So those are alkaline style batteries. That hasn't changed on that part. So a couple cool things is we have a new product, or we've had a product, but we upgraded it. I don't have it, unfortunately, but Tim has one. And we, thank you, the big blue. Tim will have it. It's a headlamps. We actually have some really cool diving headlamps. I don't know which one he has.
I'll grab it right now.
I believe it's the
Give me just a sec.
1000. So it's 1,000 looms on a headlamp. It runs off a 1865 rechargeable battery. They're awesome, especially if you want to mount them to if you're doing tech diving, to recreational diving, or walking the dog. I mean, you can run them outside their LED, and they're 1,000 looms. So they're incredible. There is a couple others, but by far that's the most popular one. I believe is Tim. Are you going to show that real quick?
I'm showing it right now, buddy. I had to go grab it from the other room.
He's trying. So maybe not. Well, I'm going to just kind of move around in some stuff right here until he gets dropped in on there. A couple other cool things we introduced this year was we had, you guys have all probably seen when you bought a light, like an individual like the 250 by itself or the 3500. They come in these really nice, heavy duty bags that you actually get. The box comes inside of it. So that still hasn't changed. Okay, they're still coordinated to the size of the light as well. But a new thing we added, as well as we actually added some of, you guys remember the camouflage 250s? They were the blue. Then we had a brown. Then we had a green. Well, we actually introduced some dry bags, and this is the 30-liter, backpack dry bag. So it opens up. It still rolls up like this, like you would normally close it. You actually get a cool backpack style. But the other thing you get with it, besides the compression straps, is you actually have on the front, I don't know if you can see it very well. Let me try to hold this up. You have a dry pocket. Let me stick my hand in there. You actually have a dry pocket section with sealed up zipper. So you can actually put like, document or something. If your booklet or something in your wallet, you can throw it right in here if you'd like to keep it dry. That way, if you're throwing some of your wet stuff inside, and it is a backpack style. So pretty cool. It does come in the 3 colors. So again, it'll come in the blue camo. It'll come in the, let me open this one up here. Forgot to open this one up out. This is the same concept, just smaller. That's all it is. So they come in their nice package. So here's the green colored one. Let me just throw that off to the side or on the floor here. On the floor. So this is a smaller one, but this is the green. And then, of course, there's a brown. So there's the blue, green, and brown. And they come in the backpack all the way down to the small ones as well. Again, we still also offer the bigger in the different colors as well. The yellows, the greens, orange, depending on the size. Those are still available. Just a different concept. Pretty cool. Tim, did you ever find that HO, the headlamp? Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to keep on kind of rolling around here. Let me see if I got any questions. I apologize. I got to look over here to make sure.
Hey, partner. Had to run out real quick. Sorry.
Light. I think I see one real quick. Well, bigger is always better, right? Depending on what you're doing, though. Let's be honest. Depends on where you're going. We have a new one I'm going to show you. A couple here. So we had the 3500. Now we have the 3800. And the reason I have this hooked up is because these are just optional ways that you can actually connect these on and use them for diving. So you have this is the soft Goodman handle. Okay. Obviously, this is the hard Goodman handle. Everybody can see that. And they're just mounted on the back here, on the bottom. It's actually just a clip-on, like a male to female style. It just rotates inward, push backward, and spring-loaded, and then it has a locking lever, so that way it can never come on. Now, again, the soft handle, this is all personal preference. Me, if I'm running a bigger light, I really like the harder handle. Again, that's just something that's a personal preference, however you want to use it. Some people really like the soft handle style. It has a thumb loop, and it's a dual Velcro system. So you can get it fairly snug. Again, I have no gloves on, so it allows you some room if you're doing dry gloves. And again, you got to remember, I got Mongo hands, so see, like you can tighten it down. It kind of hands it off to the side. You can see at an angle here, cants it off. So if you're whatever style of diving you're doing, but allows your hands to be free, but yet still aiming to wherever you want to point your hand to that direction. Again, this is the soft Goodman version, and then we still have the hard handle, and it connects the same way, exactly the same way, same style connector. This is, so moving over on this with this Goodman handle, on this one is the 3800 lume. So I've got my cool backdrop so it can get a little better reflection. This is the 38. Same battery, same burn times. We just up the looms. Same features with the blue lit up button. I'm not going to turn on because it'll blind me right here. That's why I'm covering it. You want to see the locking lever? I'm sorry. So the locking lever, let me get a little bit better on the, let me take off the light and I'll show you. Let me rotate it up a little bit. Everybody see this lever right here? How it rotates up and down. So when you push it in, it's spring loaded. So the light goes in right here like this. You push back with the spring, and then it has on the light, you see the little ribs? It'll actually go underneath inside, and then once the spring pushes up against it, you just take the lever and you'll see that how it locks the spring mechanism so it can't retract. Just like that. I hope you can see that. Probably a little too far. I'll get a little closer if I have to. So basically just rotate out when you want to take it off, and then the spring will allow it to retract backwards now, the spring system. So the locking system is on the soft as well as on the hard too. It has the same system, okay? So it just rotates out. So again, in, and see it'll push it in. To take out, you push back, pull back, excuse me, and rotate out. It's the same, maybe you can see it a little better on this one. See the lever? Just rotates back in like this. And then that just locks that spring system and it can't turn on. Or come out, excuse me.
Can you change from left to right hand?
On the left hand to right, not on this system. You can, but you won't get the thumb loops. And off the top of my head, I have not seen a left-handed one, but that does not mean we don't make it, and I can certainly find out for you. But I have not personally seen the left one. I've always seen the right. But that's a good question because there's a lot more lefties out there as well. Great question. So again, the 3800 lume, same battery, same body style. We just upped the wattage. So then we moved in, and the 4800 was a great light, and it. So what we did is we changed it, and now we have a 5200 lume light. I'm going to turn this on. It's extremely bright. It's probably going to drown out the camera a little bit. So I'm gonna kind of cup it a little bit, okay? Just because it diffuse it a little bit. So I'll give you an idea. This is on full. You get 2 hours of full burn time at 5200 looms, and just like always, as you push the button, you start dropping it down in the colors. It drops the looms, but it also increases the battery life. So you can drop it to a half and get 4 hours. So you get 2 hours, you can go to 4, then to 6, etc. On this one, the same thing, 2 hours. You'll move up as well on this one, on the 38. So again, this is the 5200 lumen. This is an extremely awesome light. I've been using the it's thanks. It's this one right here is very popular. A lot of people like it just because of the weight. It does take a little bit different battery. I'll unscrew them and show you. It does have the triple sealed. It does have, excuse me, the double sealed O-ring, and it has the 4 1865 square battery. So you're getting a lot of wattage out of push this light. Again, same concept on the charger. Inside the box, you'll get, what's really cool is you get, it actually comes in this yellow bag. And in the box, so you actually get a couple things with it now. You do get a soft Goodman handle in it, in the box. But they also gave you, besides your charging unit, you actually get a lanyard grip too. So they're actually giving you a lanyard grip as well with it. So you can basically rotate it. And if you're going on a Bon Air, Cozumel or something like that, if you want to hold it like this and you know, traditional style, it comes with it. All you have to do is mount it on there. And the Goodman handle on this one is a fixed one. So once you screw it onto the light, it stays there, but it's the same soft concept on the good. So these two will actually come in the box with it, along with all, of course, the charging. Okay, so you get all that product inside the box with the 5200 now. So basically, a couple things I did want to mention. Any of the lights that you're taking apart, you take the batteries out, you're charging them. You know, let's be careful because it is a machined aluminum when you're threading them on. You know, just make sure. But the other thing is you got the O-ring seal systems on here, and you do get some silicone with it. You know, take a rag, like just a clean rag. And what I do is just take like a rug burn, wipe it off. Okay, just give it a clean. Or if you are in the area, if you think you've got an old toothbrush, you know, you can kind of go through, because sometimes, you know, it builds up. You can pick out that old buildup of the silicone. Just give it a wipe and then grab some of the off the tube, or if you already have some, and just give this the seals, give them another little bit of coat with your finger around, rub around the O-rings, let it soak back in so they don't dry out. And again, positive side is up, and they're always, this on this indicator battery, it's square, but again, they'll tell you which side is the positive side. So positive up this one. And then as you screw it in, you'll start to see it, feel it catch those O-rings. And then you want to get it all the way to the bottom out, and there you go. So again, you know, make sure you know, after a while, clean those O-rings up, wipe them off on that one. Questions on that 52, anything, or the 38 so far?
Yeah, so we have a few on the 52. Is it wide or narrow?
Oh, narrow, great question. It's a narrow, it's a 10-degree beam.
Do you have anything that's tighter than 10 degrees?
If you want, there's a 52, there's the video style light. Oh, sorry. No, we don't. I haven't seen any of them, even with they go down to as close as 10 right now. Good question. The video lights, you can get the flutters, the floods. Yes, 2 hours of burn time at 5200 looms with the battery. So another one we came out, we've had in the past, we've had like the 1200 version of an adjustable light. Well, what we did is we changed it up a little bit of the style. You know, the other one, it rotated around the head per much. That was the CF200, or excuse me, CF1200. Well, we actually changed it a little bit. It's still an 18650 battery, rechargeable, but it's the 1800 now, and it actually rotates the entire head instead of just the little piece. You actually you can grip the whole head mount and rotate it. So to give you an example, you'll see it go in down to a spot and go out to a flood. I'm really close, but this will be a lot wider, just to give you an example. But so now, again, you can see the blue. So instead of just having to grab the little tip of the area, now you can grab the whole head of the light, and it actually rotates up. You can see it go down and out. And that's the 1800, the CF 1800P. Again, these lights right here that I've been talking about, if you're looking for the video lights, we have those. Those would be like under the VL, because those will come out with wider, 120 degrees, 180, stuff like that. Those would be under the video light section, and they go up. We have a 65,000 lume. That's a lot. That's a lot, but we do have one. So we have them down to 10s and so on, and in the 5,000 ranges for video lights, as well as for the tech side. These are the TL. So the TL 5200p, the TL 3800p, and then of course you have soft Goodman handle separates. These are, and then the hard Goodman handles. So we kind of went over some really cool stuff, but there's one of the products. I didn't know, did you get that headlamp up yet by chance, Tim, or do you send the link out?
Can you see me at all, Sean? See, I don't think Sean can hear me or see me here.
Nope.
Nope.
I can't see it, so I hope you guys, if he's showing it, so I don't see it, but.
So this is Big Blue's little headlamp. This thing's pretty sweet.
I think he's trying, so we'll just keep on going. Before I kind of move on to another cool product, you guys have is there any more questions on any of this stuff? Any additional questions so far? 1 year. So the thing with pulling the O-rings off, I'm not going to tell you not to do it, and I'm not going to tell you to do it. And the reason why is because everybody has different terminology of how they're going to get that O-ring off. I will tell you, if you pull the O-ring off, you have the potential two things: of stretching them out or tearing them if not properly done. So that's the reason why I just mentioned at least cleaning the O-rings off. As long as you can clean them out, if the silicone's built up, getting, like I said, I throw an old toothbrush, and then I just scrape it out, and then I take some of the silicone and rub it in nice and neat. If you do take them off, you got to be extremely careful. So yes, for PSD. So I actually do PSD. Of course, not with these lights. You don't want these. So what you want to do is the mount that you're going to use for like the Guardian, Interspiro, things like that, it's a universal mount. And there's I know everybody at Drysuit, they actually sell the mount that mounts onto the side of the mask. And the piece that you want is the universal. And my recommendation is what I personally use on my stuff when I'm doing it is I use the 1300 lume light, but I use a tel switch version. And the reason why is instead of pushing up with thick gloves and trying to hit the top on the side of the mask, I just reach up and it's the tel switch and you just hit the button. It's the same feature, and the button will light up. So like your tender does it and he hits that button for you, he's going to know, hey, it's a blue charge, you got a full battery, you're good to go. And then of course that could be one of the gear checks. But the tel switch is much easier, so you can reach up and then just give it a push versus trying to hit the top, especially with dexterity, dry gloves and everything on it. Great question. Okay. Well, if you do, fire them out here. I'm going to move on to another cool thing we introduced this year. So they come in boxes, and we have two versions. We actually have underwater lasers. So this is what they're going to come shipped like. They'll be inside a container. They come with a wrist lanyard, so you can actually weave the piece on if you want to carry it on your wrist, or you can get a piece of like a 550 quart inner and make a loop and get a retractor, or the retractors, they make them. But they'll come just like this. We have a green version and a red version. Now, green is going to penetrate obviously farther because it's a green versus the red. Red's great, but it does start to lose its visibility after a certain distance. Okay, not as far. The green's going to penetrate much farther. So this is actually, let me hold it up. This is actually the green laser, and I will turn it on the back here to kind of give you an idea. This thing, it runs off AAA's batteries, okay? So let me turn it on. This actually is really cool. I've had people ask me, what can I do with that? Well, if you're like an instructor or you're going on a trip with a family member or your dive buddy, you know, and how many times you've been trying to point to something like, look at that thing in the coral right there, or you know, hey, check that out. And they're looking at you like, I don't really see it. Now you could actually take this and pinpoint it exactly what you want holding it. It's not very big. Let me turn it off just so, again, you don't hit anybody in the eyes with this. It's nice. It's lightweight. Sits in your hand just perfect. Again, it's got little ridges around the side of the base here. Try to zoom in. So that way it gives you a little bit of dexterity with your glove, you know, so from gripping motion. Here it's not all smooth, so it has something to catch onto. Again, if you're on the Caribbean and you're using bare hands, you'll feel it easily. But just in case if you're out here or, you know, wherever you're in a cold market, you got to wear like 5 mil gloves or something. So this will give you a better idea, at least gives you something. 100 meters. It is good to 100 meters. So this is actually, I've had a lot of people just recently ask me, man, what can I do with that? And they had all kinds of ideas. I'm going to let your imagination run with that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to go do just in case, but there is a lot you can do with this light. Again, it comes in a green laser or a red laser. Okay. I will let you know that. It is very cool. Very cool. A lot of popularity lately for this light. Excuse me, this product, which is the laser light. There's oh, whoops, sorry. The battery on the double A's with the constant on, I've had it over a little over 2 hours, just constantly on the laser. And I'm assuming you're asking about the laser, correct? So about 2 hours, easily with triple A's. And again, to turn it on, I'm going to stay outside. To turn it on, you just rotate the green, basically grab the green right here. There's like little ridges around the edge here, and it just rotates on and off. So you just turn it on, and then to turn it off, you just rotate it back. So you don't even have to go very far. You just rotate, you know, about a quarter turn. Once it's on, quarter turn back or so, or a little more, it turns it right off. That way you don't go too far off. To change the batteries, it starts right here. I'm holding the base of the head right here, and I am just unscrewing the body. It is O-ring sealed. Again, 2 O-rings. Again, this is small now, so it's dual O-ring seal. And just double, I just had Duracell AAAs in it. Positive side up again. It is machined aluminum still. The power, you know, that's a good question. I will look it up and tell you here. Just let me look it up in just a second. Let me see if I can get you that answer. That is a good question. I have never been asked me what the power is, but it's a good one. So let me open it up and see if I can tell you here real quick on that one. The green. Is it doesn't tell me. You can run again triple nickel metal hydrate batteries in it if you have them, or just alkalines. But I don't. I know it's. Oh, I'm sorry. Here it is. The light output is below 1 MW. If that answers your question. It has a wave. It will say burn time up to over 24 hours. There is an array of price points. The best thing to do is, depending on which light you're looking for, is to reach out and ask everybody over at DiveRite or your center. They can tell you, because it just depends on which light you're going for. Everything changes. I was going to see, Tim, were you able to HL? Oh.
I'm resetting Sean here. Sean, can you see me now, buddy?
I think we lost. Are we good? Tim, were you able to or no?
Yeah. So, Sean, sorry, I guess you can't see me.
Doesn't look like it. Is there any more? I mean, as soon as he pops it up, I'd like to show it to you. And I apologize, I just didn't get one in time. Any questions? Again, so we have the kits. These are your. Each kit will come with a tank marker. Either on the backup, it'll be whichever version will be either a 250, so 250 lume, or a 450. And the primary will be a 1300 lume rechargeable light. Batteries in there as well. You can order them in wide beam, narrow beam, tail switch, or the standard size with the button on top. So you can get them in the kit. So again, you get all those different products inside the one kit. This is just a few of the quick lights. Again, this is the newer ones, the 3800 lume now. It runs off a 26650 battery. And this is a 5200 lume. Again, either one can be connected. You get the lanyard in this, so you can turn in a lanyard, or you can connect it to a hard or soft Goodman handle, either one. And this is 5200 looms. And then again, the brand new one, as well as an adjustable, is the CF 1800. Awesome.
Sean,
questions?
Thank you. Sean, thank you so
dry
much.
Bags.
Just popping him up a message just to let him know here.
No, I can't see or hear him. So is he showing him? If he is, I'm sorry. I cannot see anything, or I don't see anything or hear anything. So nothing's coming up.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of Sean. Somebody please thank Sean for the presentation here. I'll give him a call after this.
Cool. Awesome, Tim. Sorry, guys. I cannot hear her. I don't see him, but I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and do a little giveaway from Big Blue. All right, Tony. Congratulations. We will be in touch with you here. We'll be in touch with you to get you your Big Blue product. We appreciate you guys watching. And just go ahead and get this out of there. All right. Thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. We still have quite a few presentations remaining here. And I'm just getting the next ones queued up. All right, so every half hour, got a little raffle, got some education, some new products, some old products, things that are just all exciting and giving us something to learn about and get excited about when the dive season's coming here. I know for us up here in the Midwest, at least. As you guys know, we've got a little promotion going on the Dive Right In Scuba page. Check it out. Save you some money, buy you some new gear. And in the process here, we're giving away a big raffle this afternoon. So we're doing a $1,000 giveaway along with a trip to St. Croix. So every time you enter in one of our raffles, you're automatically entered into the final raffle, both for the $1,000 giveaway and the trip tonight. So I am just waiting for our next presentation here. Bear with me here. Thanks for everybody that's been watching. I see a lot of the same names commenting and messaging. It's great to see. Mark, I know you're watching, buddy. Would you shoot a message out for me? So who's next? I'm seeing that question coming up. So next is going to be SDI, FRTI, and their new freediving portion of their agency as well. So they're going to be talking all about their, we had Chris earlier talking all about the professional level classes and how to become a professional, a dive master instructor for the different agencies and things. And now we're going to learn all about the different classes that you can take to better your education through international training. And of course, give away some more stuff. So Patrick's got a message. Was there a raffle for Dan? So Patrick, I take it you've been here since this morning. Mike was giving away the whole shop here. We are going to have the Divers Alert Network recorded presentation going on a little bit later. Matt Graber is asking about crossovers. Yeah, Matt. So if you are interested in crossing over from one of your training agencies over to TDI, Patty, anything, or I'm sorry, TDI or SDI, that is something we offer right here at the shop. And if you're not local to our area and you don't want to travel to Chicago, give the guys a call or a chat at SDI and they'll be able to help you out. All right. I am going to just shoot a message here while you guys are waiting. Thanks for being so patient. All right. The emergency message has been sent. So any sales going on through the weekend? We got a few questions here. So, you know, we're really heavy into dry suits here at Dive Right In, whether it's repairing them, whether it's maintaining them, selling them. So we do have a huge dry suit sale going on. Our platinum warranty covers everything from your zippers to your seams, to your seals, to your leak tests, to your patches. So if you buy a dry suit, any Bear dry suit, you're getting that. And if you get any suit over $2,000, we're throwing that in. That's for the life of the suit, so it's going to cover you. All right, SDI is rolling in right now. Just waiting for them to get their video feed up. Ivory, you are right. SDI TDI is the best. I would agree with that statement. Morgan Ames, can I get a Lake Michigan shipwreck charter or chart like the one on the wall behind you? You sure can. So we have, and it actually looks like one of them fell. So we've got one for both lakes. All right, guys. He was just here and he just disappeared. I apologize. He's coming back in. Ted, very cool. Doing TDI rebreather this summer. Yeah, and Morgan, if you give the shop a call, we can hook you up with some of those maps. Thanks, Eric. Tommy saving up for TDI, Advanced Nitrox and Deco. I agree. It's a great class. Richard, do we have a shop on the East Coast? No, our shops are both located outside Chicago, but we do ship all over the United States and also overseas. And certainly, if you're ever in the area, come check out. We got some dive boats on Lake Michigan and on Lake Huron. So we'll take you out to all the different shipwrecks we have. What's your favorite wreck to dive? For me, I'm not so much on the history side, so I get shamed a little bit here at the shop. I'm more of, I want to penetrate, I want to go explore, get further into it, get lost, all that fun stuff. Time to open a shop in Colorado. I'll let Mike know on that one, Tim. Any plans to open a shop in Florida? I sure hope so. We're kind of in our fourth winter today. It was 40-ish, snowing earlier. So they sure do, Martin. All right, with no further ado, how we doing? Jason, can you hear me? All right, with no further ado, how we doing? Guess not. Chris is jumping back in here. Hey, Chris. Chris, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Chris.
I'm not 100% sure.
I hear you now, buddy. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Okay, never mind. Looks like Jason is coming on board.
Sorry for the technical difficulty, guys. Hey, Chris. Don't think he can see us. Yep, I'm with you, Avery. Good old technology.
Technology issues, yep. Well, I'm not the presenter for this show. I'm just here as a filler. We're waiting for Jason Meany. He's our education coordinator.
No problem.
And he is supposed to talk about specialties. So I'm just here to entertain you until he actually gets here.
I don't think Chris can see me either.
Any questions about anything scuba related, soccer related, anything? And we could just have a conversation until they figure out the technology issue. I don't even know if you guys can see me or hear me. So I'm, what? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, but you can't. We can hear you, can't seem to hear Tim. We don't need Tim for this. Well, I'm glad you guys can see me. Yes, let me entertain you. So let me talk to you about specialties. So as far as I'm concerned, the audience for this presentation are divers, and divers kind of wanting to know a little bit more about what their options are. And again, I've got absolutely no presentation. I wasn't supposed to do this presentation. I just got hit up and saying they're having struggles with Jason's technology. So that was a joke. So let's keep this fun. Let's keep this light. But let me talk to you about specialties. And I think that you are going to be amazed at the variety of things that you can do with scuba diving if you are new to the sport. And I see I got the full screen now. So if you are new to the sport, there's a lot of different things that you can do. My suggestion is if you are an open water diver and you're asking yourself which are the next courses that you should proceed to take, I would go to 3 right off the bat, without question, without any kind of hesitation. And the first one would be the Advanced Adventure Program. The reason why the Advanced Adventure Program is such a really good specialty to look into is because it's an introduction to navigation. It's an introduction to doing deep dives, and everyone wants to go deep. I mean, they take their open water class, and the next thing that they want to do is, how deep can I go? What are my limits? So it's a really good introduction to know how to do that safely. I believe with the Advanced Adventure, 110 feet is your limit. But then it also allows you to select 3 other specialties that might provoke you, that might interest you, that might be something where you're like, oh yeah, I kind of want to know how to do this. Pictures. Digital photography. Everyone wants to take pictures and then post it on social media and show people what a great vacation they had. Another thing happened here on the screen. I don't know what it is. So you can select the other 3 specialties from a list of 13, and then you can say these are the ones that interest me. So it's a really good introduction to what's beyond open water diver. The second course I would highly recommend is a mixed gas course, which is nitrox. And this course is particularly useful if you're going to go on a dive trip that's specific to just diving. Like, you're not going to go to Mexico and then you're going to try to get a couple dives in. No, you're going to Cozumel and you're going to do 4 dives a day. And the reason why this is such a really good course is because mixed gas, what it does is it removes a little bit of that O2 in your air, and it increases the other way. It increases the non-decompression limit. So if you're doing 3 or 4 dives a day, towards the end of the week, that kind of starts catching up with you a little bit. So especially if you're going on a liveaboard where sometimes you can do up to 5 dives a day, but that starts catching up to you. So it allows you to have much better dive profiles as your dive trip progresses. The the farther you go on it. So it's really, really, really cool class. That class, that Nitrox class, is primarily just theory. You will do some dives because they want you to look at an analyzer and all that, but there's really no underwater skills related. It's mostly like learn how to do this safely, and then you can go on and you can dive Nitrox. So those are two. The third one I would recommend is the rescue diver course. Now, you do have to have a little bit more experience for rescue. You can't take it right after your open water. But hey,
there we go. I've been sitting in the green room, man. I just saw Tim left and came back, so he must have fixed whatever the issue was.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I kind of so I'll just tell you what I did. I spoke a little bit about Advanced Adventure, a little bit about the Nitrox programs that we have, and I was going to talk about rescue. But you got this. You got the show, brother. I hope you all had a really good time. And
Thanks,
do you want me to stick around just in case you fall off the map again, or?
No, I've been listening to you from the green room, wondering why I can't see Tim at all. Like, I've just been listening to you. So,
all right. Anyway, this is our organization. We're fun people. You know, we like to enjoy things like this happen because it happens. So, but anyway, Tim, good to see you again, and Jason, knock it out the park.
Thanks, Chris.
Bye, guys.
Oh my gosh, what just happened? Oh, I had to click a button and everything disappears. Oh, you gotta love it.
I'm still here just in case. I knew this would happen. So.
He's coming right back in.
All right. Okay. All right. Do you want me to just stick around just in case?
I'm right here. I've been in the green room.
At the end of the day, all I got to do is purchase a flight for the Philippines, and then I'm kind of done anyway.
All right.
Now we good?
Let's try it. I'm going to go ahead and hide myself. Oh my gosh, anytime. All right. Jason is cursed. Him and I are going to be up on the screen side by side. No big deal. Oh, too funny. Don't hurt Jason. We are not going to hurt Jason. All right, Jason, I don't see you in the staging room just yet, buddy. It's funny. I add you, and then Jason comes in. So I think it's just going to have to be the three of us.
I don't mind.
All right.
I'm here. I've been sitting here. Apparently, Vic just wants us all to hang out. So
I guess that's what we're going to do. Let's hang out.
I'm down. That's perfully fine for me.
Give your presentation. We'll stay here.
Oh, you can just make like hand signals as I'm going.
I'll mute myself.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Let me just talk about specialties. Jason can come on another time. Let me just talk about specialties. I'll continue and then we'll have some questions and whatnot. But let's talk about what people are here to hear. And sorry about that, guys. Jason is actually really, really good at this, much better than I am. So I'm going to do my best. Anyway, rescue diver course. So that's the next course that I would suggest that you take on. However, you can't take it right after the open water class. You have to have some kind of experience. So I think it's 15 log dives. So if you have the 15 log dives, you can take it. It used to be you had to have at least 40 log dives. And before that, it used to be that you had to have an advanced credential from us or from another organization before to take it. And the reason why we changed that was because we felt like it's such an important course. And there's no reason why you should prevent people from learning how to self-help or how to help other people in case that there's an emergency. So we said, okay, if they have 40 dives, they should be able to have the confidence to take a rescue diver course. And then we realized that there are a lot of rock stars out there, really, really great divers, and that 15 dives should be enough. Now, keep in mind, it's up to the instructor's discretion anyway. So the instructor can say, you're not ready. Let's do some more dives. Let's get you a little bit more comfortable in the water, and then you can do the rescue program. But we lowered that standard and then gave that liberty, that decision-making capability to the instructors. But those are three courses that I would recommend right off the bat. Just backing up a little bit to Nitrox, I see there's a lot of comments about Nitrox. we do have two different nitrox programs. So SDI has the computer nitrox program, and then TDI has the TDI nitrox program. And I'll tell you what the difference is between the two. The number one difference is the SDI computer nitrox. It's computer-based. So essentially, it tells you what are the benefits of nitrox, but it also explains to you what you should not do to prevent yourself from getting injured. But it all does it showing you how to properly adjust your computer. And it's perfect for someone that wants to go on a Cayman liveaboard and just dive for a week and let the computer kind of do all the thinking. You're going to dive 32%. Remember, that percent is the amount of oxygen in the air that you have in your tank. And then the TDI nitrox program is one that it gets a little bit more into the weeds, and it allows you to customize based on what your goals are for that dive. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you are doing a scientific experiment, or you're simply diving a reef that is only 55 feet deep. So you can say, well, you know what, I'm going to try to maximize my time by diving this reef at this depth. I'm not going to go any deeper than that, so I can have more oxygen in my air, so I can increase it. So it shows you how to do that, and it shows you how to configure the type of mixed gas, the amounts, based on your goals. So your goals are going to be what is the time that you want to spend, as well as what is the maximum operating depth. So those are the two options that you have for nitrox. You can pick which one works best for you. Are you just going to do really cool recreational dives where you're just going to dive 32% or 36%? You're just going to adjust your computer, you know, husband-wife team, or do you have more that you want to accomplish? So those are the two options for nitrox. It's not just one program. So I mentioned TDI. So once you look through all our specialties with SDI, which are all recreational type of diving, then you can look at stuff that might be a little bit more challenging. And the first course that I would recommend with TDI is what we call the Intro to Tech course. And this course was created for various reasons. The first, or the primary reason that we created it, which I think was back in, I want to say 2008 or 2009, it was a while ago. But we created it because there were people that weren't sure if they wanted to get into technical diving. But there were also a lot of things that instructors that were teaching technical programs said, my guys aren't ready for it, or my guys or girls aren't ready for it. There's a lot that they need to know that isn't in these other level courses. So we created this Intro to Tech so that people could see, do I like this? You know, you put a set of doubles on them. I think it's 2 dives minimum. But it introduces them to gear configuration, a little bit of the theory behind it, and it allows people to say, yeah, this is for me. I love this. I want to advance, or to say, you know, this is not something that I want to spend my time or my money in, because it's time consuming and it is expensive, and I'm not sure this is for me. I'm going to stick to regular sport level diving where I can go and dive the reefs. Diving to 300 feet is not for me. So, and that's perfectly okay. But it's a really, really great class that shows you, well, it introduces you to technical diving. After that, you would take advanced nitrox and decompression procedures, which help you do the same thing as the TDI basic nitrox does, but deeper and more customization, and all the way up to 100%. So it's really cool. And again, a lot of it depends on what your goals are as a diver. From there, TDI kind of breaks off, it branches off into different kinds of elements. You have the cave and cavern programs, which is a lot of fun if you've never dove inside a cave, or even snorkel for that matter, inside a cavern. I always recommend that you do it with a really a guide that has 5 stars. And then if you like that, then you can go into caves. The difference between caves and caverns is caverns, you have 2 points of light. Caves, you're actually going in a cave where you can't see the other exit. So, but that is really cool. And then there's rebreathers. And I don't know if anyone knows what a rebreather is or has ever heard of that terminology before, or there might have been a presentation here. But a rebreather it's a unit, it's an apparatus which kind of recirculates the air. So instead of blowing bubbles, you're blowing back into this manifold, which is all connected. And that's really good for several reasons. Some people just like it because they can stay longer, because you don't run out of air in your tank. The air circulates for a much, much longer period of time, depending on your depth. But also if you're a photographer, it's silent, so you're not blowing out bubbles. So if you've ever had the opportunity to dive with sharks or other critters that, as soon as you get close to them and you exhale, they kind of like, freak out and they go away. So it's really good for that as well. And there's a lot of different units, a lot of different manufacturers. But that is another direction that you could go. So that is TDI, that's technical diving. Other things that we have to offer as far as specialties are things like public safety diving. Now, that's not really something you do just for kicks. That's more of people that have that line of work, either in a police department or a fire department or a dive team, and they want to take a course that shows them how to do things safely so they can get home at the end of the day and be with their families. Back in the day when we created this program, ERDI stands for Emergency Response Diving International, and it is the largest public safety agency globally. But the reason why we created this is because when we would go to different fire departments or police departments and we asked them what kind of training they had, usually the dive team personnel would say, oh, we're rescue divers. Now, if you have taken a rescue diver course, that's a really great course for families, someone that gets stung by sea urchin, you know what to do, you know how to, but it's not the same type of job that these professionals were doing. So that's why we created ERDI. If you're into free diving, which is something that it's growing, we have PFI, which is called Performance Freediving International. And that is the free diving arm of our organization. We have a beginner free diving and intermediate free diving. And those are really great courses if you just want to dump the tank, you just want to take one breath, and you want to go down and see really amazing stuff. The founder of PFI, Crux, actually is the person responsible for training all the people in Avatars 2 and 3, the Kate Winslets, Susan Sarandons, and all those people. They're all SDI and PFI trained. So that's a really cool side note there. And then other specialties that we have that are non-dive related, we have a really cool organization called First Response, and they focus primarily on things like O2 administrator and AED. I think it's called, slipping my head, workplace CPR and AED. So those are some really cool courses you can take with that organization. And it's always good to know, especially if you have kids, it's always good to take in the workplace to make sure, someone always knows what to do in case of an emergency. So those are the different organizations that are under the SDI umbrella called International Training. And those are all the specialties that we offer. I mean, there's a lot more. I think we have close to 180 different specialties. A lot of them are what we call distinctive specialties, which means an instructor is teaching a specific program at an archaeological site, and his program only pertains to this archaeological site. He teaches that specialty at a university. So that exists. But there are a lot of different specialties that you can look at. And I don't have much else to say, so I'd rather just let you ask me the questions, and that way we can take the conversation and the dialogue in the direction that you guys want to.
So we had a question earlier about TDI classes.
Yeah.
Do you need to start with Cavern for TDI? Is it a prerequisite for Cave?
Yes. We have how that works is you have Cavern, and then you have a second course called Intro to Cave, and then you have the actual Cave course, and that is the progression.
Perfect.
Now, something else that's really interesting, and I don't think other organizations do this, but we do, transparency. But you can always go to the tdisdi.com website, and if you look at the course progression charts that we have there, if you click on the class, it takes you to the page for that class, and you can actually click on the standards. What that means is you have access to find out, just because you want to know, what the prerequisites are for you to take that class. So if there are other classes that you need to have before you take that class, that information will be there. What are the estimate hours? What is the equipment that you need? So that is a really good way for you to inform yourself if you're thinking about taking other specialty classes. Use that as a reference. And obviously you have your instructors that can help you too. But if it's 11 o'clock at night and you're thinking about scuba diving, it's something that you can do. Peruse through the courses.
Yeah, a lot of questions on Cave stuff. So what does Intro to Cave certify you to do?
So, good question. That actually certifies you to go diving in a cave without the need of a guide. Well, in the cave, there's no such thing as a guide. That's actually strictly for cavern. But it allows you to go diving in a cave. It certifies you to go diving in a cave. Here's the reason why. So it's not so much like what does it allow you to do as much as does this course train you to do this safely? So I shouldn't say it allows you to dive in a cave. What it does is it trains you to understand the different things that you need to know when you're diving in a cave. And that could be anything from procedure. That could mean anything from how do the lines work, just regular etiquette as well. So it allows you to have the knowledge to dive the things that you want to dive safely. That is actually what specialty courses allow you to do. So I should have said that in a different way.
Yeah. Chris, you did a great job. I know you didn't plan to do it. That's how technology goes sometimes.
Yeah, it is. You might have had a lot more fun with Jason, but I enjoyed doing it. So
awesome. So I know we're giving away a
Con
Ed class.
Yeah, we're giving away a Con Ed class. So whoever wins can say, I want this class. And what you can do is you can go to our website and you can see all the different e-learning classes that we have to offer. And you can choose any one of those. Now, remember, you will have to find an instructor that is certified to teach you that course, but we'll provide you with the, we'll provide you with the e-learning component of it.
Awesome. Great job,
Allison. Is she here?
If you're here, give us a shout out.
And tell us what you're interested in. If not, that's okay. All right. Do you guys need anything else from me?
Not at all. Thanks so much, Chris, for stepping in for Jason there. Jason, you've been making all the comments here for us. We appreciate you as well. Thanks for taking your time on this Friday to come out and visit the show. All right, guys. Very excited for our next guest. We have Jim from Fourth Element visiting us all the way across the pond. I know it's quite late by you, Jim. How you doing?
Hey, yeah, not too bad, thank you. Yeah, how are you?
Excellent, excellent. So Jim is with Fourth Element. He's going to tell us all about, you guys have a ton of new product this year. I know our shelves are getting stocked full of it all here, and we're really excited to see everything else you have to offer.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much for inviting me and taking the time for this. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock at night here, so I apologize if it's it's a little dark and mysterious. But I'd actually like to start, if I can, and I don't know whether it's easy to set this up with sharing a screen with a PowerPoint. I didn't quite get the technical brief on that, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're actually doing with our Ocean Positive mission first, and what we believe. But I don't know if how easy is that to do.
Did you by chance send me the PowerPoint? I didn't see it come through.
Yeah, no, I didn't. So I'll just freestyle. So that's all good. See, there you go. That's the quality of the organization here that went into this. So, well, basically, yeah, the main thing that we've been doing over the last few years, as many is spending a lot of our time really trying to get to grips with making products better for the environment, as well as making new products and making great products for diving. So products that are intended to improve your diving experience, but also really focusing on making sure that we make them in the best possible way. So a lot of the products I'll show you tonight, it really are designed around this principle of saying, well, let's get a product that works well, that performs well, but also make sure that it is better for the environment as well. It's something that we feel is really important for us as divers. We see what's going on around us. We see that there is this incredible need to protect the ocean, and we as divers see the damage which is taking place. I mean, there's any number of photos, any number of films of showing how much the ocean has been affected by plastic pollution, for example. And I know that everyone's very much aware of that as a risk, but also the risk of climate change as well. And so some of you will know we launched Mission 2020 a few years back now, and many of our colleagues and competitors within the dive industry, but basically loads of organizations within the dive industry got involved and tried to think about how they could change the way they ran their organizations, the way they developed their products, packaged their products, and things like that. And we decided to take that a little bit further over the next few years, really looking to aim for 4 different targets. One really is to become zero carbon, one to become zero plastic, another one to become zero waste, and the last one is zero impact. And by this, the zero plastic, we'd like to be zero net plastic by 2030. And the same really is true of carbon. We're trying to reduce the carbon dioxide that we produce as a business. So, for example, looking at supply chain, making sure that things don't have to travel greater distances than they need to, taking a little bit longer to receive product rather than flying it in to try to reduce the carbon footprint of the product. And at the same time, also equipping our headquarters with solar power so that we're not relying on fossil fuels as well. And that has been something that we've tried to take going forwards as much as we possibly can. We have an electric car charging station at the office, and we're encouraging our staff to drive electric vehicles as well. It was all part of this mission to try and improve our impact or reduce our impact on the environment. Where zero waste is concerned, we're looking at opportunities to reuse our products. For example, any wetsuits that we get which we can't repair, we will then actually work with a company local to us who are repurposing those wetsuits to make straps for hand planes for body surfing and other straps for other bags that they're taking the neoprene and turning it into that. So we're looking at ways to reduce the waste, and at the same time also looking at ways that we can use recycled materials or better materials in our products going forwards. The first one I wanted to show you was a product which we launched last month. This is our rec fin, and this is 97% recycled plastic from post-consumer sources. The hard plastic of this comes from polypropylene, which it has the equivalent mass of around 120 plastic bottles in a pair of fins. And the actual source of the material is plastic bottle tops, not the bottles themselves, but the lids that goes to make up the hard plastic of this. The softer, the thermoplastic rubber, the softer parts of the fin are recycled from industrial processes, including car manufacture. So the objective here was to make a classic panel fin, a 4-channel fin with excellent propulsion, excellent mobility. But the idea here was to show that you could make it from recycled materials. And so we are essentially helping to prevent the equivalent of 120 plastic bottles ending up in the ocean or in other waste streams by using this material. These fins come in 2 different colors. They are in the white and the aqua color you saw there, and also in black and gray. And we're also not packaging this in plastic at all. So dealers and customers will receive the fins packaged like this with just an elastomer band that holds them together. So again, trying to reduce the amount of plastic waste that we produce. But sticking with fins for a moment, our second style of fin that's about to be launched, in fact, we'll be shipping it out to dealers next week, and with a view to launching it towards the end of the month to consumers, but dealers will be receiving it from next week, is our tech fin. And this is a fin, as its name suggests, designed more for technical divers, and it is a natural rubber fin. So the source of the material is latex from the rubber tree. And so this is actually a carbon fixing technology. And that's really what why we chose to look at the natural rubber option, is that we're actually contributing to a reduction of carbon by using this as a raw material rather than using a more synthetic rubber or plastic products. I'm getting some hello messages that flash up there. Sorry if I don't say hello. I'm not quite picking up on them coming up there, but hopefully you can all hear me okay. So these fins are designed to have a relatively short blade, and they have a unique stiffness, and they are softer at the foot pocket, which makes them more comfortable to wear, and they get stiffer throughout the length of the blade, so that you get excellent control and mobility from the fin. The packaging again is minimalist for this. We don't ship these fins with any packaging. In fact, they come supplied like this with stainless steel bolt snap and loop on the through the tip, and this can be reused on your gear, clipping this onto, or rather attaching this onto a D-ring on your harness, and then after the dive, if you need to have hands free to climb a ladder, or indeed to come back up the shore, or you just want to be hands free, you can pass this through either the hole on the end of the fins, or indeed more easily the fin straps themselves, and clip your fins to your BCD and have hands free coming back in. So the packaging that we have used is also reusable in a practical way during the dive. These fins have stainless steel spring strap and a rubber heel pad, and the constituents of this was 70% natural rubber, and then the other rubber parts are also recycled from industrial processes. It's available in 3 colors. The black you've just seen there. Then there's orange with the grey, orange heel strap with the grey fin, and also there's an aqua with a white heel strap as well. So another different take on using different materials, but the objective here was to make a high performance fin which performed well but also had minimal impact on the environment. And the tech fins will launch in about 2 to 3 weeks time to everybody, but we'll be shipping to dealers next week. I don't know if there's any questions.
Yeah, Jim, I'll pop them up here for you. So a lot of questions on the tech fin, since we really haven't seen it just yet.
Sure.
What's the buoyancy characteristics on them?
They're slightly negatively buoyant in salt water. So they're not gonna let you float. They may not be as heavy as some of the high density fins. I mean, when we're comparing it with what I think I'll call the HD fins, they're a little bit less dense than the HD fins, but comparably with some of the other fins like the RK3 from Apex, for example, a similar sort of performance in that in terms of buoyancy, and in terms of its in terms of its a bit mobility, it's certainly got enough. It's got enough stiffness and yet enough flexibility to enable any of the more complex finning techniques.
Excellent. Yeah. So and Tim's asking, what's the name of it? It's pretty easy. It's just the tech fin.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So we have 2 kinds of fin: the tech fin and the rec fin. And the rec actually stands for recycled, but it also kind of could refer to a more recreational style of diving as well. And certainly, I mean, hardware and actual, gear rather than thermal protection is a new avenue for us. We've been working on it for a while, and it's absolutely fantastic to be able to kind of bring it to the market. We kind of got a little bit sidetracked and a little delayed by COVID, but now it's fantastic to be able to bring that to the market. And alongside that, we've also earlier this year we launched the Scout mask, which is our first dive mask. Super soft silicone skirt with a choice of 4 different lenses. The one I'm showing you here is the contrast lens. This lens is designed to maximize the contrast between light and dark areas when you're diving. It has a very slight green tint to it, and that is due to the wavelengths of light that it's cutting out to enable your eyes to respond to different wavelengths of light more sensitively. And we've also got a different lens, another lens called Enhance, which again cuts out some wavelengths of light to trick your eyes into and trick your pupils into opening up a little bit more to let more light in and enhance the image you see. It's a little bit like the concept when you have you often see cyclists in particular wearing yellow glasses. Those yellow goggles, they're designed to enhance the image. It's a very similar effect that you get from the enhanced lens in the Scout mask. We also have a shield. The shield mask is designed to reduce glare, and that is really being developed for tropical diving, where normally you would be wearing sunglasses out of the water to cope with bright light. The idea behind that is to reduce the amount of glare that you'd experience when you're diving. And of course, and our most popular style is the clarity lens, which is just a pure clear lens to maximize the light transmission through the lens. It's available in 2 colors of skirt, black and white. And also, there's a little bit of a different approach that we've taken to the strap as well. You build your own mask. You choose from 4 different colors of strap. I've got here at the moment just the black and the gray, but there's also a white and an aqua. And you choose the color of strap that you'd like, giving you the opportunity to personalize the skirt, the lens, and the strap color. And the straps themselves are part of our environmental story. These are made from recycled nylon, and the clips themselves are made from plastic from car manufacturers, waste ABS plastic from car manufacturer, and attaching them to the clip is as simple as just popping it in. He says, getting it wrong. Simple as just popping the clip in there on both sides, and away you go. The mask itself comes with its own case, and that case is designed to protect the lenses while you're in transit, but it's small enough so that you can put the lens in put the mask in its case in the boot pocket of pretty much any regular sized fin, and store it in there for traveling and conveniently. And it's rather than us supplying a hard plastic case, something that you're probably going to throw away that takes up that is bulky and takes up space. These are available now. We launched them in February or late February, and that's the Scout mask. Any questions on that? Again, I'm sorry if I'm. I see there's a question about the Halo AR, and I will come to that very, very shortly as well, because the good news on that is it's on its way, and it should actually be it will be in stores in May, if not before. We're just literally waiting for it to arrive here in the UK at the warehouse in any moment now to get to start shipping it out there. But I'll come on to that in just a second. I just wanted to show you another one of our masks, a new style that we're just launching at the moment. This is our Aquanaut mask. It's a twin lens mask as opposed to a single lens mask. It's available in white and aqua, and also in black skirts. This is a very low volume mask. It really was designed with both freediving and also scuba in mind. It gives excellent field of vision. It can be stowed very easily in a Drysuit pocket or in a BC pocket as a spare mask, but gives, from a very low volume, gives an excellent field of view. The unique thing with this particular mask is that we worked really hard on the development of the skirt design, and we've actually going so far as to call this the universal fit skirt. We did that, and then had one person so far say to us that actually they didn't really like the fit of the skirt, but we've been hugely successful with fitting it a wide range of facial morphologies with great confidence that the combination of the unique design of the skirt and also a super soft silicone will fit most faces. There's another mask also in the pipeline, and it's arriving, and it's in my bag here, I hope, and it's arriving with us also this month, and that is another twin lens mask, and it's called the Navigator. And this is a larger mask with larger lenses. This one is featuring the enhanced lens. I think you can see there's a slight blue tint on that lens. If I hold it up to the camera, you can see that doesn't actually look blue through it. It looks a little bit yellowier when you're actually looking through the lens. And that is the effect of the image enhancing effect that you can get from these lenses, which is filtering out certain wavelengths of light and helping tricking the pupil to open a little bit more and let a little bit more light in. The Navigator mask is a little bit larger volume than the Aquanaut mask, and that is available in the enhanced lens and in the clarity lens, and is also going to be available in 2 or 3 weeks' time in stores. I showed you the this bag here. This is our newest item of luggage. This is our Explorer backpack. Expedition Series backpack. It has 2 dry compartments. And with 60-liter volume, plenty for pretty much most sort of day activities, from with enough space to carry a full set of free diving gear, full set of dive gear with obvious exception of your cylinder. But it features the 2 dry sections, so you can separate wet and dry gear, but also a large pocket in between that is big enough to take a pair of fins, even long freediving fins. It's got great padding on the shoulders and the back, and on the hips, so it's capable of carrying a significant weight with comfort, and it's perfect sort of day's adventuring backpack with the ability to keep your wet gear separate from your dry gear. Particularly useful if you're traveling, if you're walking somewhere or going somewhere, then diving, and then having to come back again as well. And thanks Amanda for that comment. It's also available in blue here as well, and that has just arrived at stores, or is just on its way to stores right now. The orange color really came from this conversation that we had with cave divers, with some cave divers who come back from an expedition. He said, came back from an expedition and had left a bag in the cave that they were exploring, and it was a multi-day expedition, and they managed to leave a bag, and they said, it was a black bag. I couldn't see it, and I couldn't find it, and that gave us the idea to produce the bright orange color, and that's kind of become a bit of a signature for us. It also makes it easier to find black dive gear inside, because generally speaking, most dive gear tends to be black, and so it's easier to find if you're looking for it in an orange bag. The bag itself is it's the Expedition Series Dry Pack. In answer to the question there, I'm not quite sure on the price actually in US dollars. I've not quite got that information at my fingertips, but I'm sure that the guys at Dive Right in Scuba will be able to help you out with that. I think I'll move on now to the Halo, since there's already quite a few questions popping up here and there about it. And we're hugely excited for this product to arrive. This has been something that we actually showed at the DEMA that took place just before COVID. So at the end of 2019, we showed this suit, and it's taken us a long time to bring it to fruition, simply because one of the results of the pandemic was that our supply chain completely just went to pieces and fell apart. And so we took us a long time to build that back up again and get back to the point where we had the right materials in the right place. And as I said earlier, it's due to arrive with us any moment and to be available in stores either late April or early May. And hopefully, if the wind blows in the right direction, that'll be late April. The reason why we're so excited about it, of course, is this is something that actually we've been working on for 18 years after I read an article about aerogel. I read an article about aerogel being this incredible material that had been developed for originally for insulating space capsules, and it had gone on after that to have practical industrial applications, insulating cryogenic chambers, keeping the nitrogen chambers insulated. But the material itself wasn't very good at working under compression. And so we were talking to various suppliers and keeping an eye on what happened with the development of aerogel, and then we started working with this material and testing it just over 5 years ago to see if it would work in a diving context. The benefit of it is that it's a fantastic insulator, so that we can make an undergarment that's as warm as the Halo 3D and similar products, that's half as bulky, half as buoyant, but still just as warm. So you can still work within the layer system, but you're more flexible. You've got more options in terms of your layering, and also less bulky, so therefore more comfortable, more flexible on your dive. I don't know how well you can see this with the lighting. It's quite difficult when you're showing something that's all black. But I think you can probably see that the zip itself is offset over the side. This comes from the development work that we did during the design process, where we actually took our Halo 3D and other undergarments into refrigeration chambers with a thermal imaging camera and tried to capture how much heat was being lost from different parts of the body. And one of the key areas was through the zipper that ran through the center of the center of the chest. And also that meant that any layer of insulation that we put into this garment would have to be divided down the middle. So instead of using a central zipper, we routed the zipper down the left-hand side of the garment, and that gives us much better insulation on the chest than it does with a product that is zipped up the middle. One thing it does do is make using a P-valve a little bit more challenging, and it's particularly fitting a P-valve. So in order to combat that, in the pocket on the right-hand side, there is a second zipper inside the pocket, so that you're actually able to reach inside the suit from both sides in order to fit the P-valve, route the hose effectively, and make sure that the hose is routed correctly, so you don't have any problems during the dive. But you're able to do that and still reach inside the suit, rather than having to reach all the way around through the zip that's only on one side of the suit. It has two vents which are sewn closed, which can be opened if you want to route a P-valve either through the right-hand side of the zipper or the left-hand side of the zipper, but there's as well. This is the women's version. It doesn't have a fly in the center. The men's version also has a zipped fly in the center, so that you can also pass the P-valve tubes through there if you so wish. But the garment itself, it's been designed around the same basic principles as the Halo 3D undergarment. So it's been biomapped, and we've looked at the critical areas of exposure when you're on trim and horizontal in the water, which areas of the body are most likely to be exposed and lose most heat, and put the most insulation on those areas, and kept the insulation lighter in other areas. But the beauty of having aerogel and our argon aerogel in the suit is that we can actually use just a layer that's 1 mil thick and still get some great results from that. We've had it tested most recently up in Arctic Canada during February. Actually, we supplied it to British Special Forces who've been using it on expedition or on exercises in Arctic Canada. We'll come back and said it was absolutely fantastic. But on a little bit closer to home, we also sent a prototype of it to Jill Hymeth, who was diving in some extremely cold situations over this winter and sending us phenomenal feedback on it. So we're extremely excited to actually finally get the chance to bring it to market. And that is on its way. I know that Dive Right in Scuba have got it on order, and I'm sure they'll get it. They'll be one of the first dealers to actually receive their stock. So so hopefully they'll be letting you guys all know that it's on its way.
Yep. We talk with Michelle about the Halo AR frequently. So as soon as they're here, guys, we're going to make a big Facebook Live post about it and let everybody know. But limited quantities, truthfully, as you're unveiling a new product and things. So it's not a bad idea to special order this one.
Absolutely. And if you like, you can do your spinny wheel to win one.
Awesome.
And it'll just take us a little time to get it to you. So just have to give us about a month to be sure, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
All right, here we are. Timmy, congratulations, Timmy. We will be reaching out to you. Get that out
Great.
there.
Well, nice one, Timmy. Yep, you'll be one of the first people to get one of these. It packs up pretty small. It's certainly it's a lot more compact than the Halo 3D or most of the similar undergarments, and it comes supplied without plastic packaging. It comes with a reusable dry sack, so you can either keep the suit in that, or if you're not using it for that, just use it for other gear, helping to keep your dry gear separated from your wet gear in your dive bag as well. So that's the Halo AR. It's fully machine washable. It does take a little bit longer to dry than your traditional fleece undergarment. So that's one thing. That's possibly the only downside that I can really think of, is that it takes a little bit longer to dry it inside out. But you can wash it in the washing machine. It will certainly stand up to that kind of punishment.
Awesome, Jim. Go ahead.
I was going to say, while I'm on this subject of how you wash how you clean and look after your undergarments, it is another thing that we're really concerned about and really keen just to say is that most of our dry suit underwear is made from synthetic materials, from synthetic fibers. They offer great insulation, but there is this that many people will know this challenge of them producing microplastics that end up in wastewater. So only wash them as often as you need to wash them. I mean, don't let them get to the point where they stink so bad that they're walking themselves to the washing machine. But don't only wash them as often as you need to wash them, as opposed to washing them too frequently to avoid releasing too many microplastics into your wastewater as well.
Excellent. Well, Jim, thank you so much for making the time to come visit us tonight here on the holiday.
My pleasure.
Great presentation. I know here at Dive Right In are very excited for the new tech fin as well. So we've been loving the rec fin, all your masks and everything. So keep up the good work on product development. We're here to support you.
Well, thanks very much, guys, and thanks everybody for your time and attention. And hopefully I'll see some of you at stateside soon.
Sounds great. All right, guys, thanks for joining the Time to Dive show. If you're just joining us, we have been here now for about 6 hours doing some great presentations. As you can see, from all over the world. We had Jim from Fourth Element. Next, we are headed to Georgia to check out one of my favorite brands. Bob Collins, how you doing?
Tim, how about you today?
Excellent. Well, I'm very excited, and I know our viewers are, to see everything that Hog and Edge have to offer. I'm going to let you take it away.
Thanks much. I appreciate it, Tim. I just wanted to say, Jim, I really enjoyed that presentation especially that exposure suit. The features and such sound very, very interesting. So I'll look forward to seeing some more about that, later on. But again, my name's Bob Collins for Edge Hog Dive Gear. Some of you out there have probably seen me and, of course, seen our products pretty much in most of the retail outlets. But, of course, one of our biggest supporters and one of our biggest outlets is Dive Right In Scuba. And I really enjoy participating in the virtual dive show. Last year, it was very successful. And we enjoyed all the feedback that people gave us. And I just wanted to go over a few of the products that are available right now. And we are working on a couple that I can't quite tell you about right now, but look for them in the future. So I'd like to start off talking about our Hog Pro BC. Now, the Hog Pro BC is a hybrid style BC. Now, so what is a hybrid style? Well, a hybrid style BC is a BC that incorporates a bit of the back inflate BC, and it also incorporates some of the jacket or vest style BC. And this is all done by having a fold and then also a mechanism to help keep the bladder compact, so that when you're on the surface, it feels like a jacket style. And of course, many of you that have dove backplate and wings or back inflate BCs, when you're on the surface and you inflate them 2/3 full to wait on the boat, you feel like you're being, pushed forward. So you have a tendency to want to lay back. So with the hybrid, it incorporates the benefits and the feel of that upright position on the surface, whereas with the underwater positioning, you're able to actually utilize that better, because when you only put a couple of puffs of air to become neutrally buoyant, then it puts the air in that upper layer of the fold of the BC, and it gives you that feel of a back inflate underwater. So we kind of say that it has the benefit of 80% of a back inflate and 80% of a jacket style, which gives us over 100% of performance. It has quick release weight pockets, so you can't really lose a integrated weight per se. It also has trim pockets standard, which really makes that nice. That gives you that extra balance, that extra trim, especially if you're using an aluminum tank. If you're using a steel tank, it's even better, because you can put some of that weight in your trim pockets, some of your weight in your quick dump pockets. Really makes it nice. We have some accessories, like we have a small utility pocket that can be added for just a couple of dollars. And we also have a really nice pocket that you can put an SMB, up to a 72-inch SMB. And you can also have a small reel in there. And that can attach on either side of the Pro BC. One of the other things that's really nice about it, and some of you folks out there are very, very used to a BC that has 2 tank straps. So this particular BC has, thanks for that comment, we really enjoy having those 2 tank straps. Some of you that have dove some of the other brands that have 2 tank straps, and you get used to that. Well, when you go to a Hog BC, then what you're doing is you have the ability to add that additional strap if you would like to. You don't have to, but you're welcome to do that. And of course, what we've got here is we've got 2 nice pre-bent D-rings. We've got D-rings down here. We've got D-rings forward underneath the bolsters. I tend to call them bolsters. And we've also got 2 D-rings right back here in the back. That's part of the technical influence of the Hog BCs that come from our technical diving experience. So that happens to be the Hog Pro. Now, on top of the Hog Pro, I've got the Hog D1X. Now, many of you out there have seen the D1 before, and the D1 was kind of it had a silver or chrome finish, and these have a new black finish to them, which is kind of in today. It also utilizes a nice braided hose that makes it very, very flexible in your mouth when you're breathing off of the regulator. In addition, that first stage is environmentally sealed. It also has a turret on it, so that when you're moving your head or moving your mouth and you're moving that hose, that turret can actually move just a little bit so that you don't feel like that second stage is trying to pop out of your mouth. Many of you know exactly what I'm talking about out there. So on the second stage, this is a fully adjustable second stage. So you've got adjustments on the side for your braking pressure. Breathe in your braking pressure. You've also got a lever, a full action lever on the side that you can adjust while you dive so that it will make the inhalation more sensitive, so that if you want to keep it forward, like I do when I drift dive and I'm drifting along, I keep that lever forward, and because I'm not working as hard. Now, if I turn and I want to swim back into the current, and maybe to get back to one of my students or my dive buddy, maybe they're kind of lagging behind a little bit, and I turn and I need to swim in a little bit, then what I'm able to do is I'm actually able to pull that lever back to give myself some more air. And then once I'm back with my dive buddy, or I'm back where I want to be, I just reach up, push that forward, and I'm back to where I was. So that's the D1. And of course, we've also got our Hog RecTech Octo, or alternate air source, if you desire to call it that. And this is a neat little feature that we have out. And this is our magnetic Octo holder. And especially for you dive masters and you instructors out there, you know how when we're working with our students and such, we're constantly pulling that Octo loose, having it in our hand. So now when you go to put it away, you're not going to be fumbling or, you know, having trouble getting it back in the Octo pocket or back in your holder. You just hold it close to it and it locks right up. So that's really a nice touch to be able to do that. Now here on the table, this is our newest fin. This is called the Velocity fin. Now it is has a very stiff rail, and what that does, of course, that keeps water from rolling off the edge, directs it off the end of the fin. It has a very flexible blade, and again, the reason that blade is flexible is so that when you kick, what happens is the force of the water causes this fin to curve, and you get like a kind of like a directed force off of the end of the fin. So if you're nice and smooth and you're just cruising along, and then all of a sudden you need to kick hard to really go, this fin does a great job. It also has a small open vent here. And of course, what that's for is when you're pulling your foot back up and you've got that water trapped in that dead area. And you've seen these vents like this on many of the tech fins out there and some of the other fins that are available. Then what that does is that relieves some of that stress on your leg as you're pulling your leg back into that non-strength kicking motion, kicking position. We've also got a very comfortable rubber foot pocket. And we also are now using a really nice bungee with a big thumb hole on it. You guys know when you're hanging on that dive boat and the ladder's moving up and down, you're trying to get that fin off. And if you're trying to grab this little bitty tab, it's so much nicer to reach down, pull your finger, pull this down, slip your fin off. Really makes it a whole lot more comfortable to be able to do this. And these are available in this really good looking yellow, and it's also available in black and blue and black. So that's called the Hog Velocity fin. Now, Jim was talking about some pretty cool masks, and I really like those. Now, we've started working real closely with Dive Right In Scuba, And one of the masks that they've got in stock is this Edge Stealth mask. And this is a fairly low volume. I'll try to get a good focus. Let's try this camera over here and see if we can get a good focus on that. Yeah, that's a little better. All right, so this is what we call a frameless. This is called the Stealth. It is a single lens mask that gives you really good vision. Turn it to the side, you can see it's super comfortable. This is tempered glass. And of course, we've got our nice silicone skirt and super, super comfortable. And I think if you check with Dive Right In Scuba, you're going to find a great price on this mask. And it can be folded very small and slipped into that little utility pocket that's either on the Hog Pro or on the Total Buoyancy Control package that I'm getting ready to talk about. Now, when I start talking about the Total Buoyancy Control package, the thing about this unit was tested by Scuba Lab and was selected as Tester's Choice by Scuba Lab's testers. So it's really a nice back plate and wing. It is customizable. I'm not necessarily advertising for Burger King, but it's kind of like get it your way. You can get this with a soft plate. You can build it with an aluminum back plate, a stainless back plate, and my lights just came on, by the way. So you can do a number of different back plate style configurations. The harness is the deluxe harness, which means you've got a lot of adjustability. You've got these nice shoulder pads. You've got a chest connection here. And of course, it's completely adjustable. Comes with either large or small weight pockets. The smaller weight pockets are 5 pounds. The larger ones are 10 pounds. And you can add some trim pockets to the upper tank strap. Tank straps can be plastic cam. They can be stainless. They can be quick release. That's why I say that this thing is very customizable. So if you're a traveler and you just want a soft back plate and a 23-pound wing, that's what you can use with this one. You can also get this with a 32-pound wing. And the 32-pound wing is probably our most popular. It has a bungee with it so that when it's bungee, it actually appears the size of our 23. And then, of course, many of the public safety teams are starting to use these backplate wing configurations. And we've got quite a few. I don't necessarily need to name them, but we've got quite a few of the public safety teams out there using the Hog Total Buoyancy Control package. And we have a new 60-pound wing that meets the ERDI standards of 40-pound lift. So there's a lot of, again, customizable ability with the Total Buoyancy Control package. So if you're a northern diver and you want to configure it for diving up north, maybe you need that stainless steel plate, maybe you need the bigger weight pockets, the trim pockets, you can do it like that. If you're a traveler, 23, small pockets or no pockets. If you're going way, way down south and you're just going to be diving in, say, a rash guard and a swimsuit and stuff. So super, super customizable. Talk to the folks up there, Augie and Tim and Mike and them, and they will help you customize this unit to the way you dive. Now, on here, what I've got is I've got a D3, and by the way, at the end of our presentation, we're going to be raffling a complete D3 regulator system, not just the regulator, but a regulator system. And this is a very compact first stage, also environmentally sealed, also has a turret. And this particular first stage, and just talk to the folks there at Dive Right In, and you're going to find out that this is probably their most popular regulator that they're selling out there. It's got a nice braided hose. And again, we have that really nice second stage with our braking pressure adjustment. We got our breathing, our Venturi adjustment. And of course, now one of the differences between this second stage and the second stage on the D1 is this second stage has a little smaller style purge cover or purge button. So if you're in a stronger flow, like many of the tech divers out there, then this isn't quite as apt to, per se, maybe free flow as maybe a recreational diver would like to have a bigger purge button, a little easier for them to push. So you've got that ability to do that. We've also got a matching Octo, and this one happens to be on a silicone Octo holder. And of course, we've got I'll use a big word like plethora. It's kind of like gymnasium and mayonnaise, but we've got a wide variety of consoles. We've got a single gauge console if maybe you're using your dive computer, and we've got 2 gauge consoles, depth and pressure. And of course, we've also got a 3 gauge depth, pressure, and a compass on the back. So when you're talking to your salespeople up there at Dive Right In Scuba, then you can specify what works best for you. And so that gives you a good understanding. Now, we also have our Mission 1 Atmos dive computers, and these have been fantastically popular. It is a color computer that hooks up with your smartphone. I started to say cell phone, but smartphone. And also you're able to download on that. You're able to do firmware upgrades. You can do walking measurements, a lot of different things with this dive computer. It will even take some of the messages. Now, it's not a full smart watch. It's not that, but it's meant for the folks out there that want a color computer, an affordable color computer, and that you're able to wear when you're on your dive trip, and you don't have to take it off and stick it on the side. You can wear it very easily, and you can put whatever kind of time you want on it. Now, top secret, we've got a new M2 that will be introduced the end of April and should be out sometime late May, mid-June. And it will have some updated features for the Atmos line. I think you folks are really going to enjoy. Now, lastly, I'm going to just quickly talk about a couple of lights. This particular light right here has our adjustment on it. And so when I mean adjustment, it's actually got push button, and you can see that glowing light right there. And that gives you power indication as to what's left on your battery. And you can also push. And if you watch, we can go to power reductions. And if we push and hold, then we're able to actually go to our different power settings very easily and very quickly. And we're also able to do signaling with this light, so that if you wanted to signal somebody, you could push it again. It's a little slower. And then if you push it again, it goes into freaky if you really need to get somebody's attention. These come with a rechargeable battery and a charger. So it's a very, very good buy now. It normally comes with just a string here on the end that you can put around your wrist. For me, I like putting a clip on here so I can clip this on my BC, and it's easy to find, that sort of thing. So we're going to give one of these away. This is called the D20. Now the D19 is very similar, 1100 lume, pretty darn bright. And that is a twist on, twist off, a little bit more affordable. Same battery, same charger, aluminum construction, really a great value for your folks out there. It's called the DL19. So that's a little bit of a rundown as far as the Edge Hog gear goes. We also have a new travel BC. One second. Sorry, this is our new Travel Pro. And the Travel Pro is definitely for you guys that like to travel, take off and go to Fiji or whatever it happens to be. It's a back inflate BC. It's got quick weight drops, okay? And it does not have trim pockets, but it's got 2 tank straps back here. Super comfortable, super light. This unit only weighs, in a medium, it only weighs 4.9 pounds. So it's pretty competitive out there on the market. And during the raffle, we're going to give one of these away in the winter size. So we're going to have this, we're going to have the D3 regulator, and we're going to have that DL20 light in the raffle for Dive Right In Scuba. So any questions out there I can answer for you?
Yeah, there's been a few questions. I'll get them queued up here for us. So someone was asking about side mount rigs. Any talk of it?
You know, in the past, Tim, we've had the reversible regs. We've done some discussion about going back to having that reversible second stage. And of course, the D3s are very, very good regulators for side mounts. Right now, we do not specifically have a side mount BC, but many of the folks that are diving the total buoyancy control package have configured it into side mount diving. So if you're just doing some recreational side mount, you're able to utilize that and configure it the way you want to.
All right. Let's see.
Someone did ask what the name of the fins is.
Okay, so maybe I didn't make it clear. This fin is called the Velocity fin. And by the way, it is slightly positively buoyant. So it is slightly positively buoyant. And the reason I know that is I took it and put it in the pool. So I know from personal experience exactly what it is. And I dove with these fins, and these fins are such a dream to wear.
Awesome.
Anything else there, Tim?
Great lights, plates, wings. We love everything hog. A lot of comments saying how much they love your equipment.
You know, it's pretty amazing. And if you haven't been to the Hog YouTube channel, I'm going to do a self plug here. The Hog YouTube channel, if you buy the total buoyancy control package and you want to put this together yourself, it comes in parts and pieces. Go to our YouTube channel, Edge Hog Dive Gear, and we'd love for you to subscribe. But go to the channel. There are about 10 different videos on the channel about different ways, different configurations that you can utilize for putting this unit together. So I think they're pulling it up there. And so it's really a good channel. I love getting comments and questions. And as a matter of fact, it's so interesting. I've gotten questions from people that have bought the unit and live in India or the Maldives. A couple of weeks ago, I had a gentleman in Finland had gotten one and wanted a few questions answered. And so if you send a comment in on the YouTube channel, I'd love to respond to you and answer any questions that you guys happen to have about the Edge Hog gear. And of course, I'll say it again, the people at Dive Right In Scuba, they are really hog pros about our equipment, and they're big fans. We don't do a huge amount of advertising. Our best advertiser is you, or you folks out there that dive our equipment. And I hear it all the time. Somebody will be on a dive boat, they'll see the regulator, or they test it, and they're able to, they call us to say, hey, I got to use it, never heard of it before. Or I get a shop that calls us and they say, we've got one in for repair. We really like the design and we'd like to be able to sell them. But of course, it's kind of one of those things where Dive Right In Scuba is probably our biggest champion out there. So we appreciate that. So are we ready to do a raffle?
Let's do it. You tell me what you want to start with.
Let's do the light first. How about that?
Right. Starting with the light.
All right, cool. So Mike Mad, you're going to get a DL20 hog light. It'll come with the rechargeable battery, 18650. It'll also come with a charger, and I'll get together with Tim there at Dive Right In Scuba, and we'll get that out to you. So let's do, Tim, if you'd like, let's do the Hog Travel Pro BC.
All right.
Shelly, congratulations, Shelly. All right, so all you need to do, Shelly, is let Tim and the folks at Dive Right In Scuba know what size you wear, and we will get you your brand new Hog Travel Pro BC. Congratulations. All right, and last, we're going to do the Hog D3 complete regulator set. This will come with a 2-gauge console. It'll come with the Hog Octo. And if you need an inflator, an extra inflator hose, we'll even put a new inflator hose on it for you. So, Tim?
Let's do it.
Robert Paper. Congratulations, Robert. So we'll be sending that out to you. Again, I'll get together with Tim. You get together with Tim. I'll get together with Tim. And you'll get your new regulator set. So we hope you enjoy it, all three of you guys and ladies. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'll be reaching out to everybody next week, all the winners, and we'll hook up Bob and get them taken care of.
Yeah. All right.
Bob.
Tim, really enjoyed it. Thanks much. I've been watching all day today, off and on, and yesterday when I could. And again, we appreciate you letting us be a part of this.
Bob, thanks for doing such a great job. Everybody go out and like Hog's page on YouTube. Let's all boost that channel up. I'm a daily watcher on all of Bob's videos. So you do a great job, Bob. We love you.
Thanks, Tim. All right. See you guys soon.
All right, guys. We are in the final few hours here of the Time to Dive virtual dive show. Thanks for watching all the way through this. As you guys know, keep up with the raffle. The link will go in there. We'll drop it and put your name in. We got the final $1,000 giveaway going on today, along with that trip to St. Croix. Next up, we have Matt Mulryan. And I'm getting him queued up right now. Hey, Matt, how we doing? Let me unmute you there. All right.
All right. Yeah, my final shirt changed. My final wall decoration changed for the day. Going well,
Matt,
thank you. You're doing great.
Awesome. Well, you're in this just as long as we are, so we appreciate you showing all the brands. You know, this is a holiday weekend. You know, we love all the brands that you represent, Matt, and we're so thankful to have you here to be able to show off what they have new for the year. So let's go ahead and take it away.
All right. Well, today I'm going to be talking about the Sherwood Akona Genesis line. They're all under one umbrella within the house of the Genesis Diversco family. And getting right into it, we're going to kind of pick up where Bob left off. We have some new BCs, some options coming up with the BC line. And so I just wanted to review a couple of the BCs that we had going on from last year, but they're with the absence of trade shows and everything else, not a lot of you have really had the opportunity to see these, get these in your hands. So the first thing we're going to be looking at, and I know Dive Right In Scuba loves back inflation BCs. So what we do have is our Crux BC. And this is going to be a modular BC. It's going to start off building your BC around the back pad. That's either a 40 or a 50-pound lift. You let us know which one you want. And then you're going to measure yourself. You're going to go from belly button to backbone. You're going to go from belt line to belt line over your shoulder and order out the cummerbunds and the shoulder straps. You can assemble this, put it back together for you, send it out. With this adjustability on this BC, we are looking at fitting everybody from an extra small all the way up to a 6 extra large. So there's tremendous versatility with it. Great padding to it. There's a great lumbar support for it. Nice padding in the shoulder straps. We do have daisy chains and contact links all up and down the shoulder straps. For air, dumping of the air, we do have a right shoulder, a right hip, an inflator hose, pull, lift, and dump. So you're able to purge air in any position with this BC. 10 pounds of ditchable weights up front in each pocket, plus 5 non-ditchable weight trim pockets in the back. Nice carrying handle, double tank bands, everything else to it. When this actually inflates, the air cell inflates backwards as opposed to inflating out, creating drag. So this is actually going to support the tank a bit more too as you fill this up. Keeps you in a perfectly horizontal swim position. Really a nice BC. This one would be retailing for around $660. So it's a lot of BC. Packs down to nothing, extremely small with the modular design. The Sherwood Crux, something to take a look into. Along that line, we do have our Axis jacket style BC. And the reason I point this one out is we can go up to a 5 extra large with this BC. A lot of places just can't have trouble finding BCs in that size. So the Avid is going to be an excellent opportunity for you. It is going to have quick release weight drop pockets, 10 pounds a piece. And then we're going to have the option, we do have weight trim pockets sewn onto the back of the BC as well. I bring this up in that we've only had this available in blue until this week. And now we have a Phantom Graphite gray color to go with this as well. So a lot of people are really looking forward to seeing the new colors and everything else with it, especially with that sizing. Once again, we're going to have right hip, right shoulder, inflator hose, pull, lift, and dump also. Lots of bent D-rings on here for attachment points. Attachment points down on the bottom part of the BC as well. So this is going to be really, really a nice BC to have. We're looking about $635 from extra small all the way up to double extra large. For the 3X to 5X, we are going to be looking at about $660 for a retail price point. A really nice BC. So this is the offerings from Sherwood. And there has been some comments on here. It's been interesting to hear. A lot of people are looking for value added and prices that aren't quite so expensive, but they still want good quality for it. And that's where our Genesis line comes in. And Genesis had been a kind of a Wild West pricing. There was no map control to it, so prices were all over the place. It was difficult to make a profit, be competitive, everything else. Well, we got that under control, and we put it into a value-packed, value-added line. The first item we're going to be looking at is going to be the Origin, and this again is a jacket style BC. It's going to have the weight trim pockets, 10 pounds a piece, very large zippered pockets up on top for storage. It's going to be a lightweight travel BC as well. So we do have plastic D-rings up on top, 440 denier, a nice backpack, just nice carrying handle. The back of it, we are going to have the non-ditchable weight trim pockets, single tank band, tank locator strap, really just a nice solid BC for us. And this one is going to be retailing for $460, I believe. So it's going to be a very good rental BC. It could be a great travel BC. If you have school programs, anything like that, the Origin BC is going to be a very nice option for you. Now we bring that up in that we are introducing the new Odysee back inflation BC as well. Again, this is going to be retailing for about $460. A lot of the same features and benefits. The 420 denier, weight drop pockets, mechanical weight drop pockets, Octo holder, right shoulder, adjustable chest strap, everything else with it. Single tank band, but this is going to have a hard plate for your tank as well. So this is the new Odysee BC. Take a look for it. I think you're really going to like what you see. Okay. You know, it's amazing. I've been watching these things all day, and you get started on your presentation, you think you're about done. You've only been done 8 minutes worth of it. So some of the other things we've been looking at is outside of the dive industry. And so we've been coming up with new items, new concepts, new things that people may not be looking for, particularly when they go into a dive shop, but they do have them available. Dive lights, of course, are going to be a standard staple. So we do have a ST1000 or an ST2800. And this is going to be a 1000 lumen spotlight. I'll fire this up. So we're going to have 1000 lumens or 500 lumens and the signal flasher. This is going to be your charge indicator along here. This is going to use an 18650 battery. However, it is going to be rechargeable via USB cable on the inside of the battery compartment. So just plug this in. You can charge your battery up this way. At the full 1000 power, it's going to burn for up to an hour, up to 2 hours at the 500 lumen, or up to 3.5 hours in the signal mode. We also have a version of this light with the 2800 lumen light. So it's going to be almost 2.5 times, almost 3 times more powerful. This one with the 2100 or the 1000 lumen is going to be $121. It's going to come with the recharger, the battery, a very nice carrying bag for it too, and a nice semi-firm foam package, and wrist lanyard as well. So these are the ST1000 and the ST2800s. Okay, I'm going very quickly here. Are there any questions I can answer in the meantime?
So one question was on the sizing of the Genesis BCs. What, how far up do you go on the Genesis?
Both the Origin and the Odysee are going to go up to a triple extra large. That will start at, let's see, that would be a good thing with the lift. Total weight to Origin. Lift is going to be 25 pounds on the extra small, medium. I'm sorry, this goes up to a extra large. So 25 pounds on the extra small, small and medium, 35 pounds on the large and extra large. Going to be 25 pounds on the Odysee, and on the large and extra large, it'll be 36 pounds of lift also. So sorry about that. On the Avids, say for instance, if we went with lift, extra small would be 22 pounds, 27 pounds for the small, 32 pounds for medium, 35 pounds for large, 40 pounds from large or double large up to the 5 extra large as well. So a lot of lift capabilities with those as well. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
How much is the 2800 lumen light?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's going to retail for $275. These will have 2-year warranties on them as well. It's made out of aluminum aircraft. built-in USB 12-degree beam, depth rating of 238 feet, the rechargeable 18650, and burn times of an hour, 2 hours, or 3.5 hours in SOS. Battery will take about 4.5 hours to recharge as well.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. A couple other things that we're looking at, and I've done this in the past before. We've got some very nice new sunglasses coming through the Akona line. And Akona is primarily known for bags, but it's also the accessories. It's the clips, it's the retractors, it's the lanyards, all sorts of really cool stuff, and the wetsuits, boots, hoods, gloves. So now we're coming out with some really nice polarized sunglasses also. The first one we're going to look at is called the Rhodes. Very sleek, very stylish, really cool there. It's going to be available in either a black frame or a white frame. It'll come with a very nice package to keep it stored in as well. Can't stress enough the importance of polarized sunglasses when you're out in the sun and out on a boat all day long. So these are going to retail for $44. And then the Mesa doesn't have a package, but they are wraparound sunglasses with an adjustable Bula strap on the back. So this one's a little too tight. Too big of a melon. I didn't try these on, but again, these are going to be full polarized, wrap around with the strap on it. They've got nice rubber coating on the back of the earpieces also, so you're not going to get that pressure headache from the back where regular sunglasses would often hit on your noggin there. Again, this is going to be $44. Both of these styles of sunglasses. So anybody interested in sunglasses, check with them at Dive Right In Scuba, and we can make that happen for you. One of the other things that as we start getting older and have trouble bending over and breathing at the same time, this is a concept that's been taken kind of from the ski industry, and they're called fin clips. And Dive Right In has had these in the past. Really an interesting feature. We do have straps that are available in different sizes. We do have clips that are available to fit the posts of most of the styles of fins out on the market. You buy the clip, and when you step down onto the back of the fin clip will spring back up, hit the back of your boot, and you're ready to go diving. To get out of this, you're just going to step on the back of the fin or the back of the clip, push it down, just slide your foot right back out again. So it's really a clever concept. You have them in 4 different colors, 2 different lengths of bungee cords, and then matching colors for the clips as well. So if you're looking for something just to make your dive a little bit easier, maybe check into the fin clips. I think it's a very good idea. It helps me when I'm trying to bend over and can't breathe. So some really good stuff. Okay. We also have a new changing poncho. And these are going to be one size fits all. Now we're going to have them in either blue or black. They're made out of a super soft terry cloth material and makes it great for not being the old fat guy walking around in your Speedo trying to find some place to change. So just slip this on. You can do all of your changing while you're inside a nice Microsoft towel, basically wearing your towel while you're out walking around as well. So some pretty cool stuff. And unfortunately, Tim, that was about it. I know I talked too fast. So
no big
any
deal.
Questions out there?
Yeah, so we got one question from Quartz here. Can fin clips be added to other branded fins?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the clips, there's 2 different styles of the clips that go onto the post, depending on which fins you have. You purchase that particular clip, and then you purchase the length of the bungee that you need and the color of the clips that you want and make the adaptive change. It's really a clever idea.
Does it come in colors too? Jennifer, I'm not sure which product you were talking about there, so let's start with the poncho. Does that come in different colors?
Yeah, that'll be available in blue and black.
And then, yeah, the fin clips come in a few different colors as well.
Yes. Yeah, those will be 4 different colors. The fin clips are going to retail for about $505. 4 colors, 2 straps, and 2 buckles. retail for about $105 for the full set of 2.
All right. Any other questions, guys? So other than the BC from Genesis, you guys came out with a really cool new dive watch. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the Centauri is a fully integrated dive computer. Wear it as a regular watch every day of the week as well. I don't have my sample of it here. I should have brought that over, but it's going to retail for about $375. Great big face to it. So again, as we need longer arms to see what we're looking at, really a nice size to it. So you can take a look and keep track of your dive, stay nice and safe, and use it as a fashion statement every day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of our favorites.
We do have the I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I was just going to say it is one of our favorites as well. So it's coming in at $330. So great everyday dive computer, but also do everything you can imagine.
Right. And look good while you're doing it as well.
We have a request to see the 2800 lumen light again.
It's the same size. I just have a sample of the 1000, but it's going to be 6 inches, weighs half a pound. The beam pattern is going to be a 15-degree beam pattern, so it's going to be very tight, but it's also got a little bit of a halo around side to light up the rest of the area. So you've got the 1000 and 1500, and then the signal flasher.
Awesome.
So trying to figure some comparison here as a pair of sunglasses. So
there you go.
That's about how big the light is. Definitely a handheld anodized aluminum, aircraft aluminum light as well. In addition to it, Akona does have obviously very nice bags. If you're looking for dry bags, roller bags, any type of duffel bags, zipper duffel bags, we can certainly put, we've got bags to put bags in bags. So really nice retractable roller bags with rollerblade wheels, enough room to carry 2 sets of gear for the most part. It's a real nice line.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing also, just as I sit and think about it, I had pulled these out. If there's any stand-up paddleboard people out there, Akona did just offer the inflatable Havana boards to us. I didn't actually bought one of these for one of their customers. They're available either in a 10'6" or an 11'3", and these are fully inflatable. They come into a bag about the size of a dive bag. That's going to include the rudder, the pump, the oars, the entire bag, or the entire board. You inflate these things and you can't tell the difference between them and a rigid stand-up paddleboard. So we do have these available for you too, that anybody looking for a stand-up paddle, much less expensive trying to ship around this than a rigid board or anything else. These could be shipped with a regular order, and really something nice to check into if you're looking for a stand-up paddle.
Yeah, and so can we go over the Sherwood for larger sizes?
Yeah. Okay. For the adjustability for the Avid, do have longer cummerbunds and longer shoulder straps available. It would be basically the same portion of this. It would be the cummerbunds, I'm sorry. Be larger cummerbunds that would be coming out with this. And so the shoulder straps remain the same. We just changed out the cummerbunds. For the back inflation with the Crux, figure out how to do this the best possible way. Okay, so we have the glides available so that you can adjust all of the adjustments you need. Run this all the way out if you need a larger one, or all the way in if you need a smaller one. But then you just make the adjustments, pull the cummerbund or the shoulder straps, there's another set like this up on the top for the shoulder straps. We've also put matching stitching on here too. So if you do adjust one, you don't end up with one cummerbund or one strap that is longer than the other one. We do have 4 different colors of stitching available with this too, so you can customize your BC a little bit as well. Hope that answers the question.
I think it did.
Okay.
So Sherwood, you know, here at Dive Right In, I know we love their regs. You want to give a quick reg overview?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably everybody's heard of the Sherwood Brute Regulator. It's probably one of the workhorses in the industry. It's huge in the rental markets, everything else. We also have several different higher end regulators. We've got the SR2 that's a tried and true, relatively new tried and true regulator. We also have the Oasis that has water retention veins in it. So as you exhale, some of the moisture gets trapped in the veins. You inhale again and you'll breathe in some of the moisture, so you won't have the dry throat from regulators. We've got the Blizzard that's going to be our nice cold water regulator. The Maximus regulator is going to have an extra large hose that routes down under the arm. Very, very comfortable to use as well. So we've got very nice rigs. A lot of them have been redesigned over the last couple of years. So if you've ever used the Brute or the Blizzard or anything else, look for the Blizzard Pro or the Brute Pro. It's a completely redesigned regulator for better performance, better ease of breathing, everything else as well. So very competitively priced. You know, dive companies have to make good products. If we don't want to be over-regulated by government authorities, we have to put out good products, and I'll put up our regulators against anybody's regs out on the market. So very nice products.
Absolutely. So how much does the Akona poncho weigh? Looks pretty lightweight.
Yeah, it's a microfiber, so it's very, very lightweight. I would guess no more than a pound and a quarter. I don't know. I haven't really measured it. Let me take a look here. Size is 45 inches tall, 32 inches wide. I'm sorry, I don't have a weight on it. We'd have to figure that out for you.
But nice, it's pretty lightweight. You're going to be able to travel with
also
it.
I'm sorry, Tim?
Oh, I was just saying, it's lightweight. You're going to be able to travel with it and everything.
Right.
So,
well, the nice thing with a lot of microfibers also is that when they get saturated, you can just wring them out, and they're pretty much dry, you know, maybe 85% dry after you wring them out, so you can just put them back on again, and you're not going to get cold and clammy in them. That's the nice part about it. Plenty of room, again, to change and cover up if it's cold and windy.
We got a question on Sherwood masks. Do you still have the one with the purge valve?
Yes, in the Genesis line, we still have... Excuse me.
I believe we have the Rama purge at our shop here, and we love that mask.
I believe that's the only one we've got. Yeah, the Rama purge and the glance purge. We do have the Rama as the 3-windowed mask, and then the glance and glance purge as a 2-window mask. So we do have the 2 different versions available for you.
Awesome.
And you lost your mask from 12 years ago?
Yeah.
Well, we know where you can get a new one.
Yep. Well, he was the one that was asking about the purge masks. So perfect. We'll be able to hook him up with a Rama purge.
All right. Very good. Okay. Well, I guess if we're looking at giving something away, we're looking at giving away one of the new Odysee BCs. So if you want to work your magic on the wheel, if there's no more questions, we'd be happy to make somebody happy here.
All right. So the Odysee BC going away to a new owner. All right, Robert. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations, Robert.
Yeah, we will be getting in touch with you. Figure out what size we need to get over to you.
Okay, that sounds good. We're looking forward to it.
All right. Matt, thanks so much for coming in and showing off all the brands. It's been great to see everything, all the new stuff, and of course, great seeing you as well.
Well, thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. And again, you did a great job. You're a natural behind the camera there. So.
Okay. Thanks for
all
the
right, guys.
thanks for the nice words.
Take care and stay safe. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a great weekend. All right, guys. We are just finishing up here. We got another hour to go of the Time to Dive virtual dive show. So, yeah, every half hour doing a little raffle. We've got a lot of names. I'm sure the raffle randomizing wheel is not going to enjoy that process, but it's going to be all good. We'll make it work. So we're giving away a trip to St. Croix, grand prize over the last 2 days. All those names are getting thrown in there. Tonight, we're also giving away for anybody that's watched and put their name in for the raffle with that $1,000 giveaway. So this next presentation, I am looking forward to. If any of you guys have been to the shop here and know the local staff and everything, and I'm going to have to get my raffle link queued up earlier than normal here, so let me do that. Okay. Where are we hiding at here? Here it is. All right. So if any of you guys know the staff here, Dan and Steve and Reg Repair, they are an absolute riot. Dan is our go-to public safety repair anything guy. He can repair anything to begin with, but especially being able to repair stuff for our fire departments. And Matt Gruca, who is still an active with the fire department and dive team lead and all these great credentials, and our instructor here for everything public safety. They had some scheduling conflicts, but we were able to get their video together, and I am just getting that ready for us right now. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Gruca. I'm the Public Safety Director for here at Drysuit Scuba. I am a full-time fire captain with the Pale Sites Fire District for the last 24 years. And Dan here is also with me. I'm going to let him introduce himself.
My name is Dan Ducrane. I'm with Drysuit Scuba. I joined them after retiring from the Wildwood Fire District after almost 10 years of service and being on the public safety team. I am the equipment specialist, public safety dive equipment specialist at Lyle Woodridge. I maintain most of the equipment that our public safety teams bring in for us. Today we're here to talk about our surface supplied air system.
So our surface supplied air system, we came up with through our years and experience of being with public safety dive teams. We designed the system. We looked at some diver deaths through NIOSH and some different reports that were out there. And basically what it boiled down to is in every NIOSH report, the last sentence in that report was the diver ran out of air and drowned. Diver ran out of air and drowned. So we looked at how do we prevent that? How do we prevent our public safety divers from running out of air and drowning?
So our goal was to find a way to bring air to the diver without bringing the diver up every time. We can extend time underwater, but we can also make things a little safer by bringing air to the diver, having an almost unlimited supply. Should that diver run into an issue, become entrapped, entangled, need a little more time on a recovery or securing a vehicle or evidence, and this equipment is going to give them that opportunity.
So with that opportunity, we also found a very cost-effective way of designing the system. So what we can do with this system is we can come out, we can look at what equipment you're currently using. We might have to add a couple pieces of our equipment to your equipment so we can get you guys set up to being on our supplied air system. In some cases, it may just be adding this switch block right here. So we can use whatever BC you're using, whatever tanks you're using, whatever full face mask you're using, your communication system you're using. That's all integratable to our system. We add one piece to your diver, and then all you got to look at is purchasing our supplied air cost.
It's a modular system. We're only going to bring to you what you need. We're not going to tell you what you need. We're going to work with you, find out what you use, what else you need to complete the system. We'll put it together. The other nice thing about that is none of this equipment that we're going to show you today is proprietary. You don't have to come back to us or to a specific manufacturer or a shop to get this done. You can buy this from us, we'll put it together, train you how to use it, and then you can take it and maintain it at your local dive shop. Of course, we'd prefer you bring it back to me at Dive Ready and Scuba, but we understand sometimes the logistics are a little difficult to do that. We have teams in various states using this.
So we have a team in Iowa that currently uses our system, a team in Kentucky that uses our system, and then we have various teams around the state of Illinois that's currently using our system.
So, we of course don't require those other teams from out of state to come back to us, but we are there if they decide they need us. So you're saving money there too. You save shipping or travel or whatever you would need to do to bring that back to a specific location. All right, besides public safety, we found there are other uses. We have commercial divers who have demoed and looked into this equipment. Harbor cleanup, boat cleaning, things like that, anywhere where you would have used a hookah system. This is a little more sophisticated type of system for those uses. We do recommend that, once again, this doesn't eliminate the need for a buddy diver. We recommend there's always a second diver either in the water or ready to get in the water. And we also recommend that there is someone dedicated to the cart. And we'll get into that a little more when we talk about the cart itself. So we do have basically three components of the system. We start with the cart, then we have the diver component, and then we have the communications and umbilical. We do use hardline communications with this. Through the umbilical, we're going to be running your airline and your hardline communications. As public safety divers, we know that the hardline offers us a better quality sound, an open microphone, so there's no push to talk. You always have that open line of communication. It gives us a little more options too in the surface station with speakers versus headphones, or using both, however you want to do it. Our system does allow us up to 3 divers, so you could have your primary, you could have your backup, and you could have your 90% diver.
Can also use the wireless system to it. We're not saying that you have to have hardline communications with it. So if your team currently dives with the wireless system, it'll work with the wireless system also.
Right, the hardline communication, the one drawback to that is you are limited to 200 feet from your air source with this. So if you are diving in a larger body of water where your shore diving going to be farther out, then yeah, you could still use your wireless communications with this. We do also have one of our departments actually has 2 sets, one on a cart and one boat mounted as well. So when they're away from shore, farther away from shore, they can still use their hardline comms and work with the supplied system. So our cart is set up right now with 2 scuba bottles. We can also use SCBA bottles for the fire departments that have more of those and want to use that as their air source.
It can also be used with the cascade system as far as the scuba bottles also. We can put the scuba connection on there. You can run a cascade truck or a cascade trailer right to the system, so your main air source could be coming off that cascade system. And then we just have 1 bottle set up for an emergency bottle in case something happens to the cascade truck.
So in general, we're going to be using 2 bottles on the cart. Both bottles will be open, so we can switch over quickly when we need to. They have separate pressure gauges, independent first stage regulators, and independent gas blocks to feed each diver. So they're color coded. The red off the tank, red tank, 1 red line to each gas block. The green tank, 1 green line to each gas block. The gas blocks are situated so that if the lever is pointing to the left, it's pointing in the direction of the green. So we're running both divers off of the green bottle. If we need to switch, we switch both divers over to the red bottle, and now we're breathing off the red. So you will work with your own SOGs. If your SOG currently says at 1,000 PSI, your diver comes out of the water and switches out, then you can still maintain that SOG here. At 1,000 PSI, maybe the diver comes out. Or you write your SOG to say, at 1,000 PSI, we switch over to the other bottle, and we then take this bottle out, we turn it off, drain the air, pull this bottle out while they're breathing on that one, bring in a new full bottle, attach it, and have it in the backup. And then when your green bottle then reaches 1,000 PSI, or whatever number you determine in your SOGs, you switch over to the red bottle, and now you're breathing off that full bottle, and we can switch this one out.
The system does come with a low air alarm on it. So the person that is monitoring that the cart, the low air alarm will go off at 1,000 PSI, so they'll know that they're at that point. So just in case that guy isn't really paying attention, which he should be, we do have that fail safe with the low air alarm that will go off at 1,000 PSI.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we should have one person dedicated to the cart. All he pays attention to is this cart. He's watching these gauges, making sure the lines are open in the correct direction, and he has that low air alarm, audible low air alarm, if he does lose track. The other nice thing about the audible low air alarm is he's not the only one who knows at that point. Everybody around is going to hear it. The other option we have, not option, but the other feature we have on this setup is if you have two divers in the water and diver one off of this gas block, his line becomes insulted, spoiled, interrupted, sheared off. What we can do is we can isolate that diver and turn his air off so that his backup diver still has that unlimited air to deal with the emergency and help him out. This diver, once he becomes incapacitated or diver one, once he has his air emergency, he's going to be switching to his back gas anyway, so having this off isn't going to interrupt his ability to breathe. Under training and circumstances, he'll know once that air is interrupted, he has to go to his back gas. But like I said, that offers that unlimited air still for the other diver to help him deal with his issues. We have quick disconnects on these gas blocks, so we can deploy this system very, very quickly. As quick as it takes someone, one or two people to get it out of the vehicle, and then one person to roll it up to the scene. As your divers are getting dressed, all we have to do is take that airline, and it has the comm rope in with that airline. Punch it in, lock the quick disconnect, and this diver's ready to go. We do the same with the other diver. He's ready to go as well. Turn your air on. And now we would have both divers running off our green tank. As that green tank gets low, we can switch over to the red tank. So that's how quickly it takes. And on the diver side, we'll show you in a second, you can hook your diver up just as quickly. So when you have your primary squad or whatever vehicle is carrying this equipment, as quick as the diver can get suited up and in the water, this is ready to go, and we can use this in a rescue operation immediately rather than diving conventional and then switching into the supplied gas. That's going to take us to the diver himself.
As far as the diver itself, we can use, again, we can go with any BC or any equipment that you're currently using. We can use that equipment, or we have a universal backplate and wing system that we use. So this can be adjusted and fit into any diver. And then we have the switch block here that we use for the connection. You can show the airline connection here, just as Dan showed earlier. It's just as quick as connecting that line in. Just there. And connecting that line in, and the diver's set up to go. And all you got to do is hook in the hardwire comm line also. And our divers are set to go in a rescue situation.
Besides the universal harness and backplate and wing, we have this currently outfitted with a 50 cubic foot steel tank. Nice thing about this is it offers a lower profile. If you want to use an 80, you can use an 80. If you want to use a 40, we can use a 40. We don't recommend going below a 40 though, because this is your escape gas should there be a reason to get out of the water quickly or your line gets fouled. This is also your buoyancy gas. This is used to control your BCD and your dry suit as well. Now this is also your pony system. So if you have to escape quickly, you have to ditch the line, whatever you need to do. You've got your gas block here. So we have our gas block set up with the lever pointing down to dive, up and out. So you rotate that 180 degrees to switch to your pony system. Thank you. And now you're breathing through the pony system. The diver can quickly disconnect. So now the diver can quickly disconnect, leave the line behind that might be entangled or whatever, and escape using his back gas through the gas block. As Matt said, the universal system is nice. It allows you from your 160-pound guy to your 220-pound guy, don't have to switch out. You can you don't have to switch out your harness or back plate. He can get out, next guy can get in, cinch everything up with one move on each side, and he's ready to go. The other feature here is not only can he use his mask to escape, but he can also switch to, in the worst case scenario where the mask is maybe the issue, that he has to bail out of the dive, because we also have an Octo on the pony system for him to breathe to get out with. For communications, we use OTS. They sort of set the standard for communications across the dive industry right now. We do have this set up right now with an OTS Guardian into their comms. We're using a comm box set up for diver 1 and 2. Of course, we can build on this and set 4 divers for a total of 4 divers. So if you had a second system, you could run all 4 divers off of one comm box. It allows us for a headset and microphone, or also a speaker, so everybody standing around can hear. We know that sometimes the circumstances call for a little bit of privacy, so the headphone and microphone is always a good option as well.
You can also use your current MK7 if you have the MK7 unit. It'll attach right into that also. You don't necessarily need the comm box. That's just what we have set up with it right now.
Our system is set up right now with a 200-foot line, so through this umbilical cord, we have 200 feet of air and a little over 200 feet of air and a little bit nominal 200 feet of communication line through there. We would set your system up with 2 different color nylon webbing. These are neutral sheaths that we put on here. The nice thing about this is you can set this up with a Crux cord on each end, so the tension on this line is held by the sheathing rather than your comm line or your air line. So these are slack inside the system. So we have that opportunity to save your rope a little bit. With the Crux cord, we can also use that on the tender end to mark, the last place that the tender did a handhold. He can mark that so we always know the distance. So if your diver finds his target at 70 feet or 130 feet, wherever that tender's Crux was how we're going to mark that distance as well. This line is, we know these ropes will last a long time as long as they're treated well. The airline, we use a braided airline, not very expensive when you consider the options out there. So the braided line does offer us that more affordability than, say, our competitors in this area. One more option we do put on here is we put for the diver end, we put a locking carabiner in, so the diver can hook in, lock in, be ready to go. He's stuck to this line. Once again, it's welded into the sheathing, so the sheathing is holding all the weight. If your diver wants a handhold, we can put a Crux cord on here as well for that.
And like Dan said, our current setup right here, we have 200 feet, but we do have different options. You can have 150 feet or 100 feet, depending on what you're currently using or what your SOG said.
So that about wraps up the system. Once again, it's modular. We talk to you, we sit down with you, we find out what you have, we figure out a way to incorporate it into the system if you want, or we can put you in a whole new system. It's non-proprietary, so you're going to save money. Where do you want to go with this? Please come back to us, but if you don't, your local dive shop is going to be able to service anything we have here. Multi-purpose, can be used in rescue, can be used in recovery. Commercial divers can use this, or the casual boat cleanings company could do something like this. And once again, we do recommend more than one diver. This is not a solo system. Never try to dive this solo. At least 2 divers and at least 1 person dedicated to the cart.
And just remember, we can't add that third diver. You would just have a third switch block on the cart there. So you can have 3 divers. So in most public safety standards, you have your primary diver, your safety diver, and a 90% diver. All 3 of those divers could be on the same system, using the same system, and the communications all together.
All right, let's talk about some suits that we have available for our public safety teams. Next, we'd like to talk about public safety dry suits. Dive Right In Scuba is one of the leading retailers and repair centers for public safety dry suits. 2 different types. Subsurface we'll talk about in a second, and then our surface suits.
Some of the surface suits that we have to offer, we got swiftwater suits that are out there, and then we also do the ice rescue suits. So we have the various different suits out there for ice rescue, the Mustang suit or the First Watch suit that we offer here at Dive Right In Scuba. And then we have the Aqualung, we have the Raptor suit here. All right, so some of the features that are offered on the Raptor suit, this is probably one of the nicest features that are out there. Especially my firemen know that 9 times out of 10, you're not really in the water doing rescues. You may be going door to door checking on people. Is this neck seal? It's a fully adjustable neck seal. You can have it open so you're nice and comfortable while you aren't in the water. And then if you do go in the water, all you gotta do is cinch it tight, give it a little pull, and then the neck seal tightens down on it. It's got a nice horseshoe zipper here. It's easy to open and close. You get in and out of the suit. So when you do have the suit on, even if you don't put the suit on all the way, it's nice. You got the suit on, you can have this open, and then once you're gonna go into whatever evolution or whatever you're doing, you just zipper it back up real quick, and then there's a jacket style zipper here that goes over that. Then another nice feature in this suit, every suit comes with the relief valve, so it's real nice and easy. You don't have to take the suit off all the way. You can open the suit up and close it right back up when you're done. All the suits come with pockets, and they come with the reinforced knee pads. And then finally you have the built-in socks here, and then you would wear a rock boot to go along with it. And then you have the Velcro strap here that tightens around your boot, so you don't have any extra material hanging down from your feet. And it's got the same seal on the wrist seal. You have a crushed neoprene wrist seal, and then you have the same Velcro to tighten that down around your wrist. You have elbow pads in here also to protect your elbow, and you can put a Velcro patch. You got a department patch that you want. If you want to put that on your suit, you can add that to your suit, and then it's also got reinforced into the butt is reinforced also.
The other necessities for swiftwater, of course, the helmet, gloves, PFD, and the throw bag. We offer a variety of helmets for the divers to wear, for the swimmers to wear, with rails on the side for lights as necessary, or a camera if your department needs something like that. Removable ear coverings, so you can have that protection you need, but for comfort, if you want to take those off, you can get rid of those. Come in a variety of sizes, and each side does have some adjustability. Gloves, we offer a variety of gloves. These here are nice. They've got the Kevlar knuckles, good protection, reinforced along the sides with a high grip palm on them. So we do offer various gloves. Once again, whatever you guys are comfortable in using.
As far as the PFDs, we do offer a variety of PFDs. This is a particular, it's a Type 5 vest that you would particularly use for swiftwater, but we also do have Type 3 vests for just your normal color, shore support, anything like that. But any type of moving water, you want to make sure all your guys are in a Type 5 vest.
With that Type 5, we do offer the tails, so you can hook in, and if you need to use that 45-degree tension line, you can hook in and use that. Stretchability on that, and it would hook into the back of your Type 5 PFD. And then throw bags. Goes without saying, pretty straightforward, but we do offer a variety of manufacturer of throw bags. 75-foot length, or some are a little bit greater as well, with different dimensions on the rope as well. Beyond the surface suits, we do offer our dive suits as well.
So there's a wide variety of dive suits that are out there. A couple of the particular brands that we have here, we have our Aqualung hazmat suit here and a DUI CXO suit. So these particular suits here are good for decon, and the chemicals aren't going to permeate into this material. Some of the other suits that are out there, the chemicals do permeate into those suits, and it's a lot harder for them to decon. So these are some of the better suits that are out there. There's also the vulcanized rubber suits that are out there, but the drawback with the vulcanized rubber suit is they're a lot heavier. They're not as easy to move around in, and they do get punctures into them and anything else. With this material, it's a lighter material, and they're more puncture resistant. And using them for the public safety diving that we do.
The other benefit to these suits that we have here are replaceable seals. We have a head hood neck combo here that can be removed if it tears. The user can actually do this. You don't have to send it back to us to remove that. Same with the wrist seals. Cuffs pop off, wrist seal can come out, a new wrist seal can be put into place. Whether you have the Aqualung or the DUI, we have seals for both of those suits available. They're not interchangeable from suit to suit, but they are interchangeable with their own brand. Both of these are back entry suits. Anybody with public safety knows that's sort of the standard we have there. So good, strong zippers, easy to move, easy to maintain with a little bit of wax as well. Maintainability on these suits, so just talking about the zippers easy. Matt mentioned deconability is very easy. Just soap and water and a soft brush can clean these up for most of the contaminants. You know, if you are diving as a hazardous material, then we do recommend using some sort of a 3-step, 2-step, 3-step decon process.
So we touched on having the interchangeable wrist seal system, but one of the other things to complete this, to make it a fully encapsulated dry suit, would be the glove system also. And for this particular suit, you would use a pull-over glove system, and the gloves would just pull right over there, so you do have a wrist seal, and it pulls over. In the DUI suit, it's got the zip lock system, interchangeable, that would go right onto your dry suit, and so you would have your glove system in there. And then you also have the SciTech glove lock system, which we can put into either one of these suits. And then another thing that we also would offer, as far as being one of the largest retail shops, is we can also add your undergarments to your dry suit. These only protect you to make sure you don't get wet and you stay dry during your dive, but you also got to stay warm during your dry. Even in the middle of summer, you should be wearing some type of undergarment underneath your dry suit.
Dive Right In Scuba is the nation's largest independent dry suit repair facility. With every dry suit purchased, recreational or public safety, you get a free lifetime leak test for the life of that suit. As long as you own that, you start getting wet, you can send it to us. We'll check it out, try to find out where those leaks are, send you a quote, and we'll repair it as necessary. If you want more, you can upgrade to a premium warranty, which will include seals, wrist seals, neck seals, and any patches into the material. Beyond that, you can upgrade to our platinum warranty, which includes everything we just talked about, but also zipper replacement and seams. Just so you know, zippers cost upwards of $300 to $400 just to replace those, so there's a lot of savings. You know, if you dive a lot or public safety where these might get a lot of abuse, that platinum is probably something you should be looking at.
So not only do we sell equipment and repair equipment, we also do training. So here at Dive Right In Scuba, we offer our public safety divers. We can take a public safety diver from open water, SDI open water, all the way through ERDI, become an ERDI public safety diver, and then we can actually even bring that student up to become an instructor. So you can have an instructor for your team to help you in cost savings for dive training.
All of our instructors are either retired or current public safety divers, so we know we have the practice, we know where we got to go with your training, we know how to evaluate and make sure we concentrate on getting your guys through these programs safely. Thank you so much for your time today. Matt and I appreciate you listening to us ramble on for a little bit about public safety. It is our passion, and it's one of the many passions we have here at Dive Right In Scuba. If you need to get a hold of us, you can contact us through the shop in Plainfield, 815-267-8400, or in Orwin 708-226-1614. And as always, you can catch us on the website, diverightandscuba.com. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dan and Matt. I know you really didn't want to do that video. You guys were giving me trouble about it for a few weeks, but I appreciate your effort into showing everybody what you guys are really passionate about and really love, which is everything public safety. It's funny because you watch them in the video. You know, it's hard to get up and walk in front of a video camera and do, you know, all this stuff off the cuff. Those guys did a great time. They did a great job, and it was a great time. So we're going to give away some cool stuff here. So we've got our raffle wheel pulled up. First thing on the list here. So at Dive Right In Scuba, we got a whole bunch of lights. We're going to go ahead and give away one of our 950s. So it's a 950 Lumen light, rechargeable battery. Its new home is Robert K. We have our Driz 1000 Lumen light. This is a 3 C-cell battery, 1000 Lumen light, twist on. Real nice, triple O-ring sealed, anodized aluminum body. And it's going to my dad. That's too funny. Nice job, Dad. Just shows you anybody can win. All right, now we're going to move on to our Impact series lights. So our Impact Stubby is a rechargeable lithium battery, twist on, and it is in a short stubby format. It comes with either a spot head or video head. So whoever, yeah, he's commenting now. So whoever wins, we'll reach out to you and just let us know which one you want. This is for the Impact Stubby. All right. Our friend Taker, you are walking home with a new Impact Stubby. Again, we'll reach out to you. You just let us know which one you want. So to round out our series of lights, what else do we got? I feel like I'm missing one. Oh, yeah, the 1K Shorty. So it's a small 3-battery twist on, running at 1,000 lumens. All right, Harry. Congratulations on that. All right, so our next and last presentation of the day is going to be one of our favorite dry suit manufacturers. They really are the pros at everything neoprene. Bruce, I'm pulling you up here in just a moment. All right, Bruce.
There I am.
How's it going?
That's how you know we're live. Hi.
Yep. So, Bruce, you're from Seasoft. Tell us a little bit about Seasoft.
Well, Seasoft's been in business for 37 years. I started the company when I was young, and now I'm old. So it's been in business for a long time. And I love what I do, and I love the products we make, and we can make diving better for people. Just do what I tell you. And so, okay, that's it. Let's give some prizes away now. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm sure I have thousands of people that have been waiting anxiously the entire month of April to have a chance to visit. And so here we go. I'm going to talk to you about, when you have hundreds of products, you have to really, what am I going to talk about? Well, of course, I have to talk about our dry suits because I want everyone to know, if you don't know, that last year the Scuba Labs had a shootout, or whatever they call it, of dry suits, and we won the Tester's Choice, which is something we've continued to win for a long time. Every time we've entered, we've won, and we've also we either won Tester's Choice or Best Buy. And as far as I'm concerned, either one of those is a winner. So I'm going to talk about dry suits a little bit today, because there's so many revolutionary things that we're doing that other companies aren't doing. And I'm sorry that my eyes are not looking. They should be looking up at that camera, but I just like the way I look. So I keep looking at myself instead of looking up here. So I'll look up at this camera here so it looks like I'm making eye contact with you. So we've been doing so many things, and I keep wanting to look down and see if I'm actually looking in your eyes, but then I don't know because I can't look at both places. So we'll keep going. Anyway, we've been making revolutionary dry suits for a long time, and I know that because our sales keep going up. I know that we keep innovating. I know that we keep winning whenever there's a shootout, and I know that every customer that we get, whether they're a person used to use a DUI or a bear or whatever they used to have, that they're all so grateful and tell us how much they love their new Seasoft suit. So I'm going to tell you the ways that we're different. First, I'm going to talk to you about a philosophical difference because we really are philosophically different than what other people are doing. And here's what it really is. I don't make shell suits. And I know that when I say that, other people, that love shell suits go, oh, here he goes again. But here's the deal. I've dove shell suits. I've got over 1,000 dives in shell suits. So I can say that I'm pretty well, I can pretty well speak to shell suits when I put over 1,000 dives on them. I was a test diver for a couple of companies back in the 80s when they were introducing these suits. So I know them firsthand, and I've followed them ever since. And a few things have changed, but mostly the concept is still the same. You use a fabric that doesn't stretch or stretches very little, and you don't have much thermal protection. And in order to make it fit, you have to make it big because it doesn't stretch. Well, those two things, in my opinion, when you tell somebody that their suit's going to be cold and tell them that it's going to make them slower and use up more air, that's not a winning combination to me. I want to be able to go faster, stay underwater longer, and I want to be warm. So to do that, I'm going to use a neoprene suit. Now, the old neoprene suits from when I first started to dive back in the early 80s was a suit that had 7 millimeters of hard neoprene that felt like it was made to, withstand. It was a place where people would stand on all day. That's how rigid and tough it was. Well, today we have so many different, beautiful, fantastic, compressed, semi-compressed, hybrid neoprenes. But the other thing is we have fabrics that go on top of them. So it's not just the neoprene itself, it's the fabrics. We have Kevlar, we have small diamond, we have waffle, we have Dynahide. We have a myriad of products that is glued to the surface of the neoprene, and that can make a huge difference in your dive. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that, but the first thing I want to talk about is I want to finish up with the Scuba Labs thing. We beat every company that makes dry suits that have neoprene. So everyone you can think of, and I don't want to say their names out loud because I don't embarrass them. I'm friends with a lot of those people, and I don't embarrass them by mentioning their names, so I won't. But you can go to Scuba Labs and just do Scuba Labs Dry Suits 2021, and you'll find all the comparisons there. So let's get started with talking about dry suits. And we talked about the philosophical thing a little bit, but I just want to say this, that I just don't think that hydro drag is my friend. And I don't think that being cold is my friend. And I don't think that having to put a gigantic, thick undergarment on underneath my suit is necessarily something that I want to do. I also think that because the suit is so big and has to be to fit me, so I mean, if the suit fit you well, a shell suit fit you well, you'd go to bend down to under your ankle weights and you wouldn't be able to because you couldn't reach. The suit would stop you. You'd get this far and then boom, it would stop. So to help with that, then you got to make it huge. And then to make it even worse is they'll telescope the waist. So it actually has to be longer and wider in order to fit you. And I don't know of any whale or dolphin that says to itself, you know, geez, I sure love these wrinkles I have on here. And I sure love this. I love the way I can slow up now with these, you know, this extra skin I have and this extra whatever is hanging off me. Versus I could put a neoprene suit on and I have very little hydro drag and I'm warm. And the big, the thing that everyone talks about, of course, is the erroneous thoughts that I have to use more weight, right? I have to use more weight if I'm going to have a neoprene suit. Well, here's the real deal. When you're diving a neoprene suit, you have insulation around you that keeps you warm. You pay for that. You have to wear weight to offset, obviously, insulation on your body, right? Well, you have to do the same thing when you put a gigantic, thick undergarment on underneath your shell suit. That also is a lot of weights required for that. Unless, of course, you dive in a squeeze. And if you ask most shell suit divers, and you go to the beach and watch them, which I do, I see these guys diving in a semi or even an express squeeze, where the suit's partly squeezed on, or more squeezed, or less squeezed, or whatever, but they're still squeezed because they have to do that, because if they don't, the air is going to migrate in that big blousy suit, and the air is going to go to the top when you have your head up, and the air is going to go to your feet when you have your head down. So nobody likes that. So what they do is they get rid of most of that air. Well, when you get rid of most of that air, what you have is you end up with a squeeze. And if you're going to dive, if you're going to dive with a squeeze, then sure enough, you probably need less weight. But if you want to be nice and warm and comfortable and be able to get in the water and just slice through the water as easy as can be and have a bottom time that's 10, 15 minutes longer than you would with most shell suits, then you get the neoprene suit and put the extra however much poundage on it, because it's worth it. And if it was like the old days where I just had to stuff it all in my weight belt, or if I had to put it all in my BC, then sure enough, you can complain and say, well, you know, that's too much weight, or that's too much this. Well, when you look at today, where we've got ankle weights, we got tank weights, we've got weights that we can put all over the place on you to make you more comfortable. So, for example, for me, I dive with 42 pounds. Well, I dive with a 20-pound weight belt. Well, compared to a 42-pound weight belt, that's nothing. But I put 3 pounds each in the back here in my back pockets, and I put 3 pounds on my ankles. And now we're looking at, what are we looking at? Well, if I take the 3 and 6 makes 9, I got 29 pounds. What's left over from my 42, which probably ended up being 43 now, or 41 or 43, is I have, I've lost my track of by talking it over to myself. Let's see, somebody's going to really bug me about this later, but 42 minus 29 is 13. So that means in my BC, all I have to put is either 6 or 7 pounds at each side of my BC. Can you imagine only 6 or 7 pounds on each side of your BC instead of that BC weighing like the Titanic? Instead, I just slip it in there so I don't feel the weights on my waist from the weight belt. I don't feel the ankle weights, and I certainly don't feel the 6 or 7 pounds here, and I don't feel the 3 and 3 back there, which I could easily make that 2 and 2 and bring the weights up here and have 7 or 8 pounds in the front. But I get all this magical, wonderful, comfortable dive while still wearing 42 pounds. And most of you won't need 42 pounds because you're not a gigantic man that I am. Look at the double chin. It's right here for all you to peruse. And don't tell my wife I said that, because I keep telling her that I'm as fit as the day she met me. which is a lie, but we're both getting older, and I don't say anything about her. She didn't say anything about me, so we just pretend to live in this lie together. So, God, what trouble am I getting in right now? All right, back to what we were talking about. So, does it make sense what I'm saying? Because all I'm trying to do is be logical. That if I want to dive warm and comfortable with more speed, more bottom time, and be warm and have a suit that really fits me nice and comfortable, then I'm going to go with the neoprene suit. Why wouldn't I? Especially when you consider all things that it's less expensive because you're not paying for a $400, $500, $600 undergarment, which I've seen some of these undergarments cost. It's nuts. So continuing on, let's talk about our dry suit. What also makes it better than other neoprene dry suits, right? Because that's what matters. So I've got this suit right here, and now I need the camera, the other camera. We have a backup camera. Well, not a backup camera. We have a second camera. And now I'm going to start pointing out things in our dry suit that makes it way different from everyone else's. And it didn't switch over to the other camera, so you have to do something magical and wonderful to make that happen, or else we're all going to go straight to Hades.
No,
okay?
Bruce.
What?
You got to do it on your side, buddy.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay.
But, just push it in again or take it out again or do something to it again, and I'll try and figure out what I need to do here. Sorry, everybody. No, that didn't work. No, that didn't work. We practiced undoing it. We didn't practice doing it. So now I'm wasting everybody's time. So you work on that while I keep talking. All right. So let's start with this right here. And this is something no one else does. We have a tennis shoe for our booty. It has a raised heel right here. It's elevated, just like your tennis shoes do. And it has orthotics built right into it to support your arch and your foot. So your foot doesn't slide back and forth as it does in most dry suits. Because, they give you bedroom slippers. Oh, we're not working with bedroom slippers. We're working with actual tennis shoes. And let me tell you, the difference between walking in a bedroom slipper and a tennis shoe, just the idea of me just saying that to you, it should be apparent to you. So you have this, so when you step on a ladder, for example, you don't feel the pressure of it on your foot because you're standing on something solid. And when you're walking across the rocks and walking in the shells, you're not falling off rocks and falling off because you don't have any stability, because the rails on the boots give it complete stability. And it also locks into the fin. So when you have it inside the fin and I go to kick, I don't have that flexing back and forth that other fins have, where your foot is actually flexing inside the foot pocket, which is giving you cramps. And we don't have that. So no cramps, and you're getting an efficient kick, which means you're faster and moving along. Okay, so talk about that. So you can see that having a better boot matters. The other thing we have is this right here, our knee pads. We have the best knee pads in the business. And what I mean by that is this. Instead of it being, which most people do, where they take the material and they glue it onto neoprene, and then they take the neoprene and glue it onto your suit, we actually take our knee pads and we directly mount it to the dry suit with a specialized glue that I would have to kill myself and all my employees if I told you what it was. And as old as I am, I still got a few good years left, so I don't want to die yet. But we have a lifetime warranty on that. I don't know anyone that has a lifetime warranty on knee pads, but we do. Lifetime. Forever and ever and ever. Okay? The next thing is look at this. You see that? If you can see it, the crotch, there is no cross piece. There is no diamond. There is no fiddling around. This piece of neoprene right here I'm touching is the same as that piece of neoprene that I'm touching. The front and the back of the dry suit are the same piece of neoprene. It goes straight through. So when you have less seams, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You have less leaks. And you and I both know you see lots of dry suits out there with all kinds of seams all over the place because you know why? It's cheaper to make it that way. It's less expensive. I'll say it that way. That's more nice to say. It's less expensive to make if you have seams all over the place, but seams leak. Somehow, somewhere, somehow, someplace, the seams will 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, wherever it is, sometime, somewhere, those seams will leak. So the more seams you have, the more likely your suit is to leak. The less seams you have, the less likely your suit is to leak. And we have as few seams as you could possibly put into a dry suit. Well, why is that? Because my goal is to make the best dry suit. I don't need to have cheap because I own the company. And my goal in making dry suits is not to maximize my profit and get another super yacht. No, my goal is to make the best dang dry suits I can for my for my customers so that they're happy and they say, man, this was a great purchase. This was a great purchase. Now, have we made mistakes along the way? Sure we have. I've been doing this for 36 years, 37 actually now. But, you know, you make some mistakes as you try to revolutionize what you're doing and change and make it better and do this and do that. Sometimes you have disappointments. Now, typically, we find the disappointment before we ever release to the public. But there's been times where we've screwed up. So for all my competitors, we have screwed up sometimes. But we still beat you and we win all the prizes. Nanner, nanner. Okay. Now, next thing. We have tons of different pockets that fit our dry suits. And you know what? You can choose which one you like. And you can pick a new one, or you can pick another one, or you can pick a different one. For example, if you want this one that has a nice zipper with a huge pocket and these cute little airbags in it, so that makes it look like it's full, then you pick this one. And then besides the cute little airbags in here to make it look full, you've got a nice D-ring, you've got a drain hole, and you've got 2 grommet holes. You can see that in there. 2 grommet holes to mount a knife to. Doesn't have to be ours, but you're smart if you use ours because it's a better knife. But that's another time, another place. And then you take this and you put it on this suit. And when you do, it's there. It's not going to come off. It's not going to accidentally get knocked off. It's not going to come off by accident. We tested the daylights of this. And by the way, we've been doing this now for, I think, 4 years. We haven't had one customer lose one pocket. I'll repeat that. In 4 years, not one customer has lost one pocket because of the way we mount them. So, but then I want to switch it to something else. I want to be able to put a light there. So I take this and I put my light there with a retractor built into it. And now I can have that instead. So this, I'm going to do cave diving, I want a redundant light, or I'm going to do this kind of diving, I want that. And I can put one on the right side and left side. And guess what? You get the first pocket. You get your pocket on the right side for free. Now, it's not all fancy pocket. It's a Velcro closed pocket, but guess what? You have all the Velcro, you have all the everything, and it's not a bad pocket. It'll work for you completely fine. But, you know, we have better pockets. But, you know, you pay for what you get, right? You don't go to buy a Kia Rio and then end up with a Cadillac or a BMW. So you pay a little bit extra. And by the way, to get where'd it go? This one right here without the knife, by the way, it's $19.99 extra to get the upgrade with the D-ring and the zipper and the whole thing. $19.99 to get that upgrade. Come on. Too easy. So the next thing is, and now we're starting to get higher and higher. Now, I've just demonstrated on this one. Every once in a while, we get somebody who wants latex seals because they don't know any better. But hey, you know what? If you rip your seals up a lot and I can replace them in the field, right? This allows me to change it in the field. So I can snap this out of this ring that's permanently attached to the suit and take a new latex seal, put it in here, and boom, I'm in business with brand new seals. Okay. And I'm not going to show you because if I show you, I'll probably end up pulling the whole suit over in the whole rack and then bad things will happen. But believe me, it's not hard to change it because we do it all the time here at work. And there's very little cost for that to put that on your suit and never have to worry about a seal going bad. We also have dry glove kits where we are the only company that we have engineered and found the right way to put neoprene seals inside here and a dry glove kit right over it. And you can have a neoprene seal, which, by the way, is protected by the dry glove kit, so it's forever. You never have to worry about it going bad, getting wrecked, whatever. And it's just push on and screw off. So it's push on, screw off, and you've got dry gloves. That's all available from us. And we're the only company that does that, by the way. Then you've got all the prettiness of all the colors. Now, here's the great part about all the colors. If you decide that you'd like to get our accessory package that goes with our dry suit, which, by the way, includes that $365 Alaska undergarment, includes any size ankle weights you want, includes any of our dry suit hoods, which, by the way, we just came out with, look at this, a Dynahide super cold weather. This is a Nanook 9 millimeters of break your heart, let the wind blow, let the ice go, and you can be wearing this hood in any weather. We developed it for military and for search and rescue teams where they got to stand out in the cold, not just be in the water, but sometimes they got to stand out in the cold, and you put that hat on and you're good. So, but you can have any of we make 8 different hoods, and you can have whichever one you want made in your size, and you can also have your color. So if you pick red, this should be red right here. Your hood would have red. Your ankle weights would have red. And we have a 5-pocket Ranger gear bag that would also have red. And by the way, the bag would also have your name on it. So in cursive style, like making it look like you signed it. Looks cool, huh? And it got dive flags on it. And it's 5 pockets, and it will hold all the dry suit stuff, the dry suit, the undergarment, and all the accessories, and all this other little stuff that we, like this stuff that comes with it. We give you a ton of stuff with it because we want you to be happy and use our stuff because our stuff's designed, it's better. Remember, we don't make cheap stuff. We don't cut corners. We don't put fillers in our silicone grease. We use the real McCoy, so it's pure silicone grease, for example. And giving you all that stuff to go with your suit, which we just toss in with that package. And by the way, remember I said the undergarment was $365? Well, when you buy the whole package of the undergarment, the hood, the ankle weights, and the bag, right? All 4 of those things, it's $389.99. But it has to be on the same invoice as your dry suit. And the reason we do that is we don't make much money on these, but the reason we do it is because we have the whole package, so it feels good because it all works together. So, think about that. And no pressure here. Do whatever you want, but I can't help but tell you that what's better for you. I've been doing this for a long time. 6,000 plus dives in dry suits alone. Now, I'm going to go move on because I don't know how much time I have. Oh, my time's almost over. So I got to quickly say, we also have the best zipper, and it is a lot of you are the TI Zip Master Seal, right? It's the wiggly, like it's been proved to not be that successful. Well, we're the only company in North America that uses the Master Seal, not the Master Seal, the Super Seal. And the Super Seal, the reason no one else does it, it is hard to put in. It's hard to put this baby in because you've got, look at it, it's different. And the zipper, you don't see a zipper, do you? That's because the zipper is, let me take this off here. Help me here, would you? Oh, never mind, I got it. Like, look at this. Do you see a zipper? No, because the zipper is inside. It's inside. It can't get damaged because it's inside. So when I unzip it, there's a zipper, but there's two rubber strips here and underneath here. So when I zip it together, it draws the two rubber strips together on the outside, which are heavy duty, and then the two lighter weight ones on the inside. So if I do this to it, we don't have to worry about it ever breaking. If I do this to it, I might even get a gap in there. But guess what? If I get a gap on this side, it's actually getting tighter on the other side. So the other two strips on the other side are being pushed together to be completely waterproof. And I reverse it. Gets really tight here. But on the inside, if you could see it, if you want to climb inside this dark suit with a little flashlight, you'd be able to see it gets a little bit of a gap there. But that's cool because it makes the whole zipper. You can abuse this zipper and do whatever you want to it. And you don't have to worry about the teeth breaking or doing anything like you would. If you did that, what I just did to a brass zipper, it's bye-bye. So I recommend this zipper. Now, we'll give you a brass zipper if you want. And I occasionally get somebody that says, no, I want that because that's what I know and I'm not taking any chances, blah, blah, blah. But that's what we do. So I've only begun to show you, but I just wanted a couple of things and dive right in. If you want to kill me and cut my time, just kill me and cut my time. But I want hours more. So just so you know, get away. It's still 4:29. Get lost. I got 3 more minutes. Okay, so we also make our own lubes for our dry suits. So for that zipper right there, we use pure silicone grease. Pure silicone grease. And where do we buy it from? We get this in bulk from the same company that makes it for NASA. So this same grease is what's used on satellites and deep space exploration and stuff because it's the best. No fillers, nothing added to this whatsoever. It's the real deal. Okay? Remember, it's the real deal. Do you want fake news or do you want the real deal? Well, I think you want the real deal. Then you have, if you're going to use the other stuff, if you use a brass zipper, all of you that want to still wear your shell suits, here's this. Okay, this is pure beeswax. If I put it in my hand, it actually starts getting soft right away. Now, I just spent today trying to save some guys. What kind of suit was that anyway? I remember whose suit that was. We were trying to save with a brass zipper. Anyway, we're trying to save some guy's suit with a brass zipper in it, and it was really messed up. And here's what the problem is. When I started cleaning the zipper, big chunks of hard mortar-like material started coming out of it. And that hard material coming out of it was like little pieces of brick. And because it's like that, then what do you think it's going to do to the teeth when that gets down there and gets harder and harder and harder? And you put more on top of it, and more on top of it, and more on top of it. Well, what was happening is the guy's teeth were failing in about 4 or 5 different places. But if he'd been using beeswax, I got 30 seconds. Okay, if you put the beeswax, I get so excited, I can't help myself. And not only that, these people want to know. So if I take this beeswax and I put this on your zipper, it never gets hard. Never gets hard. So when you get it in the zipper and it gets down in there, next time I put it on, it comes out because it never gets hard. It's always soft. Instead of that other stuff other companies sell that gets down there and gets debris in it and becomes like mortar and cement, this is always soft. Like a baby. It's soft. And it comes out when it's, so you put the new baby on top and the old baby comes out the bottom.
Bruce, we appreciate the presentation.
Okay. I know you haven't eaten all day, so this is what's wrong with me. Anyway, I hope you all learned a thing or two, and I will now take email questions from you, if any of you dare. And you're always welcome to email me at bruce@seasoftscuba.com. That's bruce@seasoftscuba.com. You can email me with all your questions about the nice stuff you love with Seasoft and the junk you might be using now. No offense. And I'm coming also to dive right in before long and doing a seminar in person, which will be great fun. And we may have to rent an auditorium, but if we do, that's okay. All right. So thank you for your time. And are we giving away Seasoft prizes or?
That's the plan. I got a minute here before they kick us off because of the 8-hour time limit. So let's go ahead.
Okay, we got 1 minute. Okay, let's give away a whole package of all this stuff. Oh, you can't see me, can you now? Well, click over to me for just a second. I'll show you all this stuff. Okay. All this stuff. All this. All our liquid stuff. That's like the best. Go online to read about it on SeasoftScuba.com. But anyway, we'll give away 3 packages of that, and that's worth like, I don't know, $100.
All right, Laura Wilson, congratulations.
I used to know a Laura Wilson. It was from the Cayman Islands. That's her. Stephen Libowitz. Now that is a Midwest name, and I hope you enjoy.
One last pack going out. All right.
Oberhelman. Oh man, I probably said that perfect. Oberhelman. All right. All right. Thanks everybody. I appreciate your time. We'll see you next year, if not before. And thank you again to Dive Right In, the best dry suit company, that sales company in the Midwest and maybe even the whole country. So appreciate you guys and appreciate all of you that came to watch. And